Well, good morning, everyone. We are back for day two of the Econ Law Summit hosted by the National Association for Business Economics. My name is Tom Beers. I'm the executive director. We've got another great day planned for you. If you are snowed in like we are here in the Washington area, we're happy to have you join us. Uh, we saw lots of eyeballs on the sessions yesterday. I'm sure we were helped by the weather somewhat. But as a reminder, all the sessions will be recorded and available at the end of the conference as well. So just to give you a preview of today, it will work just like it did yesterday. We've got sort of 50-minute sessions with a little break in between, a little longer break at lunch, and then we wrap at about 3:20 today, and these are all Eastern times. So we start today with economic analysis meets policy making. 10 o'clock, we've got economics of discrimination. 11 o'clock, advanced economic methods and forensic economics. Economics of energy and environmental litigation and consulting at 12:30. At 1:30, it's perspectives from former federal antitrust leaders. And then 2:30, economic growth and competition before we wrap at about 3:20 with some closing remarks. So again, thank you all for joining today, and I'm delighted to turn it over to our moderator for the first session, Matt Farber from Secretariat. Matt, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Tom. Good morning, everyone. As Tom said, my name is Matt Farber. I am an economist and managing director at Secretariat, and I spend my time working on intellectual property and antitrust issues. I'm lucky to be here today with several policy chief economists. Dr. Brent Lutz is the chief economist for the U.S. Copyright Office. Dr. Andrew Toole is the former chief economist at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. Dr. Anup Malani is the chief economist for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Before we get started, just a quick reminder to everyone to submit questions via the NABE Connect app. I'll monitor those periodically and try and insert your questions where I think they fit best. We want to be sure we discuss what you all find the most interesting, and the best way for you to signal what you find the most interesting is ask questions. So get those in there as you're listening at home. Thanks. So we'll just start by having everyone introduce themselves. We'll go with Dr. Lutz, then maybe Dr. Toole, and Dr. Malani. Tell us why you're here. What is your former or current position? And what were your job responsibilities as part of that position? And then also try and give us an idea of your background and how you ended up in that position, so we can understand how you got there. Dr. Lutz, take it away.
Great. Well, thank you, Matt, for the introduction. So as Matt mentioned, I'm the chief economist of the U.S. Copyright Office, and I was actually the first person appointed to that role. So I had the both privilege and challenge of sort of scoping out what that would be. And I would say the job has evolved into having three basic functions now. The first of which is, I provide analyses to assist with office operations. For example, the Copyright Office is a partially fee-funded agency, and there are a lot of pretty complex considerations and constraints that go into how we set our fees, which turns it into a classic constraint optimization problem that economists are pretty good at solving. So those sorts of operational considerations are a fairly large part of my role. The second element of my role is facilitating economic research on copyright and creative industries. And some of that is my team conducting economic research internally, which we publish. Some of it's us collaborating with external researchers, and some of it is us creating tools so that the research community can operate independent of us. And then the third role is to assure that policymakers are aware of and understand the implications of economic research when they're making policy decisions. So that's doing things like identifying and translating, relevant economic studies, because of course most policymakers aren't economists, and economic studies are written for economists. So doing that translation function is I think, a pretty big value add. Then I also do things like vet the economic research that comes into us as evidence from stakeholders to understand its level of rigor, its level of relevance, and ultimately understand how or if we should rely on it. As for my background, before coming to this role, I worked in economic consulting, where I also worked in intellectual property, both patent and copyright. Most of my copyright work was in the music world. And I think I addressed all of your questions, right, Matt?
Yep, for now. We'll get you more later. Thank you. Dr. Toole, why don't you go ahead?
Sure. Well, thank you, Matt, and thanks for the opportunity to talk with everybody this morning. The Office of the Chief Economist at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office was established under the Obama administration in 2010. And the role at that time was really to evaluate the efficiency and impact of intellectual property, all varieties, patents, trademarks, trade secrets, copyrights, in both the U.S. economy and abroad. But the role has changed a lot over time. And one of the most important factors in what I have been doing up until very recently, and the staff in the office have been doing, it depends on the political leadership. So it's really their exposure to economists and economic analysis that kind of shapes the degree to which we're involved and what we do. So some of the leadership really embrace economists. They know what we do, and they understand the value of rigorous evidence. Others are not really empirically oriented and really don't know what to do with the economists. So we've had both kind of an embraced relationship with the political leadership, which changes our role, and more of an arm's length relationship with the political leadership, which of course shapes our role. Now, having said that, I just was listening to Brent, and I was struck by how similar the basic functions are of the Office of the Chief Economist at the Copyright Office and at the Patent and Trademark Office. So, the first thing, I'll just kind of be relatively quick then, because I think you can just port those over from what Brent said. But one of the most important things is kind of our consulting role, right? So Brent was talking about internal operations. We also kind of advise and guide and provide frameworks for internal initiatives. And those kinds of frameworks and consulting activities within the organization are really important, because most people don't actually, at the Patent and Trademark Office, I can say this pretty confidently, there's not a deep level of expertise, certainly with respect to statistical modeling and even AI. So if we want to talk about that later. But so when the economists came, we're really the expertise, the deep statistical and analytical expertise that can be applied to different problems within the organization. So we've worked on things like incentives for examiners. Do they have enough time to analyze the different cases? We've worked on fee setting, very similar to what Brent was mentioning. So that's a very important role that the office plays. The second role is really more about, again, sort of in line with what Brent was saying, monitoring, the academic, legal, scholarship, and even the policy environment to really act as gatekeepers or bridge makers, so that we can bring in the information and interpret the information for the leadership. So I had a research in perspectives kind of internal product, which was also rest in peace. So RIP. The reason it was both is that a lot of times, when you really look under the hood, there are many ways in which the analyses fall short. And so we were very careful about looking at what others were doing and trying to help the leadership understand what they're doing. And the third part has been at least developing and growing studies on intellectual property wherever. And the way that we've done that in the past is that we had developed a number of data sets that brought forth information into the public environment that were never available previously. We currently still have one platform that's still functioning, and that is called PatentsView. So patentsview.org was our kind of flagship data delivery on U.S. patent data. And so that's still available. That's lots of great things happening there. And I hope that the leadership decides to keep that. We'll see what happens going forward. But that's one of the ways. The other way is we would engage and we would go to conferences with our papers. We would also partner with universities. With Northwestern University, we were a partner for 8 years on the Economics of Innovation event that Dan Spolber put together, which was really, really an impactful event. So yeah, that pretty much summarizes what we've done in the past, and I hope that what the office does in the future.
Thanks, Andy. Dr. Milani, your turn.
Yeah, I'm as Matt said, Anoop Milani. I'm the chief economist at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. I am also the very first chief economist at Medicare and Medicaid, although economists have served as advisors in prior administrations at CMS. My main job is I report to the administrator, Dr. Oz, and I advise him. But also in this role, I advise the heads of the centers that are at CMS. So that's Medicare, Medicaid, the Medical Innovation Center called CMMI, and CCIO, which is the health insurance exchanges. A lot of you will know that as the exchanges under the Affordable Care Act. So I advise all of them. My functional role, I divide it roughly into 4 parts. The first 2 are the most important. The first and most interesting is ex ante policy advice. So before policy, whether it's legislative, which is less common, but more common regulatory or guidance is issued, I will sometimes receive questions about specific components of that policy. This is mainly going to be economic advice, but because I also have a law background, sometimes there's legal questions trying to fit economic advice subject to legal constraints. A lot of this is just strategy and brainstorming with a special focus on incentives and how markets work. So that's ex ante policy advice. And the other is ex post analysis, which is a little bit more traditional, a little bit close to what academics do, which is doing economic analysis, looking at the impacts of different policies that we've done or the performance thereof. And sometimes this is for communication. So we sometimes send out publications, or I help with the comms team here with messaging some of the policies that we do. And other times it's just early work for future policy changes that we're thinking about. So that's ex ante policy and ex post policy analysis. Then after that, there are 2 smaller roles, which is I liaise with different people. So outside CMS, but within the administration, I'll work with the team up at HHS. I'll work with Council of Economic Advisors, the NEC, the Domestic Policy Council about various policy initiatives that CMS is working on. And then external to the administration, I'll liaise with the academic community. So folks, before this life, I was, among other things, a health economist. So often I talk to folks in the health economics community to get ideas for policy change or to kind of stress test some policy ideas. And then the last thing is a administrative role. I've got to build out this office to make sure that we have enough staff to perform each of these functions well.
Thank you, Anoop. I want to ask you all one more intro question before we get into the real meat here, and that is, we understand your functions and kind of what you do, but I'm curious if you can kind of think of a representative day and just walk us through what that day looks like. And so this day may or may not really exist, but pick a day and tell us, for those of you, if recent or not, just kind of what do you do all day? What does it look like? Who are you talking to, if you can? Fill us in on that. And we'll go back to Brent here first.
Sure. So I would say a fair amount of any given day is spent reviewing and editing documents. So whether that's papers or reports or internal communications to leadership, a lot of editing. Other than that, probably a quarter of my day is spent in either substantive or administrative meetings. And then another quarter is probably spent doing economic research on one of the various projects that we have going on.
Okay. Andy, over to you.
Right. So on a good day, I would be doing some literature review, probably meeting with the team on some of our ongoing, more exciting projects. Let's say, for instance, one of them was the Artificial Intelligence Patent Dataset project, which was very involved and a lot of fun. And then, of course, we would probably have some staff meetings and relatively light on meetings. Now, the bad day would be the one in which there's so many meetings, you can't even hardly catch your breath. And we all remember from the COVID era that we have meetings back to back. And somehow that carried over to when you were in person. So somehow, at 8:59, you're supposed to get from one place to actually at 9 o'clock instantaneously go from one place to another. So a bad day is a day with a lot of meetings. A bad day would be a day in which the meetings were contentious, meaning that there's a lot of disagreement and perhaps misunderstanding, maybe of an economic issue or of a policy issue. So, I mean, on the other hand, of course, debate is good, but that, if people are disagreeing, then that can be a harder time. So I don't know. That's more or less what I would say.
Thanks, Anoop.
Yeah, so this is actually a very good question because it makes me assess whether I'm using my time well, but I think it's okay. So every day starts out with a morning meeting with leadership, the administrator and all the heads of the centers where we kind of get aligned on priorities. It's about a half an hour meeting. Then most of the day is spent on four types of meetings. The first is what are called issues meetings. CMS is a massive organization, lots to cover. Each of the centers comes together and says, here are our top issues, or here are the issues that we're making decisions on. Because I cross the centers, I try to attend as many of those meetings as possible so I can get familiar with where everybody is. And part of my job is not for people just to take, for other people to come to me with questions, but sometimes I can go to them and say, hey, actually, this is some issue that you're working on that I might be able to be helpful with. So issues meeting, that's about a quarter of the time. Second is center leadership meetings. So it's the top level, just below that, just basically to kind of follow up on a lot of those issues meetings. The third part's the favorite part of my job, which is the analysis and writing. A lot of, when I'm lucky, I get to do that, in quiet in my office, but more often than not, it's meeting with the careers who are great and they handle a lot of the data and a lot of analysis. I work with them to build that analysis or to help guide it when I can, or with contractors who have access to our raw data. So that's the third. And the fourth is outreach. Just a necessary part of this job is to talk to other folks across the health policy community within the government, outside the government, just to kind of understand what it is that they're thinking about and tell them a little bit about what we're thinking about when it's appropriate. And in the evenings, I get more time to either continue outreach or usually that's when I have to do some more extra writing because of what Andy just said, which is we're stuck in a lot of meetings during the day. So it's the evenings that become the time when you get to sit at your computer.
All right, let's get into some questions relating to challenges you all face or how how the core of your work essentially. So I think for each of you, and we can go in whatever order, or if you want to pass, that's okay. What is the core economic question or a core economic question your office faces in 2026 that you think will most directly shape policy considerations? And I'll go to Brent here first if we can, or Andy, you got it. Go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, I can just start just to mix it up a little bit, I guess. Well, first of all, I think what Anoop said, I want to highlight what I think I heard, and that is to say that he's in a temporary position, that he's not a career person. And I think that that's important for understanding some nuances in the different roles of the chief economists. We have several executive agencies that have chief economists appointed for some period of time, 2 or 3 years or whatever. And then we have more career appointments. And I think that does shape the daily activity. 2026 is, we've been on a wild ride, I think, so far in many different respects within the federal government. And each administration has their own set of priorities. So this is one of the most important things I was mentioning right at the beginning, that, what we do and how much we're kind of in the room with the director, Undersecretary of Commerce for Intellectual Property, is the degree to which, they're embracing economic analysis or they're not. But one of the priorities right now that I think deserves more analysis, and there's some additional ones we can talk about later if you want to, is the current patent backlog. So the patent backlog is about 800,000 patent applications right now. And a backlog is simply accumulation or a stock of patent applications that pile up between the filing date and the date in which it's docketed to an examiner and examination begins. So that could be the case for many different reasons, but one of the priorities of the current leadership is to reduce the backlog. And by doing that, they're trying to speed up the examination process, right? So when they speed up the examination process, they're reducing something that people in this area of study call pendency. So they're trying to reduce patent pendency, the amount of time between filing and final decision, which is either an allowance or an abandonment of a patent application. So the big question really is, what is the value? What is the value to the firm? What is the value to the industry? What is the value to the economy of actually reducing the pendency of patents? And if you reduce the pendency of patents, you better hold other things constant, right? So you can easily reduce the pendency of patents by just rubber stamping every application. Then it would take about 10 minutes, maybe less in this current age of electronic things. But that wouldn't be a very good quality product coming out of an examination, a rigorous examination kind of environment in which the Patent and Trademark Office really tries to maintain. So anyway, any kind of gains in terms of reducing pendency might be met with losses in terms of patent quality, and which has a number of different dimensions we can talk about later. But I think pendency, the value of pendency to different economic actors and to the economy as a whole is probably one of the most pressing questions for the current leadership, among others. But that's the one I'll highlight.
And your follow-up there, you mentioned obviously there's value to the firm or the industry or the economy, kind of how are those all weighted when you make this when you do this type of analysis?
Well, that is the hard part. So one of the reasons the Office of Chief Economist came into being under Director Kapos back in 2010 was to try to help remedy the dearth of evidence and data availability to build evidence on the impacts of intellectual property to different types of actors in the economy. We've had some good recent evidence come out of some academic work on causal effects of patents for startups. And that's great, but startups are a very small fraction of the overall population of applicants. Most applicants are large corporations, and more than 50%, 51% of all applications come from abroad. So think about all the foreign companies. So how do you allow for the heterogeneity of that applicant pool and try to assess the pendency value to each of those groups? That's a challenge. And what we've not been able to do is really break it down that well. We do know that for public companies, people have made some progress. We know that, for instance, the Kogan et al. Paper that came out in the Quarterly Journal of Economics some years ago now, I guess 2019 or something like that, did a great job in terms of trying to estimate patent value for public companies, publicly traded companies. They used the stock market, a kind of an event study approach to try to figure out when a patent was allowed and granted, what's the value to the company, the private value. So for that particular segment, we have better information and we can do more. But when it comes to, and then for startups, maybe we can do something for them. But what about the foreign companies and the big middle? That's a challenge, and we're trying to figure that out. We've got some ideas. Right now, I'm not currently at the patent office, so my ideas are more on my own now. But I think that the agency and the economists who are still there are a few of us there now. Are trying to tackle this issue. So that's what they're up to.
Thanks. Anoop or Brent, core economic question for this year?
So I'm happy to jump in. So one of the things to remember is that CMS is a vast agency. Its annual budget is just north of $1.5 trillion. If you include some of the state budget components that we help also drive, it's going to be nearly $2 trillion. So it's roughly a quarter of the federal budget, double what DoD is, a touch more than what Social Security is. So there's a lot of areas and a lot of centers that I've already mentioned that CMS works on. And while I work across the centers, I can't work on all that. The administrator has to do that, but I pick a narrow set. And this is just something that, it's based some combination on need and the administrator's priorities, and where I can have the greatest, I can provide the greatest assistance. So I'll list you 4 areas that I've been able to help out with, and these are priorities in this quarter. I'm sure it'll shift next quarter. So one is focusing on the health insurance exchanges, in particular the individual market. There we're thinking about both regulatory level and potential legislative reforms for the exchanges. I'm sure people are following the debate that's happening with the ACA subsidies, and so a lot of my work is analyzing those potential reforms and then thinking about regulatory reforms to improve coverage and stabilize the health insurance markets, lower premiums there. That requires nicely thinking across not just the individual market, but also the markets that are adjacent. So the Medicaid insurance market, and then thinking about small group and large group ESI, employer-sponsored insurance markets, and transitions between those different markets for individuals seeking insurance. A second topic is health IT and data liquidity. So by that, I don't mean, running an EHR or doing our IT here, but really thinking about the data ecosystem within the healthcare economy. So what I specifically work on is I work with both Amy Gleason, who advises the administrator on tech policy, and the Assistant Secretary for Tech Policy, Tom Keene. I help them improve healthcare data infrastructure, providing economic advice on what are the components that are required to build a good and robust healthcare data marketplace. So a lot of market structuring and reforms. The third is I've been doing in the last quarter a lot of work on Medicaid. These are often very, very much one-offs, but a lot of it is like if there's a central theme, it's the administration and Congress passed the Working Families Tax Cut legislation last year. Some of you know it as the One Big Beautiful Bill, but it has important components for Medicaid, and so I look at the impacts of those components, what they are likely to be, so that we can plan for implementation. And then the last one is, another item that's in the news a lot is thinking about fraud. So I assist Kim Brandt, and an HHS advisor to the secretary, also another economist named Jetson Leader Louise, think about how we can go from ex post enforcement of fraud actions, like through DOJ, False Claims Act suits, for example, back to some ex ante measures that we can take before money leaves the building. So using, basic data analysis, sometimes fancy AI, to basically check to see when there's suspicious payments. So a lot of anti-fraud work on the data analysis side, and then try to use that information along with what tools we have and regulatory authorities we have to try to prevent fraud from occurring before we pay any providers. So those are the broad areas. Those goals will switch a little bit. The focus in the next quarter, as I continue to meet with center heads and we solve some problems, or at least we make a lot of progress on some problems, and new ones will come up.
Thanks. Brent, go ahead.
Sure. So I think the obvious policy area in copyright is artificial intelligence. I mean, there's a lot of meaty economic questions there in how copyright policy affects how AI models develop, and on the other side, how those models ultimately affect and disrupt creative industries. And I've written quite a bit on this. The academic community has really focused a lot on this in the last year or two, and we're continuing to look at things like labor market impacts and that sort of thing. I think a lot of us have a little bit of AI fatigue, so I won't spend too much time on that. I will say, however, probably the most practical and short-term impactful thing that we're considering is restructuring of our fees. It's sort of unglamorous, but it's probably going to have the biggest practical effect on how stakeholders use our copyright system. And that's something that's set to, come out very soon and, potentially have new restructured fees this fiscal year or early the next one. There's also some interesting, potential legislation coming down the pike, some kind of small things that have, I think, interesting economic questions in it. For example, the American Music Fairness Act, which is just a seemingly small bill that just makes terrestrial radio stations have to pay royalties to performing artists, which many of us would think already happens, but it doesn't. And this may seem like a small thing just because, terrestrial radio is a pretty small part of our music industry nowadays relative to where it was. But it has some surprisingly far-reaching international economic implications, insofar as, like every other country in the world has these sorts of royalties and they practice reciprocity. So American artists don't get paid in foreign markets because we don't pay foreign artists in our markets. So when we change these sorts of laws, we're going to influence not only US-based revenues for artists, we're also going to change international revenue, but we're also going to change American cultural reach, because the inexpensive access to American music is one of the big reasons why it's proliferated through foreign markets. And when we change that, there's going to be changes in the mix of content that's presented in those markets. And just thinking through those sorts of far-reaching, non-obvious implications is sort of the bread and butter of a policy-focused economist.
Thank you. So each of you have kind of emphasized the part of your job that is explaining, economic modeling or analyses to non-economists. I want to get into that a little more, and I want to ask each of you kind of, what form of analyses have you seen to be most successful in informing and assisting policymakers? And kind of what tips and tricks have you picked up in describing these analyses to audiences without a heavy economic background? And I know this is something we all do all the time, but you have a very special case for this here. So walk us through kind of what you've seen there and what you've found to be successful. Who wants to start us off here? Brent, go ahead.
Sure. So I say the big thing for us economists is to fight against our natural instinct to think and speak in the abstract, right? I mean, that's how we approach the world, is we abstract in order to learn generalized lessons, but that's not how the rest of the world thinks. So when we're trying to explain economics, we need to force ourselves to start thinking in practical, concrete terms, use relatable examples. And once we do that, I mean, economics is just sort of structured but basic logic that I think almost anybody can understand. Once we take away those sort of artificial complications that we economists add into it. So that's my basic approach.
Okay. Andy, do you have any tips here?
Sure. So if I understand your question, is it more about the communication, or is it more about what's being communicated? Or is it both?
Both. I think what types of analyses are easier to transmit to non-economists, and for all types of analyses, kind of how have you been successful communicating those?
Yeah, I mean, so when it comes to being impactful, in my experience, it's really the marriage of good evidence with a political will. If the political will is really important, because that's what actually carries the ball over the goal line. You can have all sorts of evidence. You can have causal evidence, but if there's no political will to act on that evidence, then it's really it's really academic, which is also okay. But we're talking about a policy environment here. So when it comes to good evidence and political will and the marriage of those two, there's been a couple of really great successes over the last 8 years or so, maybe 6 years. at the Office of Chief Economist, the USPTO. One of them was our response to the Success Act, which was passed under the first Trump administration, which asked the Patent and Trademark Office to understand the demographics of inventors, that is to say, women inventors, underrepresented community inventors. We had started looking at that prior to this act, which was passed in 2018, and we submitted a report in 2019 under the first administration. Now, that work was very timely with the kind of the legislative and interest from the administration in the participation of women, particularly. And so that was a great marriage of what we could do. And we just recently have an article in the American Economic Journal, Economic Policy, talking about some of that research that emerged from that era. So, it takes a while to get things published. The second aspect, which actually did also start under the first Trump administration, was our work on artificial intelligence, and that has remained, I guess, it seems to be a clear priority of the second Trump administration as well. And in terms of communication, we can talk more about this, but I think it's some of the basic things continue to hold, right? Know your audience. In other words, what are their backgrounds? What are their biases in some sense? Where are they leaning? Pictures are always great. Be sure to use a lot of visual graphics. And oftentimes I've found that even if we do a fancy causal analysis, let's just say we have, some kind of identification mechanism, we do a two-stage least squares with an instrumental variable, and we're so happy, and we see our standard errors, and everybody dances in the Office of Chief Economist. We don't take that dance upstairs. No, we make sure to tell them that these are statistically significant, and we've done the kind of hard work to support, as a foundation, to support the point of view, but we don't roll out that kind of detail. So often our outputs, for instance, would have a report, which was more of a summary descriptive statistics kind of communication, often go to the Hill. And then we would have a working paper, which went to the level of an academic working paper. And like I said, getting published in American Economics Journal, and other journals as well. So it was really the dual of those two that really worked for us in terms of both evidence and communication.
Thank you. Anoop, go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of what I'm gonna say is gonna echo what Andy and Brent have said. So I think I endorse a lot of their advice or their approach. Now, one thing I'll say at the start is I'm really lucky to work with a great leadership team. Almost everybody that heads a center and the administrator have a business background, and so that makes it easy to translate some of the analysis that we do. They're very receptive to it. And so in that sense, I'm quite privileged. One important thing I learned early on is, I came from a university setting. I'm on leave from the University of Chicago. There's a big gap between the economics we do in a university setting, which I'd call maybe academic economics, and the economics that we do in agencies, which I would call a little bit more like business economics. Not to be pejorative, both of them have extremely valuable roles. The business economics work has to occur in real time and make decisions quickly. But there are differences, and the main difference that I noticed and that I try to counter to the extent possible is that the business economics approach you see in agencies, at least CMS, a lot of it holds behavior constant. It's kind of how maybe actuaries evaluate insurance markets versus how economists evaluate insurance markets. So they hold behavior constant, and that means they're not often thinking about what's the new equilibrium. And so that's what I try to introduce to the conversation, but understanding that they're used to business economics. I think, as Andy said, your purpose and audience matters. So for purpose, I generally think of two types. There's either policy advice or there's communications. And if there's policy advice, you have to keep it to the level of whoever your audience is. So the administrator or center heads, again, those are fairly sophisticated, but you can make sophisticated arguments. But sometimes you're making an argument for comms purposes to talk to the external world. And there's a kind of emphasis on simplicity. The message has got to be straightforward. It's got to be one or two lines. It can't be a paragraph. And so we have to keep that in mind. If you approach a situation that's comms with a paragraph with an explanation, it's not very helpful. In terms of audience, here's a very simplistic way to think about things. If you're looking at people that are at the political level, so leadership, they understand theory really well. Not like economic theory in the academics, but they understand the internal logic of what it is that you're trying to do, but they might not know exactly what the data are. That are relevant to inform that decision. Whereas when you talk to the careers, again, this is generalization, it's not 100% accurate, a bit of a stereotype, but it's the opposite. They will know data way better than you will. The real issue is, can you explain what the theory is that you're trying to go for? What's the logic behind the policy change? And the last thing I'll say that's really important is that when you want to be effective, it's super important to know exactly the legal framework under which you're operating. What's the legal constraint? What does the law say the objective of this particular statute or center is? What does the law say are constraints on your action? If you come in and you propose an idea that is not aware of those constraints, you're going to be a lot less effective. And so that's an important part of the translation process, is being aware of your environment.
I want to follow up on that last point. I mean, I know you all did research in your areas before you took on these roles, but how hard has it been to get up to speed with the legal environment in which you're working? And, Brent and Andy, try and think back to when you started. Was that a large learning curve? How did you get there? And we'll start with Anoop, because he just finished and mentioned it.
I will say that, so I've been here about a little over 6 months. I will say it is the most intense 6 months of learning I've had since perhaps grad school, perhaps law school. This is a complicated center with lots of different statutes that govern each of these. Sometimes there's overlap, but it's grammatically different. So, for example, the statute that does risk adjustment in Medicare Advantage under Medicare looks a lot like the statute that does risk adjustment in the Affordable Care Act for the insurance individual exchange market. But the way they're implemented, dramatically different. And so I had to learn both forms of risk adjustment and to know the details. And sometimes one can inform the other, but tons of learning. The other thing that's really different is, the structures for each of the different centers are a little bit different. So, for example, if you're doing a coverage decision in Medicare, the rule is reasonable and necessary. If you're doing payment models in the Medical Innovation Center, which can also span Medicare and Medicaid, there the objective is, you either have to reduce spending, holding quality constant, or hold spending constant and raise quality. They just varies a lot. And I had to learn some of that. I knew. I used to teach them health law. I used to teach health law in addition to health economics, but the level of detail is entirely different here. You have to know a lot more.
Yeah, so I can pick up on that. For me, I mean, I'd worked in copyright litigation for years before I moved here. So it wasn't specifically the legal context, but it was more the institutional context that was the huge learning curve for me. And I would say, I'm still learning things about how the office operates. It's a complicated machine, but those institutional details matter a lot. They matter for how we interpret data. They matter for how we do analysis generally. And picking up on something else that you've said, I think this is a major difference between sort of mainstream academic economists and policy-focused economists. Is in the academic world, we're trained for good reason to think and write in the abstract in order to learn those generalized lessons. But in a policy study world, context is really paramount. And if you can't demonstrate a mastery of the institutional details, you're not going to come across as credible, and you're not going to be influential. And that's because those details really matter. And again, I'm still on that learning curve, 4 or 5 years later, I'm still figuring it out. There's a lot there.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
I mean, I'll just add that so the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office is essentially got two types of people. It has engineers and it has lawyers, and there weren't any economists particularly before they started the Office of Chief Economist. So it was a very very, very steep learning curve, particularly on the legal side, because the way they spoke, they said, well, let's talk about 101 because I think 103 and 112 are fine. Oh, 101, 103, and 112 are fine. Oh, what's going on with that? What are these codes, right? And they're all referring to the statutes. And so I had to really learn legalese with respect to intellectual property. And I learned actually a lot of law on intellectual property. And perhaps I should have been getting my my legal degree in that as well, because I think the combination of a law and economics degree is an incredible combination. I think that's an excellent combination. I think others should also pursue that, especially in today's world. But anyway, it was a very steep learning curve, particularly because of the legal aspects and the lack of understanding of economics and what we do and what we can add. So it was hard to get doors open, because people would not know, they wouldn't want to open the door. It's like, oh, I don't know who you are. I don't know what you're going to give me. I don't think I need it. So see you later, that kind of thing. But well, we made a lot of inroads. And so I think the current folks that are still there are struggling with the size of the organization. In the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office is a set of it's like a bunch of silos with a big string around it, all tied together. Sitting at the top is the undersecretary, but the cross fertilization between the silos has always been relatively low. It's been breaking down over the years, but that kind of environment requires a lot of learning, especially there are a lot of political concerns in that kind of environment where the silos feel very protective of themselves and don't want to let any outsiders in. So that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot of learning, but super valuable. I feel really happy that I had that experience. I got a lot out of it as an economist. And I'll make a final note here. I don't think that we as a profession appreciate the importance of the institutional detail when it comes to the data generating process. And I say this because I've had the unfortunate experience of seeing some very, very well-respected academic scholars completely misinterpret the data and say it's one thing when in fact it's just simply not that. I mean, if you're inside, you just say, well, that's just not true. Sorry. So I think, the lesson for all of us economists is, get in there, talk to people, know the institutional detail about what you're doing, and don't just assume that the data was generated in a way that, makes your hypothesis, significantly, positive or whatever. So, all right, that's what
No, I appreciate that, Andy. And actually, we're closing up here, but I do want to give Anoop and Brent a chance to kind of give similar thoughts. With what do you want people to know about your work, the audience here, and what would you want them to take away?
So maybe not specifically with respect to my work, but more generally in the economic profession, I think we need to be, in these times, especially cognizant of the availability and integrity of official data sources. We're experiencing a lot of, data that we rely on heavily being discontinued or the integrity insulted of it. And we need to be aware, we need to advocate for good and credible data, and we need to make adjustments where that can't be true. But that's something that's top of my mind recently, just because data that I use is being taken away.
Yeah, I'll jump in. A few things. I'm still early in my tenure, so I don't have the. This is the wisdom that I've gotten after 2 years of being at CMS, but I'm starting to see glimmers of what I'm likely to think. The first one is I would strongly suggest that academic economists go work at agencies. The amount of institutional detail you'll get is amazing. You should do it earlier in your career so that you can get great ideas for research, improve your chances at tenure. Later in your career, it's really an amazing way to double check what you've learned, but importantly, continue your learning, and even more importantly, have an impact. Writing papers is not nearly as impactful or close to policy as actually going and translating. So that's the first thing in terms of our connection to academic economists. The second one is, I think, coming out, I will understand a lot more about institutional detail and how that affects behaviors. So whether I'm giving advice or writing papers or teaching students, I think that the one thing I come away with is the importance of understanding all the constraints and different incentives that different players have in an ecosystem, and how that gets you to any given end result or equilibrium. That's something that I think all of us should be aware of. An important component of that is to understand when a decision is made that is a result of the economics, a result of the legal constraints, despite the economics, and sometimes when it's the result of political decisions. Each of those can matter. Each of them have a legitimate role, but it's important for economists to generally be aware of each of those drivers of behaviors and outcomes.
Thank you. And thank you all of you. And I think we will wrap it here. I appreciate the time. And thanks to the audience for listening in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you to the whole panel. We're going to take a short pause as we bring the speakers in for the next session. So if you need to grab a snack, refill your coffee, go do that now, and we'll be back right at the top of the hour. Welcome back, everyone. We are set to go with our next session. So I'm pleased to welcome our moderator, Mona Burjandi, Principal Economist and Director of Data Analytics at Outten and Golden LLP, and also the fearless leader and great partner of NABE's and mine on this initiative. So none of us would be here without Mona's great work over the last year, believe it or not. So Mona, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tom, for the introduction. I'm humbled. Good morning, everyone. I am Mona Birjandi. I'm in-house economist and director of data analytics department at Outten and Golden. Outten and Golden is a law firm focused on labor and employment matters from plaintiff side. We handle a variety of very exciting cases ranging from individual plaintiff case to class action cases focused on discrimination. We're very excited to be here with you today, and we have a great lineup of panelists and speakers. We are going to get practical about one main question: how do economists measure and explain and pressure test discrimination across workplaces, markets, and increasing the algorithmic decision making? We'll talk about organizational mechanisms and pipelines, how inequality persists even in neutral systems. And then we'll talk about how we economists measure disparity in different forms, whether it's in pay, promotion, termination, or other outcomes. And then we'll switch gears to talk about how discrimination or disparity can happen in consumer markets and how do we assess that kind of disparity. With that, I'd love for each of the panelists to briefly introduce themselves and share a little bit about their background and their role. So let me turn it over to Elaine to tell us about herself.
Okay, hello, I'm Elaine Reardon. I'm a partner at Resolution Economics here in Century City, Los Angeles, watching the sun come up. We are a litigation consulting firm. We have a big labor and employment practice. We also have forensic financial matters. We have a group that does that. My background is a PhD in public policy from the University of Chicago, so in effect, a degree in applied economics, but one that I think has suited me well in this work because it's also a training that thinks about how institutions are important and how they really influence incentives, and that's key in thinking about discrimination. I also do work because it's California wage and hour. It's inescapable. But pay equity consulting, statistical analysis, and discrimination, again, in hiring, termination, pay, promotions. We're all moving on to the frontier of thinking about potential bias in AI systems and the like.
That's amazing. Thank you very much, Elaine. We're very excited to have you with us today. I'm going to turn it over to Chris.
Morning, everyone. My name is Chris Ryder. I am the Thomas C. Kinnear Professor at the University of Michigan's Ross School of Business. My research focuses on understanding the root causes of societal inequality, with a focus on employment and special applications in sports contexts. My perspective on the economics of discrimination is rooted in what I call equity analytics. It's a framework I developed by combining my PhD training in organizational sociology and applied econometrics at UC Berkeley, with the goal of helping organizations realize their best intentions around fairness. So in my consulting and research, I work with leaders who are often surprised by persistent gaps because their policies explicitly forbid discrimination. And so I try to move the conversation beyond documenting disparities to understanding those data generating processes, those organizational mechanisms that produce disparities.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Chris. We are so delighted to have you with us today. Ling Ling, last but not least.
Hi, I'm Ling Ling Ong. I'm a managing director at NERA Economic Consulting, which is a full-service economic consulting firm with offices around the world. By way of background, I am a PhD economist with a PhD in Princeton, where I actually focused on labor. And I had the good fortune of graduating during the Great Financial Crisis. So since then, I've had roles in government, basically in Great Financial Crisis cleanup. And I learned consumer finance and banking on the job. And that has led me to develop a practice that focuses on consumer financial services, both in terms of consumer protection and antitrust. In terms of the discrimination work that I do, it mainly has to do with fair lending, which is exactly what it sounds like, essentially applying the economics of discrimination in a consumer lending context.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much, Ling Ling. Definitely looking forward to learning from you about new forms of discrimination in consumer market, which I feel you have a lot of experience in. Thank you very much for the great introduction. Without further ado, let's get started and explore different forms of discrimination. I'm going to start with you, Chris. When I talk with family and friends about when they ask me what do you work on, and I say we work on measuring and identifying discrimination in workplace, the immediate reaction I get is, this is 2025, 2026. Is discrimination still a thing? Do people really discriminate based on gender and race anymore? Short answer is yes, but long answer is a lot of discrimination that we see are unintended consequences of systems that are not designed thoughtfully. Seemingly neutral systems can lead to discriminatory practice based on gender or race or other protected classes. I know you have a lot of experience doing research in this area and teaching, and I know you are involved in developing some really interesting tools. So we'd love you to help us open by grounding the conversation in the mechanisms, how inequality can persist even in systems that appear neutral. Where do you most often see inequality enter an organization system? Is it through hiring, evaluation, opportunity allocation, promotion ladders, or anything else? How can mechanisms that look neutral on paper still produce persistent gaps in outcomes? So help us learn more.
Great. Thank you for the introduction, Mona. And in answer to your question, I prepared some materials to try and address your points about unintended consequences and the implications for how we understand discrimination and the current conversation around disparate impact. So if I may, I will go ahead and share some slides, if that's...
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, I think we're good. All right. So, hi everyone. I want to talk to you today about what I call the equity analytics framework. This is something that I've developed with some of my collaborators based on research I've done. And I think it's really helpful for addressing Mona's questions about unintended consequences. How is it that discrimination still exists, that we continue to generate disparities in ways oftentimes that we're unaware of and that are inconsistent with our values and best intentions. Now, unlike many of you who encounter these questions in the legal setting, I often work with organizations that have leaders that want to be proactive. That is, they want to understand the inequities within their organizations. They want to be more equitable leaders, and not just to preempt litigation, because this is consistent with their values. And even in those organizations, we still find many, many opportunities to be more equitable. All right. So to start, let me introduce my approach to this. All right, so this is my equity analytics framework. I am a business school professor, so of course I have a 2x2 to organize my thoughts. But really, what as an organizational scholar this does is organize what we know organizations do: allocations and valuations. That is, organizations have opportunities, jobs, projects, assignments, offices, mentors, all right? And those opportunities are allocated across the people within an organization. And so allocations are really focused on how we match people to opportunities, all right? Who gets which opportunities within the organization. And this is in contrast to valuations. We evaluate, say, job candidates or employees in performance evaluations in terms of their contributions to the organization or their potential to contribute in the future. And these evaluations and rewards, are yet another source of potential disparity generating processes within organizations. And those allocations and valuations, those two core organizational mechanisms, can generate disparities in one of two ways. One is differential treatment. That is what we typically think of as classic discrimination or bias. Unequal treatment yields unequal outcomes. And this is in contrast to disparate impact, which some of you will be familiar with in the employment context. I'm going to use it a little more broadly here in my talk. But that's generally refers to we treat people the same, and nevertheless unequal outcomes result. And so the framework here is really a way of taking organizational data, understanding where we do and do not see disparities across the organization in terms of representation, for example, of different employee groups, in terms of compensation across units or across individuals. And so this means that we can have both differential and disparate allocations and both differential and disparate valuations. And I find that breaking down organizational processes into these simple 4 cells is very helpful for understanding how it is, one, that we can generate disparities despite the intentions to be equitable, and two, identifying areas where we might not necessarily agree philosophically about whether or not some disparity in one of these cells is a problem. But across these 4 cells within the full matrix, even among people who generally disagree about the root causes of disparities in society, can often find some basis for agreement and therefore gain some momentum towards progressing towards equity. So As an example of differential treatment and disparate impact, some of you will be familiar with resume audit studies, where we take identical resumes, candidates with identical qualifications, but the social identity implied by the name matters, and it matters for callback rates. All right, and so this is a form of differential treatment where, by design, we know that these candidates are observationally equivalent, yet some groups are called back at higher rates than others. And this is often the gold standard, right? A randomized controlled trial or an A/B test for detecting discrimination or differential treatment, as I call it. And in my experience, differential treatment certainly still exists. It still happens. There's no denying that. But it's far less common than the sort of disparate impact that we observe on the right-hand side, which Mona alluded to earlier, especially in the context of algorithms. So some of you might be familiar with the COMPAS algorithm, which is used to generate recidivism risk scores for defendants facing charges in the criminal justice system. And this is a algorithm that was designed to be identity blind. No racialized identity or ethnicity or even gender variables are included in the over 100 factors in the algorithm. And although it produces accurate rates for example, both black and white defendants, it nevertheless generates different errors, different false positives and different false negatives, despite being identity blind in its application. And this is what we call disparate impact. We treat different groups the same, and different outcomes result. And in this case, it's because the included variables are correlated with the excluded identity variables within the algorithm. And this is what we use equity analytics to detect. We observe a disparity. It possibly results from differential treatment or disparate impact in allocations and valuations. And when we can't do a randomized controlled trial or A/B test, we try to set up an analytical framework that best approximates that. And so to answer the question about how inequity can result despite best intentions and why we might find ourselves, for example, in litigation, well, we could take different distributions, let's call it a variable X, across different groups. Because they have a different distribution of X, an equal application of X to these groups will generate different outcomes for different groups. So imagine we apply a threshold of X equals 1. Well, this is going to have different implications for the gold group, the blue group, the red, and the green group. Yeah? And when we change that threshold from, say, X equals 1 to X2, well, we change the composition of the group that is above the threshold. And so by excluding groups with overlapping but fundamentally different distributions, we treat everyone the same, and yet differences result. And within organizations, this has a cumulative effect. We might, for example, filter job applicants on the basis of experience, apply that to the entire pool. And because experience is distributed differently across groups, our pool of candidates on the short list is very different in composition from the applicants themselves, despite no intention to achieve that. And so what I do in organizations is try to understand those processes that are used, the criteria that are applied, and often in the spirit of treating everyone equal because we believe that's fair, yet nevertheless, we end up with disparities that feel unfair in outcome, if not unfair in process. So that's one challenge. Another is that what we call Simpson's paradox. And this is, for example, in the context of pay disparities. I've worked with one organization where we might see that on average, there's no significant gender pay gap within the organization. In a binary gender setup, we see that men and women have equal pay. Yet, if we drill down into, say, divisions or business units, well, now we see that the aggregate analysis is fundamentally flawed because there are gender pay gaps across all units, across all divisions. And because those differences differ across divisions, they cancel out. So the net effect is, in aggregate, there's no gender pay gap. But in the decomposed data, we do see large gaps in each unit that do require redress, either through organizational policies or litigation. And so this example for expert witnesses highlights why the unit of analysis, not the organization, not the individual or the group, but rather the data generating process, as we call it in econometrics, is crucial. If we really want to understand why disparities emerge, we can't just look at the aggregate numbers. We have to start there and then drill down into the organizational processes that produce those numbers to understand how differential treatment and disparate impact can result in organizations. And this has important implications for the kind of interventions if we want to be proactive as organizational leaders or if we want to implement solutions. When our problem is related to differential treatment in either allocations or valuations, well, we need behavioral interventions because fundamentally, people are being treated differently and different outcomes are resulting. When we have disparate impact, the best implicit bias training in the world is not going to address the issue. That is because, by definition, we have equal behaviors producing unequal outcomes. And so what we need is to redesign systems, criteria, policies, practices, all right, to ensure that even when we treat people the same, we aren't producing unfair, unequal outcomes. And so the equity analytics framework is good for not just diagnosing root causes, but also designing interventions. And so with that, I'm going to close my comments. I look forward to hearing from the other panelists and continuing discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. This was very interesting. We have few questions. You mentioned about controlled trials and randomized experiments. Do you have any examples from cases you have worked on different types of randomized experiments you have run to identify disparate impact or treatment?
So I will say that I have gone down the road of running randomized controlled trials with several organizations. In every case, I've hit a roadblock at the general counsel's office.
Yeah.
And so I look forward to doing that one day. I do think that's the gold standard, and I know that many CHROs and chief diversity officers are really interested in doing that.
Yeah.
I hope in the future we can.
Yeah, I know statistically it's gold standard and it would be great to have randomized controlled trials. I've worked in pricing setting. It's much easier to do that in pricing, but when it comes to human resources, it's much harder to randomize people. But statistically, that's ideal. And you also mentioned about running policy counterfactuals. That's another thing that is interesting to hear from you. How do you run counterfactuals in this context? What are different forms of counterfactual or what if word that you can construct?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. Given that the difficulty of running A/B tests or randomized controlled trials with people, and I certainly appreciate the challenges, I often simulate data sets where we take actual data within an organization and we apply sort of thought experiments and use statistical simulation. If we make certain assumptions and implement a intervention as designed, what sort of outcomes might we expect within the organization? And I find that that's very useful for several reasons. One, it doesn't require legal approval to run this experiment. Two, it's quick. All right, a simulation can be designed in a matter of days. It doesn't take months to implement and get the result. Now, the downside is that it is simulated. It requires some assumptions, and so it requires a lot of collaboration with organizations to define just what are reasonable assumptions for this organization, for this intervention. But it's a very powerful methodological tool for organizations that want to address disparities.
Thank you. We have a few other questions in the chat, and I want to encourage everyone to please use the Connect app to post your questions. One question is, what are the leading indicators you track as early warnings of disparity? And if you could advise organizations to measure one leading indicator, what would it be?
Fantastic. I think, I would call it velocity. All right. And velocity refers to the rate at which groups who enter the organization, often in entry-level roles, but it could be really any role, advance to the next level, conditional on a variety of factors, their experience, their opportunities, their performance evaluations. But generally, what we often do is we look at, for example, leadership representation, and we try to work backwards to figure out why we see an imbalance of different groups across leadership. And the answer often is, well, at the very beginning of one's career, there are differences that emerge in terms of the velocity at which they advance through the hierarchy. And if we were to track that earlier, we could intervene earlier. And those interventions are often easier and can be of smaller magnitude to be effective. If we wait till someone has advanced 5, 10 years through their career in the organization, it's oftentimes too late to change the balance and achieve the kind of leadership representation figures we want to achieve. And so consequently, organizations typically go look for lateral hires to meet those goals, as opposed to advancing from within.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Chris. This was great. I personally learned a lot from what you presented. Thank you. So we're gonna switch gears and move to workplace litigation analytics. And I'm gonna move to Elaine. Now that we covered how disparities can emerge and compound through organizational mechanisms and pipelines with Chris, it would be great if you could bring us to how do we measure this in real cases. If you can walk us through the economy's typical toolkit for workplace discrimination matters, and then share your experience and knowledge on how do you think the standard analysis differ at class search versus merit, what modeling choices matter most in pay equity and promotion, how do we handle data limitations, missing variables, imperfect job structures, measurement error, and how the typical analysis differs, whether you are providing analysis for the defense side versus plaintiff side. Please share with us your experience and knowledge in this area.
Okay, I would be happy to. And I also prepared slides. So let me. All right. You can see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Okay, so once everybody shows up in the courts and everything becomes a lot more contentious, there's any number of employment decisions that we can see challenged. It could be annual salary, total compensation, starting pay, as Chris mentioned, the allocation, the initial placement, overrepresentation in lower job or pay grades. Could be an issue regarding promotion, termination, layoffs, and then, of course, the potential biases in AI, any kind of algorithmic or automated decision-making. And the protected categories that we're interested in can include a lot of different areas depending on where this case is taking place. So, for example, in California, you'll see it can be race, color, ancestry, national origin, gender, disability, age, and so on. And typically what we see is discrimination that alleges a pattern or practice by employers. So as Chris mentioned, it doesn't need to be intentional. It doesn't have to be a treatment issue. It can be disparate impact. And so then we're led straight into everybody is analyzing the data. We're trying to understand what happened. Is it consistent across the company, in any of these practices? But of course, the issue is discrimination isn't a variable we're going to include in these models, right? We're talking about an inference we make after we do the modeling. We're looking at the residual differences that can't be explained by the standard categories we would analyze in these matters. And in that case, it's all about the benchmarks. I mean, it's easy to, I love the statistics. I love digging in and doing it. But really, the first big step is, what is the question that's being asked and how are you going to measure it? So, great. The argument is that the employment experiences of any protected group, I'll use gender for the example, what would you expect in the absence of discrimination? Again, it's that counterfactual. How do we construct the counterfactual? Because that's the idea. You want to compare what's actually happening in the company to this expected outcome or the benchmark. And so that is all the activity in this back and forth process in litigation, is defining that benchmark. What would you expect to happen? So, for example, if you see women are 35% of job A, does it make sense to think they should be 35% of the promotions to the next level job? And suppose what you observe actually is 25%. Was there discrimination or not? And that's what we want to know. Are there other factors that would explain the promotion shortfall? Is 35% the right benchmark? Or are there other factors that the relevant benchmark might be 28%? So then the statistical analysis is, does the observed 25% of promotions differ statistically from 28%? But again, it's about defining that benchmark, because we're really talking about something that's unobserved. We're thinking about, what can we explain? What does it make sense to explain? What doesn't it make sense to explain? Are you over-explaining or incorporating factors that are irrelevant or themselves biased in the analysis? So it's a long discussion with companies, with counsel, with plaintiffs about, what are the relevant controls? How do you measure this? Typically, in my experience, plaintiffs tend to argue for a narrower set of relevant factors, arguing that, for example, in a pay model, performance is biased, you shouldn't include performance measures, or promotions are biased, and therefore you shouldn't include job level because it's a tainted variable. Defendants tend to have a broader array of controls, and are also more likely to disaggregate the analysis to really get a sense of, is there a pattern here? Is it consistent across the board? So for example, we see claims such as a construction company discriminating against women in hiring. You might see women are 50% of the applicants, but only 30% of the hires. And so the question is that an issue or isn't it? I mean, this is sort of a canonical example. It's sort of easy to picture what's going on. But the employer claims that the job requires lifting 100 pounds. And so they're not finding women who are qualified to do that. And so that becomes the issue. What factors are relevant for defining the benchmark for the job? Does the job really require 100 pounds? Is this a necessity? Or is it a pretext that it's in the job description, but it's not really part of the job, and it's having a disparate impact on women in hiring? Another difficult example to think about is a tech company that disproportionately lays off older workers. And it's part of a cost-cutting effort. But the question is, how are those layoffs distributed? So were older workers targeted for cost cutting because of their higher salaries? Or were they targeted because they are in areas of the company that they want to move away from altogether? They're sort of changing their focus. Or is the layoff targeting people who have fewer modern technical skills? And you can kind of see the ambiguity in that. It could be discrimination. It could be a pretext for discrimination. It could be a genuine business decision to move the company in a different direction, and they're not taking everybody with them. So there's a lot of interesting questions. And again, you see it in pay. A company operating small retail stores pays African-American store managers less. Is there discrimination, or is pay actually a function of their experience as a manager, performance, or store size and the like? And so that's when we start to dig in and really start to explore what is going on. Particularly in the big class actions, you'll start with pay, but generally it will bring in these other issues. What does initial placement look like? What does starting pay look like? What does that promotion process look like? And it's various policies that could have a disparate impact, but they're also thinking about the variables that you would include in a pay analysis. You want to know, is there a disparate impact in promotion rates? How would that affect what you control for in a pay model? So we end up doing a deep dive into a lot of different kinds of company practices. And that's what we want to know, right? I don't want to just have the data and run the numbers and send them back and not really understand what is going on. What is this company doing? What does it think it's doing? Because that's not always the same thing. And And so that's where you really want to know the context. What is the organizational structure? Do the lines of business matter? Who's reporting? Do you have a rogue manager? I've seen cases, particularly in wage and hour, but you might have a rogue manager. Nobody's dealt with the issues that are going on in that particular department. And then the next thing you know, you have a big class action that's dragged everybody in. And so we want to know who's making these decisions. What are the relevant policies that they're thinking about? And then, of course, we've got testimony and depositions and declarations and the like. Then we work really deeply with the human resources databases and payroll. I often say it seems like 80% of what I do is try to turn these company databases into a data set that can be analyzed. Generally, they're accurate and complete, but they'll almost always have things that are incorrect, particularly if you're dealing with something that's not money. Making sure people's job titles were re-entered into the system when they got promoted and the like. So you always have to be really careful and check the data to make sure that it's consistent. Going back to the company, is this right? Is this a data error? And then you're dealing with different systems. So you'll have base pay in one system, but if you want to know about equity and stock awards, now you've got a different system, a different group of IT people dreading your phone call. A really interesting area, but more difficult to deal with, is this initial placement and initial pay, because we're dealing with job applications, job requisitions, resumes. So we're doing a lot of text analysis. So there's a lot of detail in there, but the trick is to turn it into a variable that could be suited for statistical analysis. Part of your initial placement is going to be based on your prior experience. And how is that evaluated? But how would you even pick it up? And so we've done a lot of machine learning techniques, trying to take that text and think about how these things cluster. And can we turn that into a useful variable? The job requisitions in particular are really interesting for that. For example, in one of the cases we worked on, the Jewett versus Oracle, we had, 1,000 software developer force, with an enormous pay range. I mean, it was just, you'd have some people earning double what other people, in that case, are they all doing the same work? The job requisitions those job descriptions were really helpful, because it turns out in software development, if you are doing, testing, quality assurance, stress testing systems, it doesn't pay as well as the software developer jobs that are doing, AI or machine learning or some of these other techniques. And so we were able to use those requisitions to explore the extent to which there were clusters of kinds of work in that job title. And then if we're looking at hiring or recruiting or workforce representation, we use some of the external data sets, the census, American Community Survey, any kind of state and local data. So we're sort of omnivorous in our data consumption. The standard method is regression. Almost unavoidable, it seems. I'm not going to go through the math of it, but a lot of times what we're doing is we're taking salary, for example. That's an obvious place to start before we start digging into these other policies and practices, and looking at pay, and then try to think about what explains pay. What do we see here? Because again, what we're thinking about is, are there things that are correlated with race or gender that we can't explain? So we start with the log of salary based on the human capital model in economics. And what we're doing is we're including a variable, female or not, and then interpreting that coefficient. So the coefficient itself it can be more approximately the percent difference between male and female salaries. And there's a lot of discussion of, how big is that coefficient? Is it statistically significant? And then what does it mean, right? But what it means depends on what else is in the model. So you typically would include years at the company. You could include job family or what department they're in. Sometimes it's job title. It really kind of depends on the question. So, for example, in an EPA setting, the issue for an Equal Pay Act setting, the issue isn't really so much how somebody got to where they are. You don't really worry so much about that. In a Title VII claim, then you have to worry about how people got to where they are. So if there's a shortfall in promotions for women, does it make sense to control for job level? Well, it kind of depends. Do you have a Title VII case? Do you have an EPA claim? If there is a shortfall, is it so large that really there's no value to including job level altogether? We've also done simulations to say, okay, there is a shortfall, and if we were to simulate that promotion process to make it parity, what effect would it have on pay? So it's rather than throw the baby out with the bathwater, for example. So we do a lot of stress testing, as Mona described it, trying to understand what are these inputs into pay? How are they working? Does this make sense? Does it not make sense? And part of that stress testing is looking at the data very closely. Particularly in small samples, you'll see an exception. Sometimes you see if somebody's been demoted, but their pay wasn't adjusted, you see somebody who's paid a lot differently than everybody else. It's not a pattern. It's not something that's going on systematically, but you want to know what's going on in there. And then again, we also, like I said, we'll find data errors. It's a question of, okay, do we have the right variables? Is this the correct setup? And as I mentioned, we're not just talking about, base pay. We're also talking about bonuses and equity and starting pay, raises and promotions. So there's a lot of things that sort of come together to think about pay. And then, of course, there's this level of aggregation. I think Chris alluded to this in the Simpsons paradox. When I'm doing pay equity consulting, for example, I will take a model and think about looking at it separately by job family, by year, by location, because companies want to know where are those hot spots. Just because everything looks good overall, it might not be the case in other parts of the company, and they really want to know. And then in litigation, it comes up because of the difference between the class cert stage, where the question is, okay, you've estimated an effect. Is it true across the company? What are you looking at here? So to go back to that Simpsons paradox, what we're trying to understand is what's the relevant level of aggregation here for the question at hand? And it can be a little different in the class cert phase, where we're trying to understand, is this a pattern? Does it make sense for the entire company? So you could estimate a model and combine jobs and find that there's a 5% pay difference for women. And if you find that that 5% difference pretty much carries through the company, or everywhere you look, it's negative, there's patterns to it, right? So you disaggregate it, because if you're looking at a situation like we have here in blue, where one job women earn 15% less and the other job they earn 10% more, that's a very different conclusion about what that overall 5% means. Of course, depending on how far down you aggregate, the smaller samples have less statistical power to detect differences, even if they exist, right? But that can't be the reason to aggregate or disaggregate, right? At the end of the day, the question is, what is being disputed and what are the standards for evidence here? So, for example, as I mentioned in the EPA case, if the comparison is people who are doing similar work, right, then perhaps you want to disaggregate by that and look just at that group, what's happening. There are small sample statistics, there's ways to think about this, but it's not something that drives the decision whether to aggregate or disaggregate. It really is the economic question at hand. And then once we move beyond regression, we've got logit and probit models, which are like regression models, but address binary outcomes. So, were you hired? Were you promoted? And so laid off. We can also do one sample binomial tests, CMH tests. These often are useful when you're thinking about, are they hiring or promoting or firing members of the protected class in numbers that are statistically different than expected. Again, we're back to that expectation. How do you define the benchmark, right? So in these models, typically the benchmark is multiplying the percentage of protected persons in the group by the total number affected by the practice in question. Again, if African Americans are 30% of employees, we expect that 30% of promotions would go to African Americans. And that's where we use the control variables, the same kinds of things we would use in a logit or a probit, but they tend to be aggregated quite high. With these kinds of models, we can look a little closer and look at different parts of the company, but try to use those control variables to construct groups of similar employees so that equal proportions benchmark makes sense. And again, sometimes we run into groups that are just too small to analyze statistically in this manner. And we can use Fisher's exact tests. Sometimes we use rank sum tests. There are different ways to think about it in terms of trying to understand what's going on in a company. So just to conclude, the statistical methods are a big part of any kind of employment discrimination litigation. There's a lot of battle of the experts, particularly because in litigation, you're talking about what caused this, what made this happen. This is where, it'd be great to have randomized experiments, because really what we're looking at is correlation. We've got the data on hand. We're studying the correlation behind all of these different factors, but it's very difficult to build an argument and say, yes, this caused that. And finally, I would not underestimate the value of being able to write well and explain what you're doing in very clear terms. You can have an exotic, beautiful model that's, from an economics perspective, fascinating. But if you can't explain what you're doing and why you're doing and why it makes sense, absolutely nobody is going to listen to you. So, all right.
This was wonderful. Thank you very much, Elaine. I have a number of questions, and there are a lot of really interesting questions posted in chat. But we are a little short on time. Just to make sure that we have enough time for Ling Ling, we're gonna move to Ling Ling. But if we have time at the end, I'll ask you the
Sounds
questions.
good.
Was amazing content. Thank you very much. So we are going to completely switch gears to consumer market. We talked about workplace and discrimination in workplace, but Ling Ling, you have a lot of experience outside of workplace. It would be great if you can broaden the lens beyond the workplace into consumer and market settings, where discrimination questions show up in transactional data in consumer lending markets, and increasingly in algorithmic decision systems, which you have a lot of experience with. So please share with us your wisdom and experience.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to pop up some slides as well. So the first thing that I want to say is that we're just moving to the other side of the household balance sheet. In some sense, we're still thinking about consumers and their decisions. And the other thing that I wanted to say is that a lot of the literature on discrimination comes out of labor economics, and we use many of the same tools and techniques, just in a different institutional setting. So when we're thinking about the analogs, we can think of the decision to extend credit as analogous to a hiring or a promotion decision. And we can think of a pricing decision as basically a pay or compensation decision. Before we jump into the specifics, I really want to double down on something that both Elaine and Chris discussed, which is really understanding the institutional setting and the data generating process. I think some of my team is watching, and I think they've all heard me say this before. Basically, you want to understand the data generating process on at least two levels. Level one is, well, what business process leads them to enter the data in this way and in these fields? And then the deeper question is, well, what's the underlying economic process here, and does it make economic sense? So, to give you a line of sight into what consumer lending is, it's a lot of products that you touch. Mortgages, auto loans, credit cards, home improvement loans, etc. And what's important to know about these products is that their profitability and costs depend on how the consumer interacts with the product. Are they repaying their loan? If so, are they doing it as scheduled, or is there a different pattern? And so consumer lending markets are really a textbook example of a selection market. Because of this, it's really important for firms to have good screening technology. And so if you think about it, if one firm is able to develop a better screening technology, they can totally cream skim. If another firm is left behind, then they're kind of stuck with an adverse selection issue, and that could be incredibly detrimental to profitability. So, in terms of how these screening methods are built, they tend to be very algorithm driven, and this is not a new phenomenon. While we're seeing automated decision making tools kind of make their way into different domains like labor decisions, in consumer lending, this has actually been the norm since probably the 90s, if not earlier. And so when we think about roles for economists in this line of work, I kind of think about it in two buckets. Bucket one is people who do things similar to what I do, which is kind of backwards looking in terms of litigation, supervision, or enforcement actions. So those economists can be sitting at consulting firms, in the government, or in-house at lenders, basically, essentially doing the types of analysis that we do to understand their litigation risk. The other group of jobs for economists is basically model building and model validation. So that's building these predictive models with an understanding of the constraints imposed by fair lending law. So, in terms of the governing concepts related to fair lending in the US, at the federal level, the main regulation is the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. And this looks very similar to the labor laws that Elaine presented, obviously, very different application. In addition, we're also thinking about disparate treatment and disparate impact. And there's a policy reason why there's a question mark next to the disparate impact bubble, but we will talk about that later. Another type of analysis that we do that I want to call your attention to is called a redlining analysis. And that basically relates to the geographic pattern of lending. And I think that the law basically contemplates whether or not a lender is marketing and marketing effectively to all areas. The history behind this is it's called redlining because lenders, or some lenders rather, at some point used red ink to literally mark up maps and say, I don't lend to this area. So when we talk about fair lending, we differentiate between mortgage and non-mortgage fair lending in the US for a couple of reasons. Reason one is that there's standardized government data collection related to mortgages. And so this covers the vast majority of mortgages and the vast majority of mortgage lenders. You've probably seen this data before in academic papers or from reports issued by government agencies. And we also see it frequently used in complaints that are written by plaintiffs' lawyers and likely plaintiffs' experts. And this is actually publicly available for download. The CFPB has been posting it regularly. The other related reason that we differentiate between mortgage and non-mortgage fair lending is also a data issue. So while we have mandatory race and gender data collection for mortgages, there actually is no race or gender data collection for non-mortgage products that's actually illegal under ECOA. So, it's kind of challenging to do an analysis without having a direct measure of race or gender. So what do? Well, to deal with this issue, there's been the development of proxies, and a lot of these proxies have been developed by economists at government agencies. While I've seen the proxies used vary case to case and agency to agency, for the most part, these are generally based on census data, both in terms of the demographics of a geographic area of an applicant, as well as potentially based on their name or their surname. One example of this type of proxy is the CFPB's BISG, or Bayesian Surname Improved Geocoding, which is based on census data again, and you can actually look at their code on GitHub. So while a proxy is a creative workaround, we have to think about this on a case-by-case basis. So just for a thought experiment, think about a case where we're using proportion in protected class B as a measure of essentially the race of an applicant. So let's say we have a neighborhood that has historically been predominantly protected class B, and the historic residents are generally renters. Now, let's say we have a bunch of gentrifiers move in from majority group A, and those folks are moving into condo conversions, so they're homeowners. Well, if the product at issue is a home improvement loan, then if we're using a measure of proportion of group B in the area, that's not necessarily going to accurately reflect the proportion of applicants for this particular product. So sometimes you just need to think a little bit deeper about the use of proxies. Another concept in fair lending, which has received more attention, likely under the Biden administration, is the idea that you can have a business justification for using a particular variable, which can override disparate impact concerns. Basically, the idea is that you have to justify this formally, and you're trading off its predictive power with potential disparate impact. One good example of this is credit scores. There are disparities in credit scores, or racial disparities in credit scores, but if credit scores are predictive of loan performance, then it can be permissible to use credit scores in a model. Part of this, though, is that if there is, in fact, a less discriminatory alternative, then a particular model can still be a violation of the law. And so practically what this means is that in model development, before something goes into the field, alternatives are typically contemplated. In addition, in litigation, we'll see plaintiffs' experts essentially try to prove up alternative models. So because we're dealing with lending, we generally are dealing with measures of pricing in basis points. And when we're thinking about basis points, obviously, to get to a damages figure, we need to get to a dollar amount. When we're doing this conversion, step one is obviously finding the disparity to begin with. So that's the modeling process, which really involves understanding the product. So one issue I've seen is models being adapted from one product, usually mortgage, and used in a context in which the model honestly doesn't make sense because they're not fully contemplating essentially how the product works or how the collateral works. So anyway, getting back to converting from interest rates to dollars, there's two considerations. First of all, there's the idea that you need to go from rates to payments, but that doesn't mean you're home free. You can't just multiply by the term because that would likely overstate damages. A reason why is because consumers can either default or prepay a loan. So in terms of prepayment, just think about a mortgage. People move before the end of the 30-year term of their mortgage. So they sell their house, the loan gets paid off, and essentially they're off the books. And so basically, you need to model these events as well when you're thinking about damages. So I realize we're already over time, so I'll just whip through the next couple of things. First couple of ideas are that disparate impact theory is actually under fire, both through executive orders and in ECOA rulemaking. And I just want to leave you with the idea of debanking. That's essentially not related to protected classes, but it's a theory that people are being excluded from financial services due to their political or religious beliefs, or due to particular legal activities. And I know there was a case filed by a very prominent person last week about this. It'll be interesting to see how these cases are brought, particularly since disparate impact is essentially being not used at the federal level. So a lot going on in fair lending. I think that we need to think about the evolution of technology as well as the evolution of law. And of course, we look to the literature to find out, maybe there's some good ideas on how to deal with this stuff in the future. So apologies for running over, and I want to kick it back to Mona.
No, we are right on time. Thank you so much, Ling Ling. This was very interesting content, and to me, at least, was very new. So thank you very much for sharing your expertise. We have lots of great questions in the Q&A chat, but unfortunately, we are on time, and next session is gonna start shortly. So apologies to the audience for not being able to answer your questions. I would like to conclude by thanking all the great panelists for your time and for sharing your expertise. It was really great content, and I personally learned a lot from all of you. Please feel free to reach out to any of us, to any of the panelists if you have any questions. And with that, I'll give it back to Tom.
Well, thank you, Mona. Thank you to the full panel here. Great session. We're going to transition right now to our final session before our lunch. So we're going to let those speakers jump on in here.
Hey, Tom, how are you?
Hello, Mark. Welcome.
Morning, Tom.
Hello, Patrick. Kevin.
Hi, Tom.
Great to see you all. Okay, well, we are excited. This is the session presented by the National Association for Forensic Economics, which Mark is the executive director of, and Kevin and Patrick are very involved in. We've got a lot of NAFE members in the audience as well. So we're thrilled to partner with you guys on this session, Advanced Economic Methods in Forensic Economics. And I'll kick it over to you, Mark. Take it away.
Thank you, Tom. Let me share my screen. So welcome everybody to Advanced Economic Methods in Forensic Economics. Just going to give you a brief introduction. Basically, what is forensic economics? And NAFE defined forensic economics some 40 years ago as the scientific discipline that applies economic theories and methods to matters within a legal framework. Forensic economics covers, but is not limited to, the calculation of pecuniary damages in personal and commercial litigation, the analysis of liability, such as statistical analysis of discrimination, the analysis of market power in antitrust disputes and fraud detection, and basically other matters subject to legal review, such as public policy analysis and business, property, and asset valuation. So let me just tell you a little bit more about the National Association of Forensic Economics. We have approximately 500 professionals in our organization. Our members believe that our association is a community where information can be exchanged and ideas can be advanced to promote the field of forensic economics. In our association, this discipline of forensic economics is advanced through member participations in international, national, and regional meetings, publication of our peer-reviewed Journal of Forensic Economics, and a shared commitment to ethical principles and principles of professional practice. So let me tell you a little bit about today's session. We're going to have two presentations. First presentation, Methods for Estimating Commercial Damages by Patrick Anderson from the Anderson Economic Group. Second presentation is Using Differences, Regressions to Quantify Damages. And that's of Kevin Cahill, and he's with FTI Consulting. Patrick and Kevin, two prominent members of NAIF, and do a great job presenting their information. So a little bit about Patrick. You could see his bio here. You could also find that on his website. I won't go through much of it, but like I said, Patrick's a well-known economist with the Anderson Economic Group, does tremendous work. Similarly, Kevin, you can find his bio on his website. Kevin also does great work and a prominent member of NAIF as well. So about today's format, I'm going to take up only a few minutes of your time. Patrick and Kevin will each get 20 minutes, and we're going to reserve questions to the very end. Lastly, I just want to let you know that NAIF is celebrating this year our 40th anniversary of promoting the advancement of forensic economics. So without any further ado, I'll turn it over to Patrick, who will initiate his presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mark, and it's great to be here. I was just mentioning that to Mona and Tom Beers, we started talking about this a year ago when NABE first asked me to help join this, and one of the immediate things I want to do was involve our tremendous community of National Association of Forensic Economists, two of whom are here. A lot of people like myself are members of both NABE and NAIF, and we're really happy to get this underway and appreciate that both Mark and Kevin are here. All right, I'm going to go with share my screen and do the presentation now on alternatives to standard commercial damages methods, namely the income method. So about Anderson Economic Group, we're a boutique firm that does consulting in forensic economics, public policy, and in estimating commercial damages. We do that all across the country, and you're going to see some evidence of that here in this presentation. So an outline here, we're going to talk first about the problems with the standard income method. This is the discounted cash flow model that all of you have seen, all the MBAs have seen, accountants have seen. We're going to identify at least two classes of alternatives to that, and then give some of the case law and examples from the literature before ending up with some conclusions. And then I've got an appendix with notes from the literature here also, and then we'll stop. So, all right, let's get started with the introduction here. Most businesses rely upon real options and non-tradable risks, most of them. And I'm talking about things like contract rights, obligations that they have under contract, franchise agreements, distribution agreements, real options and non-tradable risks, intellectual property, technology innovations, growth options, rights to expansion, restrictive covenants saying that you can't do certain things, reliance on the personal services and reputation of founders, and other important assets. These are valuable and often extremely valuable to businesses. And very few of these are tradable assets with observable prices. So to just throw some jargon out there that you might recall from your graduate program or your financing, there is no replicating portfolio for the reputation of the founder of a company. There's no market price where you can go buy and sell many of the important franchises. You can't go out and insure a patent. Many of the commonly invoked theorems fall short. Read through the Modigliani-Miller theorem and try to find some specific intellectual property or bankruptcy risk. CAPM, complete market pricing rules don't work when there's no complete market. And for all those reasons, the expected future earnings of a business that relies on these typically cannot be properly modeled using the standard discounted cash flow model. And this is known in the economics literature as the failure of the neoclassical investment rule. One of the things that's remarkable to me is we've known this for decades. And I just came up here with let's start on the right. Robert Pindyck writing in 1991. Let me remind you, this is 30 years ago, noting that the standard models ignore that expenditures are largely irreversible, ignoring the fact that a lot of times investments can be delayed, and citing all the way back to 1970s and 1980s, that to the extent there were empirical studies about values of businesses, they often identified a substantial portion of that value had to do with these things for which there was no tradable asset, or there was no discounted cash flow model that backed it up. I picked out one of the many books from Aswath Damodaran, is a book called The Dark Side Evaluation, where he says straight out, you can't use a simple discounted cash flow model to look at a real option. There are many others out there. In the interest of time, I'm just noting here, this has been known for decades. What can we do about it? Here are 4 options. Number 1, ignore it. I'm going to say my observation is the most common approach that most analysts take when they're looking at a business. This is for estimating losses for commercial damages. This is for estimating value of businesses, is to simply ignore it. Just batter your worksheet until it conforms with what you want. Number 2, make a heroic assumption. Maybe that data you downloaded from the internet will work. Also a common approach. Third, do everything as a multiple of earnings. Let me just note that if you take a positive number, invent earnings if possible. Maybe you've got a real option on a mineral lease, has no earnings, but assume there is earnings, multiply that by a positive number. You will certainly come up with another positive number. And number 4 is consider other methods. And that's what I'm going to suggest we do today, is consider some other methods. So here are alternatives to DCF they're going to identify. All the objectives I have here are, first, make use of historic data. There's nothing here that we want to ignore the information that's available. We want to use the real option methods that are out there that were designed for this purpose, and particularly for those of us, which would mean most of us, that are involved with expert testimony or presenting something that's going to be questioned. We want to be sure we can ground the method in published research with facts we can document and with testable methods. So these are some of our objectives for alternative approaches. First class is what I'll call a sequential decision problem. Now, those of you who are looking at a lot of the investment literature, you know that commonly looks at a passive investor and say, well, if a passive investor has a diversified portfolio, what would this be worth to him or her? The sequential decision problem approach inverts that. Consider the business manager as an active investor that every single time period looks at the state of the world, makes a decision, and knows that the decisions that they make today affect what happens in the future. This is the logic that actual entrepreneurs have, and it's one that's embedded in this model. So it's different. This approach is different than the standard discounted cash flow, net present value that you're just receiving passively a series of cash flows. I'll note that this approach is called in the literature different names: value functional, recursive, stochastic control, dynamic programming. I will say I myself have used all these phrases, so you often have to look a little bit more to find out about how to approach this. And visual here is if you think of time moving from the left to the right here, and you say, well, at this time, what's the value I have? Well, I've got this state of the world, and I take this action. Well, that leads to 2 possible activities, positions that I might be in, and then that leads to other ones. The question here is, what is the value in the future? The value you have now, way over on the left, and note that it depends on these things that are to the right. So the method we want to use here, the sequential decision problem, or value functional or stochastic control approach here, estimates the value way over on the left, taking into account the fact that you can make decisions later on. I'll note there's some published authorities on this. I'm going to go right to left here. Those of you who have been to graduate school recently, you might have had a version of the Ljungqvist and Sargent book. This doesn't talk about forensic economics and is not going to give you tools that you can use directly, but it does go extensively through the underlying theory, and a wonderful, powerful book by a Nobel Prize winner there. 2019, there's an article in the Journal of Business Economics, the Journal of NABE, that won an award that year, in which I compare this method with multiple other methods, including the standard discounted cash flow model, using exactly the same data and comparing it in real world, seeing which one works. I'll leave it to you to look it up to see which one works. And then there's the book that I wrote that's published by Stanford Press in 2012. Economics of Business Valuation describes all these methods, and probably the most focused of those that there in terms of actually using it. Second class of possible alternative methods. And I call these non-naive real option methods. And what I mean by non-naive is there's some kind of known distribution, there's some kind of supportable assumption about discount rate, and there's some kind of pricing rule that reflects reality. I'll note that not everything that's called real option is method is what a class that I would call non-naive. There's a lot of naive methods. These are non-naive methods. First, some certain contingent claims analyses, versions of decision tree analysis, sequential decision problems, certain Monte Carlo analyses, and some variations of financial option methods. Now, again, where we can approximate the distribution, where we can find an acceptable discount rate, and we don't make implausible assumptions about traded risks. A couple examples here. Here's the common analogy that's given for a real option. This is a simple diagram for a pure financial call option. You've seen this in textbooks. And yes, if there's a perfect market, riskless borrowing, no bankruptcy risk, replicating portfolio, this is an easy problem to solve. You just type this into any number of financial option models, and it will solve. The problem with most business cases is you can't draw that line because there's no tradable asset, and you can't identify the price. And on top of that, there's a difficulty in identifying the distribution. And maybe that exercise threshold is subject to some complicated contractual elements. This is a strong analogy, but it's an analogy that you want to keep in mind, and it's not a model that you can typically use with a business asset with a real option. More likely, you're looking at something like this, where you've got some decision tree that goes over time, there's signals that come, and then you have to make a decision. And then later on, there's some prices. So the question is, what's the value at the beginning of this decision tree? And there are some methods that are in this list that are talked about in the literature I'm going to cite that give you a good way to look at this. Here are naive methods I do not recommend. I do not recommend a Black-Scholes model with an implied volatility. Again, this is my advice. If a method doesn't work, sticking in a made-up number doesn't improve it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. A Monte Carlo without strong support for the distribution. I guarantee you can find Monte Carlo models that you can plug in and run on your computer that will generate something. Doesn't mean it's meaningful, but it'll generate something. I don't recommend that. I also don't recommend using the latest machine learning, neural network, LLM, deep learning, exotic option, Instagram innovation. Some of you might be chuckling, going, hey, who would do that on Instagram? I asked one of our interns here this morning. I got 3 models from Instagram already that you can find valuation. Download it. You can get, before you eat your lunch, you could be a valuation expert according to what you can find on Instagram. And of course, black box models. If you don't understand the model, don't use it. All right, there are relatively few case law here, relatively little in terms of case law involving known cases published with real options in the business, where there was a commercial damages case and there's a published result. I'm going to give you 2 plus some literature. First is Alaska Rent-A-Car versus Avis Budget Group. The facts in this matter were that Avis Budget Group breached a contract causing a loss for a business for a franchisee of Avis Alaska Rent-A-Car. The expert had to estimate the loss of business, including the loss of the ability to expand operations, because this franchisee had rights to different areas. And I'm quoting from the Court of Appeals decision. The task was to figure out how much business, how much profit they had lost, and then what did the expert do on this? I happen to know this expert very well, and I can recall quite well what that expert did in this case. This was an Anderson Economic Group estimate. Here's the methods. We did look at historic financial statements. We looked at their actual income method for their current business with the current operation. So the standard discounted cash flow, well-supported method was used. And then we looked at natural experiments involving competition between rental car companies entering and leaving the market, as well as the experience of the business from expanding and contracting in the past. What happened in this case, there was a full-out federal court trial. There was a full-out examination of the expert in front of the jury. The expert in this case, one expert estimated 0. The other expert estimated 15.875 million in damages. Jury awarded 16 million. On appeal, and you can see it now, heard the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed the admission of the expert testimony and also affirmed the damages award under the asserted New York law certainty requirement. Here's one published example of this. Second one, where the whole case was a real option from the point of view of economics. This is Action Nissan versus Hyundai. The facts involved a right of first refusal for a Genesis dealership. A right of first refusal is a classic real option situation. It's not an obligation to open. It's not an existing dealership. It's the right to open one. There was a full-out trial here in Florida, competing experts, plenty of discussion about industry elements, quoting from the Court of Appeals here. What was the value in this case of the right to open that dealership? Well, here's what the expert used, and I know this expert too. There's not a lot of cases involved in this, but of the few, we've often been involved in them. We looked at the industry and the market area, so we'd use the same kind of evaluation that you should do for a standard income method. We made a lot of use of industry expertise about terms in the area, and we used a set of different approaches regarding the value of a new business in that market area. Our estimate, 13.5 to 16 million in damages. Jury awarded 16 million. On appeal, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed the district court's instruction to the jury in the award. So there's two cases there. Not a lot I can identify, but I can identify two. Some other examples in the literature, the business strategy decision I mentioned earlier, discount for lack of marketability literature, some portions of that use novel option methods. In the case law, the new business rules, any cases that recognize there's value to new businesses, even though they don't have an established track record. And in the markets, think of technology stocks with market valuations substantially larger than that supported by current earnings. Think also of the cases of bubbles. Think of the dot-com collapse. Think of pets.com, a can't miss, fabulously supported, popular company that went belly up. Let's go to conclusions here, before I turn it over to my colleagues. Number one, most businesses involve substantial real options or untradeable assets of significant value. So if you are an expert, you're looking at a business that breached a contract or had a contract breached, keep this in mind. Standard income method does not properly model the value of such assets. Yes, you can put a discounted cash flow model together. Maybe you already have. Certainly somebody else can, but you really want to think if that's modeling it properly. And there are some other methods that I recommend people have, particularly if you're constantly dealing with intellectual property, technology, some kind of rights to things that aren't yet producing income. You need to have other methods in your toolbox. Here are four at least classes of them: sequential decision problem, contingent claims methods, non-naive real options, and a careful use of the income and market method applications, as we did in Alaska Rent-A-Car, using some historic experience with growth, expansion, and other real options. And finally, avoid black box models. Don't use naive machine learning and AI models, regardless of how popular they are on LinkedIn or in your bulletin board or what people are talking about. Make sure you have strong support for assumptions. These are common sense arguments that you've heard from other people talking during this conference, and now certainly they apply here. That's our conclusion here. I'll just note, if you look at the slides here, we do give you some list of literature that you can go to if you want to look at. And with that, I am going to end my presentation.
Thanks, Patrick. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Next presentation, Kevin Cahill from FTI Consulting, using difference in differences regression to quantify damages. Kevin?
Excellent. Thanks, Mark. Mark, can you see my slides? Great. So thanks everyone for joining, for taking the time to join our session. I really appreciate it. I want to thank Tom, Patrick, and Mark for inviting me to join this session. My name is Kevin Cahill. I'm a managing director at FTI Consulting. FTI is a global expert firm for organizations facing transformation and crisis, and we offer expert testimony as a part of what we do. I am trained as a PhD economist from Boston College. I have my two fields are labor economics and applied econometrics. And one thing that during one of the sessions yesterday was said, which I really related to, I think it was Jonathan Bork at Analysis Group said, he has been testifying over the years, and over the years his practice has evolved into different types of cases because the use of applied econometrics can be used lots of different ways. And I really related to that, and because this presentation is an example of that. So difference in differences methodology is fairly standard in economics, but I've been using them using the technique for wildfire cases. So what I'd like to do today is go through have two parts to my presentation. So the first part being, what is difference in differences methodology? Why is it used? How has it been used in litigation? And then I want to spend the second half of my time going over how you can use difference in difference analysis in wildfire cases, which is what I've been using. And this dates back to the Oregon Labor Day fires of 2020. That would be my example. But there have been other wildfires, certainly out here in the West, where this could be useful, I think, including the LA fires that took place last January. So very, very unique use of difference in differences methodology, but certainly valuable for litigation cases. So what is difference in differences? It's a statistical technique, regression technique, used to estimate the causal effect of an event on an outcome of interest. That is what difference in differences is. It typically involves two parts. You need a treatment group and a control group, and you need a pre-period and a post-period. So those are the two elements of difference in differences. And why it's called difference in differences is because you take the pre-post difference and compare it to that difference between the treatment group and the control group. So those are your two differences. Pre-post within the treatment group, pre-post within the control group, and then you difference those two. And that's how you get the quantification of what economic loss might be. So I have two charts here to go through, kind of illustration of difference in differences. This one shows the case where the impact using difference in differences might be lower than just the observed impact for the treatment group. But actually, Mark, can you see my cursor moving? This would help quite a bit if you can. Yeah, great. So along the x-axis is time. The y-axis is the outcome of interest. It could be prices. It could be fair market value. You can see that the dotted line is a particular event. And then for the treatment group is impacted by the event. Here at point A, you can see a change in the trajectory for the treatment group. And then what's very important is that you have a control group that is not impacted by the event. So the control group has no break-in trend at the time of the treatment. So what the difference in differences quantification would be in this case is if you didn't have difference in difference, you'd have C minus A. So you'd have if you can see my cursor here, after time among the treatment group, you're at point C. At the time of the event, you're at point A. C minus A, OC, it's actually OC minus OA would be the impact of the event. But if you had a control group that also experienced a rise over time, the actual damage amount or economic loss amount wouldn't be OC minus OA, it would be OC minus OB. Because had the event not happened, the treatment group would have moved along this dotted trend, if you can see my line here, and you'd be at B. So you're really looking at a difference that's smaller than larger. And one example here could be like a hospital merger. You can see that maybe at issue is a hospital merger, prices go up over time, but the damages amount might not be the full increase in price because prices among other hospitals went up over the same time. So this is one example of difference in differences. Another one is something like this, which is like a wildfire. So you have a treatment group. This is a treatment group line at point A. There's some event, a wildfire, and the fair market value of homes tanks because either the property itself is burned down or properties nearby are burned down. And so in this case, the actual difference with the event is OA minus OC. But in reality, the difference is OB minus OC. So much higher than it would be because had the wildfire not taken place or the event not taken place, the prices would have risen to point B. So this is where it's really important to have a control group because you need to know if the event had not taken place, would you be at point A or would you stay at point B? And so in this case, you actually have a difference that's larger. So why use difference in differences? I think one way to say it is the pre-post difference for the treatment group might be attributable to additional factors besides the event. So there are standard regression techniques that can take that into account, but perhaps wouldn't take into account all confounding factors, right? There are things that are unobservable that you might not be able to capture with the standard regression technique. But with difference in differences, if it's done properly, by construction, the only difference between the treatment group and the control group is the event itself. And that's where the power of a difference in differences technology or statistical approach comes in, is that you really can identify the impact of the event itself. So second set of bullets on this slide, the validity of a difference in differences analysis depends on several factors. And the first is a well-defined event or intervention, which may sound straightforward. It is absolutely not. I was on the other side of a case where at issue was the pollution of a river. And what the other expert did was, it was pollution of the river and the impact was fishing in that river. How was fishing impacted in that river? And the expert used the issuance of a fish consumption advisory as the event. So the pre-post was pre-fish consumption advisory, post-fish consumption advisory. And what was the impact on fishing? And found very little impact. But of course, it's not the issuance of the fish consumption advisory that's the event. It's the actual pollution that took place. So pre-post there was the pre-period had pollution in the river and the post-period also had pollution in the river. So the difference that was identified there was much, I argued, much lower than what you would expect if you actually did pre-post with the pre-event being pollution. So you needed a well-defined event. With wildfires, that's the cleanest part of a difference in differences. You have the wildfire and you have a pre-post, very clean. The other is the valid control group. So in that fishing case I mentioned, one of the comparisons group was a nearby lake or a nearby river or both. And They were not analogous. They're very different types of fishing. Apparently, I'm not an expert in fishing, but apparently the fishing in different rivers was very different. So you need a valid control group. And if you don't have a valid control group, that throws into question the reliability of differences. You also obviously need reliable data pre and post, both for the treatment and the control group. And then if you use this method, you'll see something called the parallel trends assumption. And that goes, I'm going to go back to this chart. What that parallel trends assumption is that these two trends move for the control group and the treatment group move in parallel post-treatment. And that is an assumption because we're using the control group to measure the but-for outcome for the treatment group. So if you see parallel trends assumption, you can see my cursor here, it's referring to this post-event trends between the control group and the treatment group. Okay, so how has differences been used in litigation? For I think, applied microeconomists, econometricians, a lot of these you will be familiar with. So certainly used in antitrust. I had used hospital mergers as an example, but grocery store mergers, lots of other instances where you have the merger or an acquisition being the event of interest. You're looking at price changes pre and post the event for, in that case of hospital mergers, the hospital system that has the merger and then hospital systems that do not. So you have a treatment group, control group, you have a pre and a post period. So antitrust, differences is used extensively and very valuable. Also in labor and employment cases. So you can think of if there's a policy change, workers who are subjected by the policy and workers who are not, you can look at compensation pre and post. So there the difference is workers who are compensation before and after the policy, and you have treatment and control workers who are subjected to the policy and workers who are not. Environmental contamination cases, also ones very valuable. So I've worked on a couple of cases where there's a chemical spill in an area. So you have properties that are not affected by the spill, properties that are, and you have before and after the spill. The business damages one, the example I gave, I had this fishing case I mentioned. I had a second fishing case too, where there was a disputed fishing technique that was used by these fishermen or fisher persons. And the question was whether or not that disputed technique actually impacted the catch of the fish. So as I learned in this case, the waters off in the Pacific are actually, they're designated for different types of fishing. So your treatment and control group were those different regions of the ocean where the fishing took place. Your actual treatment was this fishing technique, and you look before and after the technique was allegedly used in that case. And then you can compare fish catches and the quantity of whether or not there was a difference in the amount of fish that were caught because of this disputed technique. So really, to go back to what Jonathan Bork mentioned yesterday, to be brought in on a case where we're talking about fish catches and an amount of fish that was caught, as an applied econometrician, that is a case I would not expect myself to be involved in. But certainly the stats made it a good part, an exciting case to belong to. The last is the wildfire cases. So these are ones where the event is very clear. I think the relevance today, 2026, where we're seeing wildfires on the West Coast of the United States becoming quite prevalent and affecting largely populated areas. This is a case where I think the economists can really help out in quantifying damages. So that leads me to, hopefully, Mark, I'm somewhat on time here. My second half of my time is to talk about a case study. So this is, what I'm going to talk about is wildfires in 2020 on Labor Day weekend in Oregon. I happened to be traveling from Bend, Oregon to Boise on that day. It was their incredible windstorm. And the allegation is that Pacific Power basically didn't shut down power lines. And because of that, numerous fires were started in the state of Oregon. And this chart kind of shows just how many and how extensive. So if you look on the left-hand side, this is kind of Western Oregon. So California's here, Washington's up here. And you can see that there were many wildfires throughout the west side of Oregon. And these are all on Labor Day 2020 when these windstorms took place. So on the right panel, this is the Beachy Creek fire boundary. And I'll make the plan for where difference and differences comes in. You can take the fire boundary like this and overlay it with tax lot data from the county. So the county has tax lot data. It has all the boundaries for all the tax lots, and it has it for the entire county, and you can even get it for other counties surrounding the county where the wildfire took place. So the treatment group would be properties within the fire boundary, and the control group would be nearby properties that weren't within the fire boundary. So you have a natural difference in differences set up here. You have a treatment group, you have a control group, you have a pre and a post for both. And if we're talking about property values, you have excellent data on everything, because you have these tax lot data sets from the counties have sales that go back 100, some of them 100 years. So lots of information on property values and changes over time. And then you have a post period where there are property sales within the fire boundary and property sales outside the fire boundary, which allows us to identify the impact. So this, I was hesitant to put this slide up, but I just want to show you. There's one way to do this analysis. If you were looking for aggregate economic loss, it's to do the difference in differences and look at treatment and control. The other is just to look at satellite images and say, okay, on the left-hand side, this is one particular property within the Beachy Creek fire. This is a satellite image before the fire. You can see lots of structures, lots of greenery. And this on the right is a satellite image of the property post wildfire. And you can see most of the structures are gone, as well as a lot of the vegetation was torched. So you could do this for each property and come up with an aggregate level of loss. It would take a while, but you could get an aggregate measure of loss. What ended up happening in this particular case is attorneys approached me, asked me if you wanted to do this as a class action, and you, instead of looking at every individual property, which would take quite a long time, is there a way to estimate aggregate economic loss for these wildfires? And of course, this is where I propose the differences methodology. So it really comes in when it's impractical to really do the loss for each individual property or to business owners. One thing that was at issue in the Oregon Labor Day fires, I think will always be at issue, is changes in overall market conditions on both the supply side and the demand side. And difference in differences is very good at this, but there are issues with doing it. But just put it straight up, on the supply side, not only do you have individual properties getting destroyed, but you have other properties in the area getting destroyed, which can impact property values. You also have negative impacts to parks, forests, and trees, which all can impact, supply of housing, supply of neighborhoods, quality neighborhoods, attractive places to live. So the wildfires impact lots of elements of the supply side of the housing market, but also the demand side. So you can think of the realization of a fire can impact consumers' probabilities that a wildfire will happen again. So I think living in the Western United States, I think there's always a risk of a wildfire, especially if you're in dry areas that are in close proximity to forest foothills. But the realization of the fire can change your demand, can change the probability it's going to happen. If you actually see a wildfire nearby, that might suppress demand for future purchases in that area. So difference in differences helps with this, because if you identify a control group that's not impacted by the wildfire, it will control for this. The problem is for that Beachy Creek fire, where I had the surrounding properties, those fires could also be impacted by these events. Those properties outside the fire boundary could also be impacted. So it really comes down to whether or not your treatment and control group are truly different. Okay, so I'll just, I have 5 minutes. I think, Mark, I have 5 minutes. So I'll just go through kind of the calculation here for what I did for one of the Labor Day fires. So your treatment group is tax lots within the fire boundary. You overlay the fire boundary with county tax lot data, and you can identify which properties are within the fire boundary, and that's the treatment group. The control group is properties outside the fire boundary, but relatively close by. And that's a treatment group I use for this case. I think there's a little bit of debate about whether or not it's truly a control, because there's things like smoke damage that can impact fires that are outside the fire boundary. But if anything, that would just make the economic loss larger if that control group was truly not impacted. County tax law data has, if you haven't worked with it, has lots of information that's useful for a hedonic regression model. It has sale price, sale year, square footage, number of bedrooms, whether or not it's residential, multifamily, commercial, lots of things that you would want to put on the right-hand side of a difference in differences hedonic regression model. So very, very, very good controls to add. And then you can actually, some of these wildfires, a lot of the ones in Labor Day certainly had them. You can look at the degree of burn for a tax lot. So the actual, I can go back up to the Bitchy Creek. You can see that there are different degrees of orange, and this is burn severity. So you can actually take the burn severity layer and overlay it with tax lots and give each tax lot a designation for how extensively it was burned. And that can be used as a control variable, and I used it as a control variable for the regressions. Let's see. Anything else to mention? I just want to mention that the control group is nearby properties, but it could be tainted. And so the damage amounts actually could be larger than what I estimated. Okay, don't want to spend too much time on this, but this is standard difference in differences hedonic regression model. You can see I put in designations for county, for property type, for census. I did the analysis for each individual fire, but I also did it collectively for all fires. So if you're going to do all fires, you'll want to have controls for the count, differences by county and differences by property type within those counties. But at the end of the day, if you can see my cursor moving, it's really this B12, beta 12. That's the coefficient of interest. That's the difference in differences impact. It's being in the fire boundary post fire impact on sales price. So it's B12. That's what we're interested in this regression. Okay, so what is B12? I did this analysis so that the fires took place on Labor Day 2020. I think they lasted for about a month, less than a month. But I looked at impacts through 2021, so December 2021, so about a year or so afterwards. And the reduction in value on average for properties within the fire boundary was about 47%, about 50% loss. So you wouldn't expect a total loss, because if I showed, in that one extreme example, there were some structures that weren't burned. There was some vegetation not impacted. But then when you go out 2 more years, that impact is mitigated, and the loss is about 28%. So as you get further out, the properties recover, the impact is less. And in this case, 50% versus about 30%. So pretty large difference. So then what I did is I took the in-class properties that had sales data. There were about, I should say these are not actual numbers. I took the actual numbers and a little random component to it, so you wouldn't be able to identify anything, but these are close to the numbers, but there is a stochastic element to this. So these are not real dollar values. But so what I did is I took the in-class property, the fair market value for all properties in the fire boundary. And then for ones without sale, I extrapolated what those prices would be, because some of the properties don't have sales data. Then you apply the percentage reduction from the difference in differences amount, and you end up getting, you take the difference of that, and that's the aggregate economic loss from the wildfires. So in this particular case, I showed this to the attorneys who are looking into filing class action, eventually did, and this gave them a general take on what the economic losses were for all properties within the fire boundary. And this one, it was, well, the numbers are fictitious, but you're talking roughly $250 million for one of these fires, and 140 if you waited 2 more years. So some recovery, but immediately after, $250 million. Okay, so I will wrap up here, Mark. I have 30 seconds, I think. So what does the difference in differences analysis require? It requires a well-defined event and a valid control group. The parallel trends assumption is just an assumption that's needed in order for it to work. But I think I just want to emphasize well-defined event and treatment group. I've used it in wildfire cases. It's used for lots of different kinds of cases, but it's a fantastic technique for those who are interested. So I'll stop there. Thank you, Mark.
Great work, Kevin. Great work. Kevin, we do have one question, I believe, in the app. What's your go-to approach for valuing the fair values of startups before IPO? For example, do you use models discussed in Grinnell and Stribulov in 2020?
I think that was posed to me,
Yeah, I
Mark.
think that must be a Patrick question.
Yeah.
Sure, fair.
And thank you for that question. And one of the benefits, Tom, again, never let anybody claim that economists aren't good enough to predict cold weather in the winter. But we moved offline as I was able to look that paper up while I was looking. So the particular authors there were looking at valuing startups and venture capital and looking at their paper. In fact, they use a contingent claims analysis of the type that I list in there for real options. And they, I haven't read the paper, we're just looking there. They used a contingent claims analysis. So in the first level, they are getting it exactly consistent with the critique that I'm offering in my paper. They're recognizing that the standard discounted cash flow model does not work. And then two, they need to use some kind of method to look at that is natively looking at the option to exercise, etc. So they've gotten both of those right. They used one of the methods that I'm identifying. Now, at that point, there's a very interesting statement. Geez, we use some assumptions that are common in the literature. All right, so they used a geometric Brownian motion assumption with a parameter for volatility that they got from the literature someplace else. I'm not going to criticize them for that because they wrote an academic paper and they obviously did a really good job talking about this. But this is the kind of thing that you should be, I would say, looking at in terms of an approach that you could use. And this isn't an expert report here. This is an academic paper, and good for them. So I'd say they largely got the critique of the discounted cash flow model correct. They identified one of the real option methods that is usable, and then within the realm they were doing, which was an academic paper, I think they did a nice job.
Great. Thank you, Patrick. I don't see any other questions in the app or in the chat. If either one of you want to just make a final statement, I think we could wrap it up. We have about 2 minutes left.
I got a question for Kevin, which is, in this method, what if you had a situation where the control group was so inextricably mixed with the so-called treatment group that you couldn't really claim they were different? What would happen in that situation?
Yeah, I think if there's no good control group, I would say a different technique might be required. I mean, it's synthetic controls or something like that, other than the straightforward difference in differences. Because the validity of the control group is where a lot of these critiques of difference and differences in litigation take place. Because if it's not a valid control, that's not what the treatment group would have done in the but-for world. And so that's kind of low-hanging fruit if you're on the other side of one of these and you want to critique the approach. It's critique the treatment group or critique the construction of the control group. But Patrick, I'll just keep going here. But I think the clear-cut event is also really important. In wildfire cases, it's not. But in a lot of these other ones, like the fishing case I mentioned, where the fishing technique was used, there was a lot of debate about whether or not when that technique was in place. And so the pre-post world was hard to designate. And sometimes even if you did a band, like we know that it didn't take place this far back and it started taking place here, and then you have like a buffer, it still doesn't quite get at the fact that the effect isn't well defined. Yeah, so I think to answer your question, a different technique might be necessary if there's no good control group.
All right, thank you, Kevin.
Great. I think that's our time. I thank everybody for coming and hearing these two wonderful presentations. Tom, you want to wrap it up?
A big thank you to Mark, Patrick, and Kevin for a terrific and thought-provoking session. Before we break for lunch, we'd also like to send a huge thank you to our founding partners for making today's program possible: Analysis Group, Compass Lexicon, Cornerstone Research, NERA, and Resolution Economics. And a special shout out to our silver sponsor, Advanced Analytical Consulting Group. One more quick plug before we all refuel. Be sure to join the Econ and Law Summit community on LinkedIn. It's a great way to stay connected with fellow attendees and speakers, keep up with NABE offerings, and share ideas with colleagues working at the intersection of economics and law. Just scan the QR code on your screen to join. It's easy as that. All right, time to grab lunch. We'll be back at 12:30 p.m. Eastern for our next session, Economics of Environment or Energy and Environment Litigation and Consulting. Enjoy the break and see you soon.
Thanks, Caitlin.
Right. Bye, Kevin. Bye, Mark.
Bye, Patrick. Bye, Mark.
See you guys.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed lunch. We are back for our final set of sessions, our final 3 sessions of the day, and starting it off with Economics of Energy and Environmental Litigation and Consulting. Happy to have Karen Bruni from Steptoe here to help us moderate. So I'll turn it over to you, Karen.
Thank you so much, and welcome everyone. My name is Karen Bruni. I'm a partner in Steptoe's Energy Group, where I primarily practiced before FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. As I well know from my day-to-day work, economics and regulation are inseparable in the energy sector. It's one of the things that actually drew me to working in this space. Whether it's setting rates, approving mergers, or planning infrastructure, economic principles form the foundation for decisions that can shape markets and communities for decades. But in practice, economic analysis can be interpreted, applied, or ignored in different ways, depending on the legal and political context. To discuss these issues, I'm joined today by Megan Accordino, who's a vice president at Analysis Group, Paul Hibbert, who's a principal at Analysis Group, and Jake Silver, who's an associate at Vincent and Elkins. Our panelists will share how economic principles are applied in real-world energy and environmental cases, and what happens when theory meets the realities of regulation, litigation, politics, and consulting. We'll start with each panelist giving a snapshot of their work in applying economic principles to specific case areas. Then we'll bring everyone together for a discussion about how regulators and lawyers respond to economic evidence and what that means for the future of energy and environmental policy. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Paul to kick us off with his introductory remarks.
Thank you, Karen, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, or it would have been more of a pleasure if we could have done this in person, but I'm still shoveling out up here in Boston, so I'm glad we didn't actually try to keep to the being there in person. So I'm going to talk briefly about one of the examples that Karen mentioned. Specifically, it was an adjudicated case related to how to most economically and most efficiently and at the lowest total social cost how would a utility approach meeting future electricity needs, meeting all of those criteria. And again, I'll talk a little bit about what are the economic principles or regulatory principles that drove the decision-making process, and then talk a bit about how it played out in practice, touching on some of the things that Karen mentioned. So it was a very, the case that I want to discuss was a very adversarial proceeding. It involved a lot of competing views and interests, with against the backdrop of a very long history of economic principles and regulatory precedent that underlie the utility resource decisions and decision-making process. It involved a fair amount of legal arguments regarding how the decision maker should actually weigh different elements of the decision or different criteria that go into the decision-making process. Certainly a presentation of economic principles and regulatory principles by all partners, and then a bit of a data war. Multiple models, multiple parties submitting results of multiple models that were all very similar and hashing that out on an evidentiary basis. So it kind of combined a lot of the most challenging things that decision makers need to deal with, and the mix of needing to judge things based both upon economic theory but also upon real world data applied to these situations. So the example was the use of production cost modeling and capital cost modeling in a utility decision-making process. Just in terms of setup, this was, I'll leave out the names to protect the innocent, but this was a vertically integrated utility operating in multiple states. They had an obligation to serve ratepayers and to make sure that they had sufficient resources to serve all customers going out into the future. They applied forecasts to determine what that need in the future would be, and ultimately had to present in all of their jurisdictions a solution involving what the need was and a solicitation to get proposals from parties to actually help them meet the need over time. There were two major wrinkles in the case that made it really interesting. One is that in the states, or at least in some of the states that were involved here, the utility was required to place important emphasis on the relative emissions of greenhouse gases that came from the different proposals that resulted from their solicitation. And the second one was that the utility could bid into its own solicitation. It could offer in investment in major new generation capacity. Obviously, something the utility was very interested in, because in that case, rather than entering into a contract with an independent power producer, it actually could make an investment, build its rate base, and increase its earnings for shareholders. So there's a natural, in these situations, there's a natural conflict of interest, and which is why it became such a contentious proceeding. So the utility went through the process to determine need. They issued an RFP. They submitted their own bids, several of their own bids, primarily proposals to build new oil-fired and natural gas-fired peaking plants. And then in the solicitation, they received numerous bids from various independent power producers, spanning the range of long-term contracts from a mix of resources to specific resources, specific renewable resources, specific fossil generating resources. So they ended up having a really complicated solicitation and evaluation process. My role was I was providing testimony on behalf of one of the independent power producer bidders in the process. The utility had ultimately gone through its evaluation process and determined that its proposals, two of its proposals, were the best outcome, and had proposed the adoption of those proposals to the regulator. What the process then turned into was a pretty heavily litigated adjudicatory process around the basis for their analysis, the basis for their conclusions, and the basis for them proposing that their self-build alternatives be the ones that were chosen. So a number of parties submitted testimony, including the entity that I was working for. The economic principles that we applied in our proposal was that ultimately the most efficient path for the utility would be the option that minimized total societal costs, including overall cost to ratepayers, as well as consideration of the externalities, particularly in those states that were interested in greenhouse gases. So what we used in this case was two models. One was a capital cost model to essentially compare between the utility proposal and my client's proposal, what would be the annual revenue requirement to ratepayers associated with paying for it. In my client's case, they were offering to sell a relatively new combined cycle unit to the utility. So there was essentially an annual revenue requirement the utility would incur to finance the purchase of that asset, similar to the annual revenue requirement they would incur to build their own facility, to finance the construction of their own facility. So that part was comparable, relatively simple revenue requirements analysis. But in order to determine, well, what was the net variable cost to consumers in every year of the period that the ownership would be in place, we had to run a production cost model to determine overall what are the annual running costs of the facilities and compare them, and what are the annual greenhouse gas emissions of the facilities and compare those. So for that, we did production cost modeling. The utility had done its own production cost modeling. As you can imagine, we didn't come up with the same answer they did. Neither did other parties that did similar types of analysis. What we demonstrated, and this was again to back up the regulatory principles we presented as part of the case, and then to provide evidence to the decision maker that the way we're reviewing this was correct. We ultimately had to both build our own model and run it and present results, but also critique what the utility had done. And they had made a lot of really bad and inappropriate decisions or assumptions and judgments, including some padding of the demand forecasts, inaccurately accounting for the different facilities' operational efficiency, their heat rates, the amount of capacity that was available, various cost factors that they would incur for choosing a contract versus the unit that my entity was selling versus building their own. Emission rate, they weren't quite getting the emission rates correctly. And they made some pretty bold or incorrect, I would think, incorrect assumptions about what units were going to retire in the region and when. and what units were going to come online. And that had a big impact on the production cost model outcomes. So I think we were able to really demonstrate that consistent with the principles of minimizing total costs, minimizing greenhouse gas emissions as much as possible, and providing a lowest total societal cost pathway for the utility, that their selection of their own units was wrong, and a better selection was to actually purchase the unit that we're providing. But also we evaluated some of the long-term contracts that were submitted by other independent power producers and determined that those were inferior as well. So that's it. That was the case. It was incredibly contentious. It went to hearing. There were I think like 2 weeks of hearings. In the end, it didn't actually get to a regulatory decision because the utility ended up settling with my client, and the settlement involved purchasing the power plant. And they ended up building one of their own, but not all of the ones they had proposed to do. But I mean, it was a pretty interesting process because there was so many, it was, data wars all over again. There were so many different models that were put in by different entities. It was really hard to kind of track all the different assumptions that were affecting the outcomes of all the different entities and organize them in a way that the decision maker could look at it and say, okay, there really is a clear answer here, or we know where there are clear incorrect assumptions, or where the results are being polluted by the analysis that's being done, or that they're inappropriate with the economic principles and regulatory principles we're applying in this case. So ultimately, it was a good result in the end, and it was sort of an excellent, in my view, it was an excellent example of both analytics, economic principles, and regulatory principles, and putting those all together to come up with a decision that in the end was the best decision for society. So with that, I will stop.
Thank you, Paul. That is really helpful and interesting. Megan, you want to jump in?
Yeah, sure. So hold on. I'm working the way I thought. All right. Anyways, thank you so much for coming and listening to us today. And again, it would have been much more fun in person, but happy to virtually talk with you. So I want to talk a little bit today about some recent work that I've been doing in electricity mergers. So there, the legal question is essentially an economic question, which is, could there be an anti-competitive increase in prices to consumers due to a transaction? And so in our work, we've worked with both the Department of Justice and FERC, submitting analyses to assess competition concerns. And we work with the clients and they're seeking approval with DOJ and FERC. So FERC pursues more of a prescribed approach to assessing mergers. That has established tests that they ask people to run. They have established thresholds for what results will raise competitive concerns for them, what results are okay. Whereas DOJ pursues more of an ad hoc approach. There's no bright line rules, and they sort of let the case guide them in what analyses they want to pursue. So I'm just going to give you an example of how this has worked with respect to horizontal assessments in electricity mergers that I've done. So just to give you a few basics of electricity that might help explain some of these things for those not familiar, it's a homogeneous product, and demand can vary over time, both in predictable ways and unpredictable ways. There's also the requirement that supply meet demand all the time, and there's limited storage. So to manage this complexity, regional markets have evolved in much of the country to match supply and demand using these least cost dispatch principles. And through these markets, they run centralized hourly auctions, or even more granular than that determine prices in a transparent way based on generators' offers. And the ideal is that those offers are close to marginal cost and you get a competitive price. So that price data and the marginal cost data is actually more or less publicly available, and that facilitates modeling transactions with very accurate data in a way that's not necessarily possible in other industries. So to me, that's what drew me to this space, was just how much data there was available. So focusing on FERC first, so their key tests are about market shares and market concentration. looking at HHI measures. And their standards are based on sort of the older DOJ merger guideline thresholds. So essentially, if you fall within the unconcentrated market, you don't need to worry about it. Within the moderately concentrated, depending on your change, they may do some more investigation. But you can propose divestitures upfront in your application, knowing what the standards are, to try to gain approval in a more speedy fashion. So the first step of their analysis is looking at the geographic market and trying to define what that is. And typically, most of the big mergers that come up are happening in these big regional markets that I mentioned. And so the boundaries of those markets, which are essentially the boundaries of the transmission system and the system operator, what the system operator controls, those are defining the main geographic markets that will be of interest. And then you look within those markets, is there significant overlap between the parties' assets? And in many regional markets, there's also the consideration of whether there's sub-markets, which are sort of smaller markets defined by transmission constraints. And that's kind of where some of the fun analysis with FERC can come up, is like, do we need a new sub-market? Are those established sub-markets still making sense? Should we try to propose that FERC undefine a sub-market, which is actually really hard? And if I had more time, I'd tell you more about it. But given our time constraints, I'm going to skip past the details of that. And so once you've got your geographic market defined, then you calculate market shares and market concentration based on what they call a delivered price test that looks at how much power can be delivered into the market you've defined within 10 season and load periods at various market price points. And so now that you've got these market shares in HHI, you can look at your results relative to the thresholds. And so this pre-described test, and the thresholds provide a sort of regulatory certainty and really reduce costs for both FERC and market participants, because they know what to expect. However, DOJ's opinion is that it can lead to inadequate scrutiny of mergers in some cases. As I mentioned, DOJ doesn't have specific guidelines of the test that they're going to run. They don't, generally their guidelines are not industry specific. They'll investigate what, they think are the concerns in a particular merger. And that being said, for electricity, they do have a sort of typical theory of harm that they investigate, which is what they call the incentive ability theory. And so there, the key question is the merger going to combine what they call incentive assets with ability assets in a way that's going to create a new entity that has either, both incentive and ability, where maybe it didn't have either before, or is it going to, increase one side or the other to make that company more likely to try to raise prices? They define incentive assets as assets that are low cost and kind of sitting at the bottom of a supply curve. They're going to benefit if the price goes up, but they're unlikely to withhold output to try to drive up price because they have such low costs, so that would be expensive for them to not operate. The ability assets, on the other hand, are the assets where they're sitting close to marginal cost at a lot of hours, or in key hours, like in peak demand hours. And if they raise their offers maybe just a little bit, they essentially price that unit out of the market. It raises market prices, and those incentive units benefit. So you can see, if you only have ability assets or you only have incentive assets, you may not want to try this withholding theory. But if you have the combination, then the DOJ is concerned that you will withhold either economically or physically. So they're similar to FERC. They're thinking about geographic markets. How should the market be the regional market? Should it be something smaller? But then they're focusing on estimating price effects based on the combination of assets that they're seeing. So we've seen them use a couple of key tools in recent mergers. One of them is production cost models, which Paul mentioned, and those have the benefit of simulating the full transmission system. And you can really see, like, if one unit raises its offers, what might the sort of redispatch look like? But it's limited in that it doesn't really address the incentives to raise offers. So you basically just plug in like plus 25% on an offer and see what the outcome is. But it doesn't really consider, would you want to do that? And it doesn't necessarily consider other changes to the market that could occur depending on how you set up that model. So it's really based on what you start with. So if you don't put in entry, it's not going to consider entry, et cetera. The other model that they've been using is a model of estimating optimal offers given a supply stack. So there they'll develop a supply curve, and then then you estimate the optimal offer for each for the merged entity pre and post merger, and you calculate. Sorry. You're considering the profit that company will get from raising their offers, given their portfolio and their forward sales, and finding what the optimal offer is going to be. And you can simulate a range of demand. You can consider forward sales. You can consider other incentives they have within how their cost structure works, et cetera. But it doesn't model the transmission system. And so there's kind of pros and cons to the two different models. And it's unclear exactly how DOJ's model is being built and how they're developing it. Like in the most recent one I worked on, we got very different results than they did, and they weren't really sharing, and they weren't discussing with us why they were getting different results. So it's kind of hard to understand and rebut their concerns, or even understand what divestitures might solve them. But in the end, the divestiture requirements were pretty similar to what FERC requested. And that seems to have been a common outcome of the divestitures that FERC wants are similar to what DOJ ends up happy with. And so I think it's kind of interesting that they take very different approaches, but tend to land on similar outcomes from what I've seen. So that concludes my part.
Thanks, Megan. Jake, you want to jump in?
Sure. So thank you all for coming, and echo everybody. It would have been better to be in person. I live in the DMV though, and I'm still totally iced in, so it's probably better like this. So I'm an associate at the law firm Vincent Elkins. My practice focuses on commercial contracts and project development and construction in the energy and infrastructure sectors. I specialize in highly regulated industries, primarily electric power, natural gas, and water. And I do a lot of work for independent power producers and utilities. But before I was a lawyer, I actually worked in an analysis group with Paul and Megan. I did some of the production cost modeling that Paul just spoke about. But when I was there, I think this is actually timely. We were mostly focused on sort of the fuel security for big winter events. This is pre sort of data center demand spike. But I think everyone's kind of talking about the same thing again now that we have load growth for the first time in a while. But the data wasn't really for me, so I opted for law school instead of pure economics. So I think my perspective is a little different than my fellow panelists, and I'm going to talk about how some of these economic theories and models translate to what I'd call like the day-to-day contracts in the energy sector. As everyone has mentioned, energy, particularly electric power, is essentially a purely economic regulatory model. So all of these economic models and economic theories interplay very acutely when you're contracting in that space. Before moving to energy specifically, I thought it might be interesting to think about these sorts of contracts from just a more like an economic perspective, kind of the economic theories that are captured in all commercial contracts and project development agreements. And maybe just as a little background, when I say commercial contract, I mean either a services contract. So I'm gonna, at a very simple level, like I'm gonna provide you some sort of maintenance service on your infrastructure. But what I think is more interesting and more exciting are the commodity contracts that fall in here. So power purchase agreements, LNG purchase and sale agreements, and other commodity agreements like that. So, and then on the project development side, I'm really talking about EPCs, engineering, procurement, and construction contracts, and the much larger O&M or equipment service agreements. But a couple economic sort of principles that are really the backbone of these agreements. The first and the foremost is risk allocation. So here I'm talking about both risk to persons and property, but also the economic risks the parties have in the contract related to change in law and change in market design. So this is a big point right now, in particular as the energy sector is kind of always evolving and transforming, and regulation and policy is always shifting. So this is a really key point in these types of agreements. The next is incentive and performance. So half of every one of these types of contracts that you open is going to deal with solving for making people do what they've said they're going to do and penalizing them for not. So a concrete example for this is if you have a construction contract, a lot of them will include sort of a completion bonus concept. So if you're on time or early, you get a bonus, and if you're late, you pay what's called liquidated as a penalty. Next, and getting a bit more theoretical, are sort of the informational asymmetries that underlie these contracting relationships. So a lot of economic theory assumes a bit more perfect knowledge, but when you're actually doing these agreements, you don't really know who or all the facts around your counterparty. So you include what's called reps and warranties, and these are basically informational promises that you're making to one another to try to level the informational asymmetry. And violating or having one of these go bust is kind of one of the big ones. Like this is what gets you into termination payment land and early terminations. You also, to sort of get at this underlying information problem, a lot of these types of agreements will include robust audit rights or independent third-party measurement and verification regimes. The informational asymmetry, along with the risk allocation and getting people to do what they say they're going to do, are kind of like the big three things that underpin these agreements. Next, the end of some practical effect is efficient breach. So, if a party is incentivized to breach their agreement, that's a bad spot for everyone to be. This has played out in the LNG space in a really big way in the past couple of years. When the Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, it sort of sent a shock through the LNG markets, and the prices went totally crazy. So you got a situation where the spot prices were orders of magnitude higher than people's long-term contracted rates. So there's a whole series of different types of litigation, arbitration stemming from people who allegedly breached their long-term supply agreements to sell spot cargoes to sort of backfill Russian gas to Europe. So those are just some of the like high-level economic ideas I think that are captured in all of these agreements. We do still, as a transactional attorney working in these commercial contracts and project developments, interact directly with kind of economic models and economic theory. In these really big projects in these sort of complex agreements for large projects, pricing is developed through what everyone refers to as the model. And this is kind of developed internally with the commercial leads for a project. If it's big enough, their investment bankers are involved. And then in the data center deals, a lot of external outside economists will also be involved to help work on this model. So the really recent fad is that in bilateral power purchase agreements or bilateral development agreements, people are almost taking a cost of service revenue requirement approach on a totally bilateral level. So you have no direct market oversight, but because the projects are so big and the off-takers want such transparency, it's sort of a tried and tested way. So we've been having these totally independently bilaterally negotiated agreements that are actually falling back on old school rate making concepts for solving a lot of the risks that I was just talking about. Even when you're not doing that, though, like I said, the model poses a lot of problems for the attorneys actually drafting the agreements because the model contains a lot that can be very hard to draft. And this leads to a lot of friction between commercial folks outside economics and the lawyers. So I thought I'd walk through some places where the model has a kind of hard time adapting to the agreement. First is kind of at a higher level. The model doesn't always withstand substantially skewed leverage that you have in some of these types of agreements. So taking sort of an extreme, a lot of service providers are very small and they'll be providing services to entities that are very big. So, you're a specialized service provider who does like some sort of maintenance on a combustion turbine, and now you've got a major utility who you sort of serve the fleet to. You have a huge imbalance, but sometimes you can think of that going both ways, because if you're specialized enough, you're the only person that can provide that service. So this one might come out of the wash, but I don't think that this is always captured kind of in pricing models, because the leverage trickles down to not necessarily economic terms, but that do have an impact on each party's performance under the agreement. The next is the interaction with kind of the pricing model with non-economic based regulatory regimes. So here I'm thinking about labor and employment and more environmental permitting type requirements. It might not be strictly economic based. And I think that there's a little bit of friction in terms of drafting sort of the components of the model around these non-economic based regimes that do pose significant burdens and costs in certain situations, depending on the type of transaction. I hit on this a little earlier, but it's kind of impossible to model for the slack you would need to fully account for a change in law or change in market design. And that's where the lawyers get very hung up, because this is a really key risk, particularly from the independent power producer side. Changes in law, changes in market regulation, are kind of like business ending changes for those types of entities. A little bit drier, but taxes can also not jive as well with the model. Both the idea of so this ties a little bit of change in a lot of tax credit regimes changing, but more specifically, if an entity has a specific structure for tax purposes, it impacts the way it can either provide services at an accounting level or like recognize revenue. And that can be very difficult to model if you have entities with different tax structures. Credit in the data center world, this is a really big one. So this is less of a problem for the kind of really sound IPPs or utilities who are all generally pretty high credit. But once you have entities that don't have a great credit profile, you get a lot of lender requirements to the extent there's any financing overlapping these contracts. And the lender requirements are not necessarily drafted to be the most perfectly efficient sort of things to put in your contract. They're very protective of the lender, and they can kind of bust the model up pretty badly. And then lastly, and this kind of underpins all of these, is it's very difficult from an actual drafter's perspective to draft for the model and the economic theory. Everything you're doing is sort of with an eye toward your contract being litigated. So you need incredibly simple to understand and precise language so that you're able to preserve the core tenets of your risk allocation in these contracts. And that does not always sync up with economic theory or the economic model.
Thank you, Jake. You just mentioned, and let's jump in with some questions. You mentioned change in politics, change in regulations, how that affects contracts. Across all of your work, for the three of you, how do political priorities shape what regulators, judges, and others in reviewing your analysis focus on, and how closely they stick to economic evidence? And Paul, maybe we start with you, since you mentioned greenhouse gas emissions and state policies around that, which is certainly, when it comes to politics, a big topic.
Yeah, it's a great question, and unfortunately, it probably doesn't have a single answer. And I just, in terms of the perspective I bring to this, I spent almost 15 years in state government working at the Public Utility Commission and Department of Environmental Protection, entirely engaged in proceedings where, as a staff person, we're trying to understand what are the principles that should be applied, what evidence has been brought to deciding on these principles. And in the last 3 years I worked was as chairman of the commission. So I've had to kind of grapple with this personally. So it's kind of it's something that I think really depends on the person. I have seen, and this is going to sound a little cynical, but I certainly have seen decision makers that were guided far more by political backgrounds, either the politics of the administration that put them in place or their own political backgrounds in a way that could, where decisions were overturned because they weren't consistent with regulatory precedent, or where they over applied political tendency when there was a lot of leeway. On the other hand, I've seen an enormous number of commissioners and decision makers that absolutely do their best to adhere to what are the economic principles, what are the regulatory principles, how do we interpret the evidence in the context of those principles, and ultimately come to a decision that's consistent with our obligation. And our obligation is not to politics or to the governor or the executive branch, it's to the statutes and the regulatory precedent that have built up over the years to guide the decision-making process. So by and large, I think at least in the utility regulatory sphere that I'm most familiar with, there's been excellent adherence to economic and regulatory precedent, in part because there's such a long judicial history that has limited how far you can stray from that in regulatory proceedings. But on the other hand, as Megan and Jake and we've all talked about, these are incredibly complex questions when it gets to the point of how do you do analysis to build the evidentiary record to prove the economic point or to prove the regulatory principle. And so there is a lot of leeway for decision makers to actually think, okay, it could fall somewhere within a range because of the background I bring to this and the knowledge I bring to this and what I think are the important energy and environmental policy objectives. I'm going to land here within that reasonable range. And I think that's incredibly important to recognize, which ends up putting many of the seemingly inappropriate decisions that have been made by decision makers, it makes them a small portion of the overall areas where you would bring interpretation into the decision-making process.
Yeah, and that's certainly very consistent with my experience before FERC, where you have a commission that's appointed, but you have staff that's, has been at the agency for often for a very long time, is very familiar with the true and tried principles and how to apply economic theory, and is very consistent, despite what's sort of going on around the agency. Megan, do you think regulators and courts apply economic principles consistently? We just talked about sort of a range of reasonableness. Does it feel like there's a lot of selection happening depending on the forum or issues? And you talked about FERC versus DOJ, for example, and how there's different economic processes, but you end up with often with the same outcome. So do you think there inconsistency there, or is that just the nature of a difference in analysis?
I think the similarity actually speaks to the economic analyses are relatively consistent with each other, and you're ending up, in the same place, implies that the principles are being applied. That being said, I do think within with the more gray area of DOJ and kind of I think the more political pressure that they face, sort of lately is like, it felt like that, just like not having enough staff and direction to know what the staff was supposed to be doing in terms of analyzing and what, that it just felt a little bit more like they didn't have as much experience in the space. They didn't, they were seeing things that maybe an industry person would say, like, that's not a big deal. And so it felt a little bit, maybe not so much like politics writ large, because I actually think like everyone's kind of in favor of energy and like having a lot and lower prices. And so it felt less politics writ large and more like just people's gut reaction to something like, oh, we can't let a merger this big go through unscathed kind of thing.
Right. They don't necessarily appreciate maybe the protections that are already built into that market.
Yeah. Yeah, or like how it really works in practice. And, it might be difficult to model the incentive to offer at cost, but like when you look at the data, you see people doing it. And so, why, and we did kind of an analysis in this last one showing like, there was a big merger recently in this particular market. and there were no price effects. And, that should be evidence that, the next one isn't going to have price effects either, because if that one didn't change the market, why would this smaller merger have an impact? But it kind of didn't quite land. Like, I think, it may have had an impact on minimizing the divestitures, but they still wanted some.
Jake, you mentioned data centers, and Megan, you just mentioned load growth as well, which, as far as my work comes, is the topic of the day, and we're talking about nothing else but how to meet load growth. How has that rapid and uncertain load growth, especially from data centers, forced you to rethink your analytical frameworks or modeling assumptions? Happy for anyone to jump in who wants to speak to that.
Yeah, I can speak sort of at a high level. So what's interesting about the data center growth is it's not the most price sensitive growth. So you're sort of getting at a lot of assumptions. And I'm sure Paul Megan can speak to the modeling more, but from how that interacts with the contracts and kind of like the model that I was talking about earlier, because they're not the most price sensitive, it means that that's kind of like the tool for a counterparty to trade on. And now if you've kind of taken that off the table, it means that you need to, like, where you're getting compensated more, but it shifts the risk allocation to your detriment because you've just removed kind of the key variable that you want to play around with and taking it away.
Paul, can you jump in on the modeling piece? Because it's certainly something we hear all the time, right? That data centers, they just want power and they don't care how much it costs. And I think that's oversimplifies it a little bit, but I do think they have different economic incentives than a traditional customer might.
Yeah, for sure. And it's I think of it in two ways. One is, everyone's really excited about data center load growth right now. I think ultimately, if you look at what's expected in terms of load growth, it's not that far out of historical precedent going back a couple decades. So it's not like we haven't experienced overall load growth at the sort of level that we're expecting to come from data center load growth. So my first instinct is to say we have the regulatory mechanisms to manage this over time and to make appropriate decisions over time that are in the interest of all customers. The big difference here is that the load growth is entirely within a single entity. And so the bigger question it raises is a question of cost causation. Will regulators say, you're causing the investment that's needed in the system, you're going to have to pay for it and then embed that cost in the price of what you're selling, rather than generic load growth, which can be system-wide, and typically the decision is to actually allow those investments to be made by the utilities and then spread amongst all customers. So I think that from a modeling perspective, data center load growth doesn't look a lot different about an assumption about a power plant being built or retiring, or it doesn't look a lot different than incremental major office park growth over time. So I don't think it's worth getting too excited about it from a modeling perspective. The bigger challenge is going to be, are we going to properly allocate these costs? And that's where it does delve back into the political, because you have states that are saying, go ahead and allow them to build this and spread the costs associated, the system costs that are needed to incorporate this load across all customers, which is just a full violation of cost causation principles. And so I think that's the real challenge. It's not a modeling challenge. It's ultimately a regulatory challenge.
Yeah. If you're paying attention to FERC proceedings, that's exactly what FERC is trying to sort out. Megan, do you have any additional thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because there is, or sorry, I lost my train of thought. The load, I think the load doesn't have a price sensitivity, but I think it has like sort of a speed and ease of connection sensitivity. And so trying to figure out where is the load ultimately going to locate, and given they've put in an application in 3 different jurisdictions, and kind of like how much load growth is actually out there. And for any given utility, it's kind of difficult to forecast because these are such huge lumps, right? And so I think some of the stuff I've heard you talk about, Karen, is the why am I losing my train of thought? Sorry, I'm nervous. Like the stranded costs issue of like, if you don't locate here, but you got really far along in the process and I started building something, who has to pay for that? So.
And that's, I mean, I think Jake, you probably can speak to that. That's something we deal with a lot on the contractual arrangements and in the tariffs, right? Trying to figure out what happens if this load does not materialize.
Yeah, that goes to sort of if everything goes bust, all these agreements will sort of will make somebody hold the bag contractually, obviously overridden by the tariff. But the other thing that you're seeing in response to precisely the issue Paul raised is the growth in the behind the meter co-located assets. So that has its own host of FERC issues, but that's kind of where we're seeing the most investment and the most activity is people trying to bypass the grid, or maybe they leave an opening for the grid once all of these policies settle. So they take on sort of the financing risk of building their own self-use power plant. And there are state level regulatory issues with this, but you are seeing sort of a direct response to the cost causation issue in that manner.
I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about the sort of practical implications of presenting economic models to decision makers. What do you think makes an analysis decision grade or persuasive to regulators or judges in the energy and environmental space? Megan, you want to kick us off?
Sure. So I'd say the things that we focus on in putting together our analyses is making sure that that we have support for the method from academic literature, from industry practice, that kind of we're not fully making this up. There's data behind it. There's sources we can cite, and that we've really thoroughly vetted it. So the rebuttal report doesn't immediately come back with like, oh, you've you've made a big error that undermines it, and if you did it right, the result would reverse. And I think that like underlying rigor coupled with just trying to explain it really clearly and keeping the analysis as simple as possible. So like I kind of like do my analysis with my team, and then I'll step back and be like, all right, we made this way too complicated. How can we simplify it? And I think that goes a long way to making it easier to follow for other people.
Including the lawyers and
yes.
reading your analysis. We appreciate the simple version, or even those of us who have a econ background. Paul, you want to jump in?
No, Megan said exactly what I was going to say, that it's, you have to combine both a full understanding of the underlying economic principles and regulatory principles, but then you have to be rigorous analytically and not really accept lower quality evidence or data, and be really explicit and upfront about that, because it doesn't help to try to hide the ball and do poor, shoddy work. In the end, that's going to come back to bite you. So just reiterating what Megan said.
Jake, do you have any additional thoughts?
No.
Having been on both sides as a lawyer and as an economist.
I think that sums it up. Like kind of like you said, on the lawyer side, simplicity is key. Although understanding that can be very difficult.
I'm going to check. We don't have any questions right now. If you do have questions, feel free to put them into the Q&A portion of the app, and we can address them till we get any question. Let's do a little bit of a lightning round. Short answers, first thought. One economic principle you wish FERC applied more consistently. Megan.
I don't know if this is consistently, but I wish they would make it easier to update their definition of submarkets. So right now it's like you really have to convince them, and no one seems willing to put in the work to do it. And so you're kind of stuck with these submarkets that made sense 15 years ago and don't anymore.
Let me ask a follow-up question out of curiosity on that one. Does the tying back the data center piece that we just talked about, does the fact that we have sort of really big load pockets in certain areas and a lot of generation coming online in certain areas that might not have traditionally been big high load high generation areas, does that change like how we look at submarkets and maybe would cause FERC to go back to some of its analysis on those submarkets?
So it has caused a new submarket to be defined just in the last year, I think. So related to all of the new load in sort of the, Washington DC area with the data centers there. So yeah, I mean, it's not so hard to add a new submarket. It's harder to take away one that doesn't make sense.
Paul, what about you? What do you wish regulators would apply more consistently?
Yeah, what I feel, and this may be less important historically, but in an era where we have potentially significant load growth and changes in the shape of load, those are driving, due to both data centers and in many states, policies to decarbonize through electrifying the transportation and heating sectors. So we suddenly have a period of a relatively short period of time where the burden on the distribution and transmission system is going to rapidly increase, and that's going to lead to the need for major investments to maintain reliability we have now. A long way of introducing that, I think the answer is cost causation. Where we could kind of gloss over it historically, we can't do that anymore. If we're going to minimize the cost, the economic principle of minimizing the total societal cost of meeting this load, we really demand needs to be able to react to prices. Demand needs to be able to see the prices that it's putting on the system and really shift cost causation in a way that those that are causing the cost are paying for it, but also that costs are being allocated in a way they're being allocated to the right functions, that you're seeing your burden on the electric system as a demand charge, not an energy charge. And that gives you the incentive to reduce your peak demand rather than minimize your total energy consumption. So I think there's two sides to cost causation, and it's critical both at FERC and at the state regulatory level that we kind of get that right now as we go into what's going to be pretty turbulent time.
Yeah, and I think we could do a whole nother panel on comparing cost causation models, and how all the different regions are handling that. Jake, any additional thoughts?
No, I think that those are both good.
Megan, you mentioned, and I think Paul, you mentioned really making sure putting in the work into your analysis, right? Making sure it's solid. Is there one assumption you always stress test to make sure it's really solid because it can just make or break your analysis?
I don't know if this is an assumption, but the first thing that I train new analysts on is make sure your merges work right, because that can really screw up everything. If I like with merging electricity data, it's, are you accounting for daylight savings time, right? So you're not mismatching things, and are you, making sure that you're not losing power plants when you put the data together from 3 different sources. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, similar answer on the production cost modeling side. It's, what are the assumptions 5 and 10 years from now about load and new supply and retirements? That just tends to always drive what the supply stack looks like and ultimately what the results are in a big way.
All right, last question, and I don't think we have any Q&As. So one last question from me. One thing environmental or energy regulatory proceedings get right or wrong about economics? Jake, you want to start on that one?
I'll take it at a higher level. I think that the current, like the affiliate framework, this is kind of in the weeds probably for most of the panel, is very difficult and creates a lot of problems for the modern generation ownership structure, only to be exacerbated with the influx of data centers.
Megan?
So I'd say that one of the things we were struggling with and working with DOJ on our recent matter was we felt they weren't accounting for forward contracting, and that they were discounting the impact of forward contracting on the incentives to withhold in spot markets. And so that's one place where I wish that there was more analysis of that, given it's a harder topic. But
Paul?
Yeah, I'll just add that, especially when you think about the intersection of energy and environmental regulatory matters, clearly we're not pricing externalities correctly, so that's a challenge. But the response to that are often policies that are very distortive from an economic perspective. And I think in particular here, net metering. Like there's a time where solar, rooftop solar was just not particularly economic. And it was a really good thing to have net metering because it certainly spurred production, drove down costs, led to adoption, helped address a lot of the interconnection issues that utilities had. And so now you have a platform where actually installing solar is way, way more economic than it used to be. But because of regulatory lag, agencies haven't really caught up with how to appropriately price net metering. So now we're having, and again, it's a cost causation principle to some extent. You have lower income neighborhoods that are sponsoring the electricity purchases of wealthy people who can afford and have the time to put solar on their roofs. And that it's just a horrible public policy outcome of something that began with a very legitimate interest. And so there are definitely states that are working on this and working really hard on this, but because of regulatory lag, I think it's just creating a big distortion, one that's really inconsistent with economic and regulatory principles.
That's a good one, and another one we can have a whole nother talk about for an hour. But we are out of time. So thank you, Megan, Jake, Paul, for joining us, and we will pass it back to the organizers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Karen. Thank you to the whole panel. We're going to let our next panel get in here. Great. I'm seeing folks pop up here. It's terrific. Amazed how smooth everything's going. I don't want to jinx us. Anyway, here we go. So this is Perspectives from Former Federal Antitrust Economics Leaders. And we're delighted to have Mark Chiku here to moderate the session. So I'll turn it over to you, Mark.
Hi, thanks very much, Tom. Welcome everyone to this session, and first, thanks to NABE for organizing and for bringing us together at this new event. I know there'll be people here from a variety of backgrounds, so let me just set the stage a little bit. Antitrust has become a pretty high-profile topic. That's kind of been led by some high-profile major cases from the DOJ's Antitrust Division and the FTC's Bureau of Competition against big tech and other major companies in entertainment, healthcare, and airlines, to name a few. The goal of antitrust is to promote competition for all the benefits that can bring to the economy. And another closely related topic that we might touch on today as well is consumer protection, which also often has direct implications for competition. Consumer protection is a focus of the FTC in particular, and is aimed at stopping unfair, deceptive, and fraudulent business practices. And with two former FTC leaders on the panel, we thought it made sense to include discussion of the FTC's activities there also. All right, so first, a brief introduction of who I am before we get to the more interesting people up here. My name is Mark Chiku. I'm currently a senior advisor at Cornerstone Research in Washington, D.C. I recently finished a stint of about 5 years at the Antitrust Division of the DOJ, and before that, I worked in litigation consulting at another firm in DC. I'm excited to introduce now a panel of people I personally admire so much. These are leaders in the academic sphere, as well as in business, in government, and in antitrust. First, we have Ginger Jin. Ginger is the Neil Moskowitz Professor of Economics at the University of Maryland. She's had leading roles in both business and government. She served as the director of the FTC Bureau of Economics from January of 2016 to July of 2017, and as a visiting scholar, and then a senior principal economist at Amazon from January of 2019 to May of 2020. Next, Nathan Miller. Nate's a professor at Georgetown in the McDonough School of Business and also in the Department of Economics. In 2024, he was chief economist of the Antitrust Division at the US Department of Justice, and previously also served as a staff economist there from 2008 to 2013. Finally, Aviv Nevo. Aviv is the George A. Weiss and Leo Bravo Weiss University Professor at the University of Pennsylvania. He served as the Director of the Bureau of Economics at the FTC from January of 2023 to December of 2024. Aviv also formerly served as the Deputy Assistant Attorney General for Economic Analysis, aka the Chief Economist at the DOJ's Antitrust Division from 2013 to 2014. Okay, so as we get into our discussion, let me just note that we plan to leave time at the end for questions from the audience, and I'll be checking the app for those as we get towards the latter half of our discussion. But to start, we can start with where things might be heading. So in certain respects, the previous administration and the current administration have maintained similar positions on big issues, close scrutiny of big tech in both the antitrust and consumer protection spheres, maintaining the 2023 merger guidelines, a stated focus on healthcare and agricultural issues that affect everyday Americans, just to name a few. At the same time, there have been notable shifts. For example, an increased emphasis on remedies rather than litigation, some shifting priorities with respect to certain FTC rulemaking, all of which has occurred with the backdrop of a hiring freeze and a reduction in the numbers of staff over the past year. So let's kick it off with you, Aviv. Do you see major shifts in the approach of agencies and in the kind of work antitrust economists there are going to be focusing on going forward? And what do you think are going to be some of the most important issues being tackled?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for that kind introduction, and thanks for the organizers for putting this panel together. Before I start, let me just give a quick disclosure. So I consult enforcement agencies and private parties on antitrust matters, but I have no specific financial disclosures if we're talking in general terms. I will point out to specific disclosures I need to make if we go into specific cases. Okay, so in terms of your question, Mark, let me just step back for a second. And before we talk about changes, maybe talk about what economists at agencies do. So I think that's going to be obvious for some of our listeners, but others might not have as clear an idea. So we could spend a lot of time on this, but let me just talk in kind of general terms. So economists work on competition issues at the FTC, but also on consumer protection matters. And I think Ginger will discuss this in more detail. And this is the DOJ, they work on competition issues. This includes both merger and conduct investigations. And at the FTC, possibly what I'd call industry studies, or what we call folks who kind of know the lingo called 6B studies. So that's an authority that the FTC has to conduct kind of specific studies for the purpose of research and not necessarily for the purpose of enforcement. Again, I could spend a long time going into details, but at the high level, what economists do is they work with the agency lawyers and other experts like technologists and others to understand the relevant economics in all of these cases. This includes participating in interviews, talking to market participants, reading documents, analyzing descriptive data, doing econometric analysis, anything from relatively, simple descriptive regressions to maybe more sophisticated analysis, really kind of the whole gamut of the tools that we have for empirical work, but also developing theories as needed. Sometimes it's taking theories off the shelf and just kind of summarizing what does the literature have to say on a topic. But sometimes it's kind of refining those theories to really specify, and really meet the kind of market realities of the situation they're studying. I should add that on a personal level, I've always found the work the agencies do extremely interesting. And this isn't just cheap talk. I've done 2 stints in government, so I think I I put, my time at least, if not my money, I put my time where my mouth is. So I really do think it's extremely interesting work. Okay, so one of the things about working in government, and that's kind of one thing you learn, is that your bosses could completely change every 4 years. You could have, not just new people coming in, but like completely new philosophy, new view. Um, and from my experience, typically what you have is when there's a change of administration, a change of leadership, people like to stress the difference between administrations and between different groups. And maybe at the policy level, kind of high level, there really is a lot of differences, but I'm not sure that there's a much difference in the level of the staff economists. The day-to-day work, I think, is quite similar. The work of, doing kind of good, solid economics is something that I think is consistent across different agencies. I mean, the leadership might view the role of economics a little bit differently, might take it into account in different ways, but the role of the economist stays the same. And just to be clear, when I say things are the same, I don't want to sort of suggest, because I think you hinted this already, there was a big shock to the system, the whole government system, at the beginning of the current administration. And the antitrust agencies were not spared. For example, the Bureau of Economics at the FTC, which was really at peak size in terms of PhD economists, at the end of the previous administration, lost roughly 25% of its staff. That's the Bureau of Economics. That said, that seems to have stabilized. I think the numbers have been fairly stable. And frankly, the Bureau of Economics is actually even hiring. I think they're looking to hire quite a large number of people on the econ job market as we speak. So I think that actually has stabilized. In terms of substance, the substance of antitrust, there's been a lot made about how the current administration is different. But frankly, I see a lot of continuity, and you've already alluded to that, Mark, in your opening comments. So here are some examples, and I'm sure we'll go into more of them as we progress. There's all this argument that the consumer welfare standard is supposedly back, right? Using kind of the welfare of consumers as the measure of antitrust action. But the truth is, the consumer welfare standard never left the building, or the buildings, I should say, the two buildings of the agencies. There might be a difference in the rhetoric, but I don't think there's much difference in the action. I think consumer welfare and the benefits that the competition brings to consumers or to trading partners was always the guiding principle. And I think a prime example of this is the 2023 merger guidelines that were issued under the previous administration. They strongly endorse the trading partner or consumer welfare standard. I say trading partner to also include labor, workers. And I would actually argue that they endorse it in a way that's much clearer than some of the previous guidelines that carried along language from 20, 30 years ago that talked about the benefits, the consumer welfare, but also talked about market power. And the two concepts were a little bit sort of kind of mixed, and as a result made it maybe not as clear of a statement as you got in the recent guidelines. These guidelines were written by the previous administration, were issued in 2023, 2 years ago, but kept by the current administration. I should say, in contrast to what many predicted. I know this sounds like cheap talk now, but I was on a panel exactly 2 years ago, the end of January, exactly 1 year ago, end of January 2025. And I said that I think they're going to keep him, and I'm willing to take a bet that gives me odds accordingly. No one took me up on it, but many thought it was surprising. Most importantly, though, they weren't just kept by the administration, they've been endorsed by courts. I just recently heard that 20 or so cites by courts referring to the merger guidelines in 2 years of existence. That's a pretty decent record, including a recent decision in a medical device mergers that the FTC won. The decision just became public, I think, a day or two ago. That recent decision is actually an example of the continuity across administration. It's kind of the latest chapter, the latest iteration, and the agency's looking at mergers that lessen potential competition. Okay, competition that maybe has not manifested itself, or competition right now for innovation, to invest, to become competition in product. Sabre Farologics, for example, a case that was brought by the DOJ and Trump won, I should say that's a case where I served as the DOJ's expert, is an early example not the earliest, but one of the early examples of cases like this. The DOJ lost that case, but the learnings that from it really fed into the merger guidelines, and ultimately they really helped the FTC in its recent win. So that's an example of something that started in Trump 1, continued under the Biden administration, is in continuing into the current administration. This continuity carries to other areas. Labor market competition, including non-competes agreement, continues to be a big issue. Similarly, you already alluded to this, Mark, big tech, non-horizontal mergers are a couple of other topics. The legal strategies have changed, but the economics has not. So let me stop here and turn it on to others.
Yeah, thanks so much, Aviv. So Ginger, thinking of the FTC in particular and its work in consumer protection, do you see any shifts that have occurred recently? And interested to hear your thoughts on what you see as some of the most important issues being tackled.
Thank you, Mark. Let me continue Aviv's description of economist work in an FTC. I think the nature of work is very similar. Economists work very closely with lawyers on consumer protection cases. Maybe the substance of the cases is somewhat different. Instead of focusing on firm-to-firm competition or collusion, the consumer protection side tends to focus on the interface between consumers and firms. And this often is an information interface, right? That's the information provided by the firm, could be deceptive and could be misleading, and that may lead to certain action by FTC going after their deceptive or unfair or even fraudulent behavior. And if we look back in the past 10 years, I think there's probably three important trends, and this is a continuity in different administrations. I think the first one is heightened attention to digital economy. Traditional concerns on deceptive, unfair, or fraudulent practices could be exacerbated in digital economy because consumers are overloaded with information, and much of that information tends to be noisy, especially when the creation and distribution of such information are aided by algorithms and personal data. And this heightened attention comes from both the Congress and the FTC's day-to-day work. Just to give you some example, for example, the Congress passed the Consumer Review Fairness Act in 2016. The FTC has finalized a rule to ban fake reviews and testimonial in 2024, and that's effective now. Another example is the Congress has passed the Restore Online Shoppers Confidence Act in 2010, and FTC has proposed the click to cancel rule. I think that's announced in 2024. It's not effective yet. I think my observation is that FTC in the process of clarifying or even strengthening the teeth of those laws through both rulemaking and casework. For example, the recent settlement on Amazon Prime cancellation is a step towards that direction. But because it's a settlement, I think many questions remain to be figured out in the future. So that's trend number one. I would say trend number two is more and more consumer protection issues now involve behavioral factors. Let's take dark patterns as example. This is a pattern. This is a phrase coined by a user experience designer, Henry Bridgenow, in 2010. It refers to online design techniques that try to nudge users into actions they might not otherwise take. So for example, you may be nudged to sign up for certain services, to share your personal data, or agree to recurring payments. And you can imagine those techniques could include misleading buttons, buried opt-out links, and so forth. And this, I think it brings a very interesting philosophical question. Given these behavioral factors, and some could be behavioral cognitive problems, should the agencies encourage firms to cater to these behavioral factors, or should the agency try to correct those behavioral problems as a, say, prescriptive regulator or educating consumers on those biases? As we can see in the Google search case, I think that there's a very blurry difference between the firms meeting consumer demand when the consumers have behavioral problems versus the firms may want to exploit those behavioral bias for their own interest. I think there could be a lot of economists work in this area, and actually some work has already been going on. For example, to what extent the behavioral factors are important for consumer demand, to what extent firms would have their own incentives different from the consumer's incentive and from their competitors' incentive to take advantage of those behavioral bias, and how can we quantify potential harms using the consumer welfare standards and so forth. So I think this is going to be an ongoing trend. Trend number 3 I can see is increased interaction between antitrust issues and consumer protection issues. And for example, drip pricing has been concerned by FTC people for both reasons. On the surface, it looks like a consumer protection issue because consumers may be allured in some artificially low price, but later on being surprised by some mandatory fees, by some hidden fees. But on the other hand, the firms compete on those add-on fees because of consumers sort of being trapped into the strip pricing situation. Then if we just have a case work against a defendant saying, okay, you cannot use such hidden fees, you have to be upfront with all-in price, this could give them a disadvantage in competition against other people who are using the add-on fees, right? So in this sense, I think rulemaking industry-wide could be more effective than just case-by-case work. And in fact, FTC has a couple of rulemaking in this area, which I think is a great effort. And finally, I want to mention a trend that has not occurred yet, but I would anticipate it to gain importance in the next decade, and that is AI regulation. And we know a couple of years ago, ChatGPT and other large language models have gained traction in consumer usage and could compete head-to-head with mainstream online search. But about 10 days ago, OpenAI has announced a plan to introduce advertising in ChatGPT in the US. Although its CEO, Sam Altman, previously have stated that advertising model would be the last resort for the company's business model. So this calls into the question of how consumers may understand advertising in the AI-generated ChatGPT type of experience. We also see other AI uses, say the AI-generated shopping guidance, review summaries, or even product recommendations has been more and more widely used. Either in search or content, a firm would have enormous discretion in deciding how they're going to design the AI algorithm. And such discretion going to be very difficult for individual consumers, for researchers, or even for the government agencies to detect and to quantify. And this would in turn weaken the firm's incentive to set up their own voluntary guardrails against, say, privacy violation, data sharing violation, misinformation, or even cyberbullying and other fraudulent activities. And on top of that, we know the current administration prefer no federal and no state regulation in AI, and that implies that how to handle the AI-related CP issues probably have to be within the current legal and enforcement framework. And how to exactly do that, I think is a very important and a challenging question for the enforcement agencies.
Thank you, Ginger. Nate, any reactions to the discussion so far?
Realize I need to come off of mute. Yes, and I've taken good notes. I was trying to take good notes, and I'll try to stir things up a little bit, which means I can't just agree with everything that's been said. I'll try to disagree as well, for the interest of the panel. First, let me say that I've been working in antitrust for a while, and that comes with some disclosures. And so I do consulting on antitrust matters for the agencies and otherwise. I've got a disclosure statement on my website that you can check. Okay, so I worry that we don't know enough to assess the degree of continuity in the current administration, and I think there's a fair amount that's to be determined. But let me try to put first some context on Aviv's comments. With antitrust specifically, how could it be that antitrust for economics is so stable across administrations that may have very different views of the world or the economy or of politics, and I think the reason that may be possible is that in my experience, antitrust has there's been a lot of agreement about the objective of antitrust. The objective for antitrust is something like preserving competition in markets, or you can put other words around that. But in my experience, where administrations have differed, it's really been more in where the line is drawn. How aggressive is a particular decision maker going to be on various different parts of antitrust, with the same objective in mind. And when that's true, the job of the economist stays pretty similar. The decision maker needs good information about the institutions, the implications of institutions for economic incentives, and it needs to understand the data and what the data imply. And so in that sense, under a number of different administrations, whether you're Bush, G.W. Bush, the second administration barely blocked any mergers, okay, but the economic analysis was similar because the decision makers wanted to know and wanted to make decisions that they felt were appropriate. So I think that the uncertainty about this administration really comes on two dimensions. One is just how aggressive the administration will be at DOJ and FTC, and I think we've seen mixed signs there. I mean, I completely agree with Aviv that the consumer welfare standard seems to survive. The merger guidelines are being retained, and Aviv is being modest when he says the last administration wrote those guidelines, because Aviv, they're brilliant, and you played a huge role in them. So thank you for that. And we have seen the administration continue the monopolization lawsuits, some of which were launched in Trump 1 and some of which were launched under the Biden administration. We've also seen some decisions sort of go the other way. And so an example is HPE Juniper, which was a merger that was initially challenged by the Department of Justice, and the challenge was subsequently dropped. And I raise HPE Juniper because it really raises two possibilities, both of which are interesting. One is just that in some areas, the current enforcement efforts may be less stringent. The second is that with HPE Juniper, from what I understand, just reading the press, is that the merging parties were able to get the deal cleared, subject to a divestiture, by lobbying individuals that were not in the antitrust division. So, for example, lobbying the White House directly, although I don't have firsthand information about this, and that's something that's really unusual, that hasn't happened before. And to the extent that decisions are made that are made sort of above the level of the antitrust division, economics may play lesser of a role in that. And so that's where I don't have a great amount of a certainty in terms of sort of the direction of this administration going forward. Now we're only 1 year into it, right? And there's 3 more to play out, which is why for me this is something of a to be determined. The prospect of significant change, I think, is possible.
Yeah, just a quick reaction to that, Nate. I think it was a very good point that the work of the economists, sort of to understand why it might not change a lot, is because it's more about the bar that the administration might be applying rather than something integral to the day-to-day work. I mean, even so, from my perspective, I left the DOJ in July of 2025, so I sort of there as some of the HP Juniper news was coming out, which I also am just an impartial observer too. I was not involved, but even in that setting, these things happen at a kind of I'll call them a policy level, I suppose. my observation was that while that might change kind of the way that antitrust is implemented at some point in the decision-making chain, even first half of this year at least is all I can first half of last year rather is all I can speak to myself. But still, I think as an economist, you have a we'll call it a problem, a merger, a piece of conduct that you are trying to assess, and the economists are doing their best to kind of come to the right answer, the truth, as it were, about what the impact is likely to be, or what we can understand about the likely effects of a merger, let's say. So it was a small plug, I guess I'm not there now, but it was just a wonderful place to work. Was a great experience for me. So, and I think part of that is precisely because of the goal as an economist is to assess impartially the information in front of you, and then recognize that the way that information is ultimately used may change depending on the administration or on the goals that kind of emerge at a higher level, I guess, than the staff are operating.
So, Mark, if I could just jump in for a second. So let me just sort of comment, say I actually completely agree with Nate in the sense that it's not. I didn't mean to imply that everything is the same. I really meant to sort of focus kind of on the economic perspective. I think besides the point that Nate made, there's definitely a change in the process, and also in the legal strategy, some of which actually spills over to consumer protection. So, for example, in the previous administration, rulemaking was a very high priority, and actually, I actually don't know the history of rulemaking at the FTC, but FTC did not used to do a lot of rules. There are certain analysis that needs to come with rulemaking, basically a cost-benefit analysis, certain rules to it. Interesting, by the way, cost-benefit analysis for rulemaking uses a total welfare standard, not a consumer welfare standard. So it actually creates a little bit of a weird situation for an agency that basically is used to using consumer welfare. But it was actually a big learning experience for the agency in the previous administration, or for the economist at the FTC, to learn how to do the rulemaking. My understanding, and I haven't followed exactly the status of it, but that many of the rules that were put out were actually challenged in court. And I think their current status is, well, we'd have to ask a lawyer what their current status is. I mean, it's kind of up in the air. And my impression is that the current administration, even though it's continuing with the content of these, has been taking a different approach. So, for example, the non-compete rule, the non-compete kind of agreement or contracts in labor, I believe has faced significant challenges, and right now is not really in effect. But the FTC is actually bringing individual cases on it. So I think that's an example where they took the economic message, but decided to go with a different legal strategy in order to implement it. So that's where I actually think on the economics, again, it's not perfect continuity, but there's a lot more continuity than there is in terms of kind of the legal and political messaging.
Mark, if I can make a comment, I think from the last administration, there has been a debate on whether big is bad, and that was in the news cycle a lot in the terms of new brandeis movement and so forth. It may not be in the news cycle so much in this administration. I think that debate may still be going on, as we can see in some court judge decision of a few big tech case here. I think we're grappling with the fact that, okay, some big tech are really big. Some of their business may be earned by merit, and some may, because of their monopolization behavior, how to delineate those two, right? And to what extent we'll acknowledge the economy of scale and economy of scope. But on the other hand, we also recognize that when an incumbent is very big, it probably deprives the potential rival of opportunity to grow and really be an effective competitor in the future. I think that debate is still ongoing. It actually has interesting economic content.
Ginger, one thing I urge you to look at the statement that Commissioner Medor put out when he first became a commissioner. It's a very long, 30 plus pages, kind of an interesting read. He in there literally uses the frame big is bad. Okay. The previous administration was, the leadership was claimed to think that. I don't think they ever literally said the statement big is bad. It's in there. So
Oh, interesting.
when we
Yeah.
talk about the rhetoric, I think we need to, I mean, there's a lot of rhetoric out there. I think we need to focus on the actions.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Sort of one kind of a follow-on point to you, Nate, as someone who has been closely connected to the Antitrust division for, well, say quite a while. I won't date you precisely, but let's say at least 15 years. You know, we've talked a little bit about the shifts maybe at the policy level more generally, maybe as an economist or perhaps influenced by policy. Are there any longer term shifts in antitrust that you have observed, the way things are kind of approached today compared to when you started out?
I think there's been change. And I was trying to think about whether it's significant change or just slow and steady change. And I realized maybe slow and steady is just because we're talking about basically I'm worried about getting old and realizing it's a long time ago when I started. So let me you know let me say some things. The job of the economist is to get the economics right. And that involves understanding the institutional details. It involves analyses of data. It involves understanding the implications of those two and mapping it into theory and so on. And I think it is true that decision makers in most administrations treat economics seriously, and that is true whether we're talking, the Biden administration, which was quite aggressive, or the Bush administration, for example, that was less aggressive. But as far as I can tell, if anything related to economics is sort of new, it's that it seems to be more important to me than it's ever been, at least internally within the FTC and within the antitrust division. I experience it being the primary driver of many investigations. And since the attorneys ultimately are decision makers, that's quite an accomplishment. And so it's worth thinking, like, how did that come about, that attorneys are essentially looking to economists to provide the analysis, the frameworks under which they'll litigate in court. And so I think it really has to do with sort of three developments that it risks being a little bit in the weeds, but for antitrust economists, I think they'll see it. One has to do with the abilities and the capability, I would say, of economists to model industries. And what that means is sort of being able to come up with some realistic model of how things work, and use the model to understand how a merger or an acquisition would change outcomes or incentives in the model. And we've improved our capabilities significantly as a result of economic research, really over the past 30 years, I would say, or even further than back. But I see a lot of change in the last 30 years. Related to that is economists also have gained humility about what the models can and cannot say, and I think that's an important part of this. That economists understand that the models are sort of vehicles to understand incentives, but ultimately they're not perfect reflections of reality, and so they're better understood as a gauge as a gauge on antitrust risk, as a way to understand how firms have incentives to make particular decisions. And the combination of sort of better capabilities and also greater humility conveys more credibility in a courtroom setting. I think because of that, we've been able to present advanced economics and have judges find it to be credible and compelling. And as soon as that's the case, the attorneys who are decision makers are going to care a great deal about getting the economics right. You know, Aviv, you testified and you used a Bertrand nested merger simulation in Aetna Humana, and that's the first time that it had ever been done. But it turns out it's possible to explain something complicated if you boil it down to the ideas, tie those ideas to the institutional details, and don't overclaim what the model can do. And so that's important. The third thing I wrote down is a certain amount of flexibility, sort of a natural, just in the academic literature, as we built up capabilities. With that comes a little bit of rigidity in the sense that economists can feel tied to the models that we can actually solve. But sometimes we can't solve everything, and we can't have the perfect model. And what I've seen more recently is a willingness not to be confined to only models for which we have a perfect solution, and rather to think more about the underlying incentives when those models don't apply and try to get pieces of the truth. And you see that, for example, in the monopolization cases that have been brought. These are not cases that are underpinned by merger simulation tools. Rather, they're done with a careful mapping from the institutions into incentives at play, and then backstopped with simpler empirical analyses for the most part. This was when I was at DOJ. This is something that Jonathan would ask us to do. He wanted the economists to be better economists. He didn't want us to be sort of stuck in a model. He wanted us to think about the incentives that mattered for a particular market. And economists, I think, at this point are able to do that. And so it's just this really nice mix where we've got good modeling capabilities that have been built up through innovations in the economics literature over the last few decades. We've understood the limits of what the models can do. Economists are less confined strictly to the models and better able to think through the economic incentives. So I think that's really what it's almost like when I think about it that way, it's almost like just a golden era of economics. I think. I mean, who knows what's going to come next? That's really exciting to talk about. But I like where we are now in terms of how as a profession we're approaching the sort of antitrust investigations that are in front of the agencies.
Well, thank you, Nate. Ginger, Aviv, any reactions or thoughts?
So just to build on sort of Nate's last point, I think that's actually a very good point, and one that I've seen a fair bit. I mean, if I look at some of the agency's losses, especially kind of in mergers over the last few years, it's usually been at least on the economics front. I mean, it's usually it might be lost on the economics, but also then lost because of various legal issues. But at least on the economics, it's where the loss is that there was almost too getting stuck up in the context of a very specific model, and just looking through the eyes of that specific model. I mean, I think an example of that is when you think of non-horizontal or vertical cases. There, the models tend to not be very robust, right? I mean, you change one little bit of the model and you could get things going a different way, right? I mean, you have, EDM because of a vertical merger, but if you change the structure of the contract a little bit, EDM either disappears or is significantly smaller, right? So how do you sort of deal in a situation like that when you're not going to be able to get the perfect model? So you need to sort of step back and think of what are the big picture economic principles. And I think the same is going to be true as you kind of go into more and more I use the word interesting, although it's not the right word, right? When you go beyond your kind of plain vanilla horizontal mergers, right? When you have, two competitors, and we can argue exactly what the scope of the market is, but you say, there's kind of limited disagreement, and we can argue whether it's a 4-3 or 5-4 and whatever. You know, those, I think the economics are kind of well understood. But when you go into sort of industries, we talk about potential competition. We don't even know what the products are going to be, right? You talk about non-horizontal mergers. You talk about, Nate already alluded to kind of conduct cases. That's, I think, where you need to sort of step back and say, well, what is economics really telling us? What are the general messages, as opposed to what is kind of a narrow conclusion from a model? So I think that's going to be a key area. The other area, and this is something Ginger touched on earlier, that I think, we're going to see more and more of, is really consumer protection and competition issues kind of coming closer together. The point that you're not even going to really know, when is this a consumer protection, when is it competition, right? I mean, Ginger alluded to this, but, junk fees. Is junk fee a consumer protection issue, or is it a competition issue? I mean, traditionally it's considered consumer protection. I'm a competition guy. I always thought of it like, hey, it's a competition issue. You want to empower consumers to be able to essentially discipline firms if firms, quote unquote, misbehave, right? That's what competition's about, right? You try to charge a high price for something that you don't deserve, you don't have the quality. Consumers are going to switch, right? But if you somehow constrict them through price, you're going to get in the way of competition. So that's kind of another thing that I think we're going to see more of as we move forward.
Yeah, to build upon Aviv and Nate's point, I have seen a welcoming trend of better interaction between the research community and antitrust and consumer protection agencies. I think the casework, the policy work, the rulemaking work has generated motivated younger researchers to do research in the area, right? May not be typical in the classical economics, but now we care about personalized pricing. We care about algorithm-driven collusion, right? We learn from the empirical literature that maybe personalization was used more in product recommendation rather than in pricing, but either way could have quite important implication for firms and consumers. I think that's kind of the closer relationship between the research community and the agencies is really a good trend, in my opinion.
Looking forward, there's a bunch of economists are going to have to tackle, and some of that looks, they're new challenges. And I'll just give you two. One is labor, labor market issues. This is something that I think a lot of folks have been interested in for a while. But bringing a labor market case presents its own set of issues that I think we need to work out and work through. And so I see opportunities for economists to be creative and develop new methods and techniques and ways of thinking about things. I mean, just one example there. In labor markets, it can be the case that folks don't switch jobs frequently for small changes in benefits or wages. It just doesn't happen as much, which just means that the switching you see might be less connected to a notion of diversion. How folks compare their first and second job options than it would be for something like consumer products or ready-to-eat cereals, which all IO economists know and love. And so how do we handle that? How should that be handled? How do you build an empirical case when it's more difficult to prove substitution between employers? From a modeling standpoint, how would you think about building in the fact that sometimes workers, people, when you're looking for jobs, you don't always know the wages that are available to you. You might have to search and find out what those options are. So that's another example. So I think labor markets are an area where there's exciting new things to think about and develop. Another has to do with algorithmic pricing. and data aggregation for the purposes of pricing, really there, I mean, it's things like you could read the real page complaint that the DOJ filed and subsequently settled, actually. And in that setting, there's a bunch of source code. And it's going to fall on economists to unpack what's in that source code. And so, how do we accomplish that? When I was, building actually work that Susan Athey did when she was the chief economist under the Biden administration, the DOJ Antitrust Division hired data scientists, computer scientists to help sort through that. And so there was a nice dialogue between economists and data scientists that felt new and fresh. And so I think that that's sort of just another area where, I mean, I don't expect that sort of investigation to go away. I think it's going to be more and more common. So I think it's another area where we're going to have to build capabilities and just see where it takes us.
Right. Well, thank you all. I think we have officially 5 minutes. I think we can run a little over, assuming audience and panelists can hang around for a moment. So just looking here, let me call out a couple and then let the discussion flow from there. One question posed to you, Ginger, but others may have views too, based on you raising the issues that AI may pose. So the question is, do we need entirely new antitrust enforcement for AI-driven markets? And then I'll add on my little piece of, to what degree would regulation be helpful, or is this something that we want to kind of tackle under our existing frameworks? And then another question, and then we can address, is do you see recent examples like HP Juniper, which we also raised, as isolated or as a signal of a shift in how decisions are going to be made going forward? So let me pause there.
That's a great question. I think the AI is probably a prime example where antitrust and the consumer protection issues would intersect. The kind of information available to consumers, the quality of those information, how they define consumers' search for products or for work opportunity, whatever. It sounds like a consumer protection issue, but because people have default bias, because people have limited attention, then how to grab those attention between competing firms is a obvious competition issue. I think this is an interaction where antitrust economists and CP people have to work very closely together. I'm not sure whether there should be a completely different framework of regulation, different from the current antitrust and consumer protection enforcement. I think the current framework already allow the agencies to handle it, right? As we can see in the big tech cases. But I would imagine the AI, the algorithm technology, the personal data behind those algorithms going to speed things up a lot. We're going to see huge economy of scale, huge economy of scope, and there also probably huge competition head-to-head between the very big firms as well as big firms versus small firms. I think it's almost like the big tech issues 2.0 that we have to address it in a much bigger scale and probably more complicated way.
Maybe if just to build up on that, so just going to your original question, Mark, I don't think we need a new framework, at least not in terms of the economics. I think the economics, we're flexible enough that we can, think about, competition issues in AI. And I should stress, when you say AI, I mean, there's so many potential issues, right? I mean, we think of AI, typically we think about Gen AI. There's a whole stack, and you think of the modeling, do you think of the data centers? Do we think of the chips? I mean, there's a whole range of things. And I think in principle, economics can be flexible enough. What I'm not sure would be flexible enough is kind of the legal thinking, right? Because lawyers, I mean, I actually give this example of the difference between academic work and legal work, right? When you write a paper, you do everything you can to try to make it sound original. Even if what you're doing is exactly right. If I write a paper and I do exactly what Nate did a year ago, I'm going to try to claim, no, this is completely different, right? In a legal framework, you do exactly the opposite, right? You have a very novel claim, but you're going to try to fit it into the case law and say, this claim is exactly like, the Microsoft case from 20 years ago or whatever, whatever case you want to say. And I think that's where we're going to sort of see issues where it's kind of, in some sense, it's kind of clear the potential harm or the potential benefit, whichever one. But if you try to sort of fit it into kind of a well-defined box of saying, hey, this is a horizontal case, or this is a vertical case, or this is a foreclosure case, or whatever, that's where you're going to have to run into problems because the legal framework often comes with a very clear checklist for each of these, and sometimes the checklist does not quite line up with the current realities. So that's where I think there's going to be some issues that we're going to have to deal with.
All right, so then to prompt the other question that I noted, do you all see recent examples like HP Juniper, maybe to extend it out, the involvement of non-economist lobbyists, let's say, in the antitrust process as an isolated deviation, or is this a structural shift?
I think it's to be determined. And this is probably the wrong panel to talk about the prospects for that change because it has more to do with political economy than market economies. So I don't know what to expect going forward, but it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
All right, we have one other question here, which I think all of us can speak to finish on a lighter note, perhaps, is just a question about, could we talk about how enforcement agencies work with economic consulting firms and that interplay? So whoever feels ready to kick that off. And we have 4 more minutes, I think.
Aviv, you want to take a shot?
I'm happy to start. So that's actually one of the areas where I think we're going to see a bit of a change. Historically, the agencies, especially when going to litigation or getting close to litigation, would typically go, I mean, not always, but a lot of times would go outside to look for economic experts and support staff. I think there's been a lot of pressure from Trump one into Biden administration. I think it's continuing now, both for budget and other reasons, to try to sort of limit that. So I think the interaction with consulting firms is still going to be there. Maybe for the experts, although I think there might be some indication that the agencies are going to try to use more and more internal experts. But I think when going to litigation, it's going to be very hard to do it all in-house. Just because, I mean, we've all been involved in litigation and, definitely in the primary here, but definitely in rebuttal and so forth. You need to sort of, the amount of stuff that you need to suddenly produce in a very short amount of time. Even though the agencies have a lot of economists, I don't think they have the capability to do that. So I think what you might see is a model where more reliance on internal experts, but bringing in external support, at least in some capacity, even if not the full range of what historically has been done.
You can take that and answer it from a completely different direction as well. Again, building on the notion that the demands of modern merger investigations can be great, and the internal staff considerations are they're meaningful constraints, and that's that there are a number of mergers that really should be investigated, but it's challenging for the division to do that quickly. And one of the things that I've seen is consulting firms almost try to tackle some mergers as if they were the economics group at the agencies, to ask the questions and do the analyses that the agencies would do, and then hand over the data and the source code to replicate results as a way to alleviate constraints. And so, Mark, you asked the question in the context of consulting firms working with the agencies. And what I've seen recently is that, you know, if you put with in quotes, sometimes companies with the business in front of the agencies can find it helpful to bring in economists that think like the agency economists do, and can try to facilitate that process in a way that alleviates constraints as well.
All right, I think that takes us right to time. So thank you, everyone. Thank you again to NABE for organizing. Tom, I guess over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mark, for moderating. Thanks to the panel. And here we are at the home stretch here. One announcement, we will be sending this by email as well, but we'd love to have everybody's feedback who's out there on the conference. We've got lots of plans in place for this group and for this event itself, but we want your feedback. So how are things going? What are the topics that you want to hear about? Where do we want to meet instead of Washington, D.C. in January? Maybe there's another option. But anyway, we've got lots of questions on the survey that we'd love to hear your input on. So if you're out there, please scan the QR code you see on your screen now, and it'll give you something to do before the next session starts in a couple of minutes. And I do see our speakers coming in from the next session now. So Mark and Aviv, thanks for your work, and we will catch up with you soon. And Nathan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ginger. Sorry, my screen was split off. That's the joys of Zoom. Great. All right, I see the new panelists coming in. And since we have everybody, we'll just get into it and give you an extra minute or two. So definitely the session with the most creative title. So kudos. Economic Growth and Competition, Revisiting Schumpeter and Arrow. So thanks very much to our speakers, and I'll turn it over to our moderator, John Sallett.
Thank you, Tom. I'm here with Florian and Tommaso. We're going to have a conversation about innovation, economic growth, and competition. I will introduce them with more detail, but for myself, let me just say I'm a Special Assistant Attorney General for the state of Colorado, which means nothing I say is what they necessarily believe, the AG. It is what I think at this moment, but after hearing Florian and Tommaso, who knows what I'll think by the end of the session. So let me just take a minute to set the stage, and thank you for the compliments on the title. We know, all of us, that governmental and industrial policies have long focused on innovation as an important economic outcome, right? Obviously, in U.S. history, the breakup of AT&T, the creation, the commercialization of the internet opened up huge amounts of possibility for technological advance and societal change. One debate, and it's the debate we capture in the title, has long been about whether monopolies or small companies, whether a more concentrated or less concentrated market best serves competition. That has been typically framed in terms of the thinkings of Joseph Schumpeter and Kenneth Arrow, although perhaps not always faithful to their actual views. Nonetheless, it's taken on a life of its own, and that's the life we want to think about today from a variety of angles, including the fact that today innovation policy is not only about competition, but it's about relationships between companies, what's been started to call circular deals, for example, between companies in the AI space. And, of course, government ownership of companies in technology, in chips in the United States, for example, in a very direct way. And we're very fortunate for this discussion to have both Florian and Tommaso, neither of whom need an introduction, but both of whom will get one. Let me start with Florian. Florian is the Allen and Kelly Questrom Professor in Markets, Public Policy, and Law at Boston University. Appropriately, his research centers on what drives and hinders innovation inside and outside of organizations, and with specific reference to antitrust. And of obvious interest today is his recent writings, multiple writings, on the circumstances in which common ownership of companies can soften competition between direct competitors, including a book chapter in a book I'm very happy to be able to look at, which is Common Ownership, a Guide for Antitrust Practitioners, because I know as a lawyer we need as much economic instruction as possible. Tommaso Valetti is the professor of economics at the Imperial College Business School in London, as well as serving as an adjunct professor at the Norwegian School of Economics. Tommaso, earlier in his career, served quite notably as the chief competition economist for the European Commission and has been a leading voice for more effective competition enforcement, a global voice. Among his most recent articles is the discussion of the innovation theory of harm in merger control, which has become a very important topic and which goes to the heart of the innovation competition debate. So the three of us are all going to have short opening thoughts. We'll do some questions, and then, of course, we will take questions from the audience. Tommaso, would you like to begin?
Thank you very much, John. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you. First of all, I'll make my disclaimers. It's important. I do not have any conflicts of interest at present and in the recent past. I'm just doing academic research. So I want to start head on with the theme of the session, which is Arrow versus Schumpeter. And the usual narrative is if there is too much competition, this is not good because firms need to appropriate the results of their innovative effort. However, monopolists also do not innovate because they just replace themselves, and so it's not good either. So this is Schumpeter versus Arrow. And almost immediately, people would then point to the inverted U relationship between investment and competition, innovation, and competition, which is now has been revamped because Philippe Aghion, one of the proponents of the inverted U, just won the Nobel Prize in economics a few months ago. So I'm going to start by saying something that may sound provocative, but it isn't. And I want to say, specifically, when it comes to mergers, and I will tell you why I think it is important, the inverted U relationship should be abandoned. It does not apply to mergers. So if you start looking at the economics of mergers, it's not about making a market, a little bit more competitive, a little bit more collusive, in a symmetric way, making it and then seeing whether it goes one way or the other. Mergers are about the unilateral effects of two merging parties. So why do people compete against each other? Why do firms compete against each other? To drive business away from the rivals. So if I'm competing against you, I want to have a better product, a cheaper product. And instead, if I merge with you, this competitive pressure is lost. So we will increase the prices and we will have less incentives to innovate against each other. So this is quite strong, but it is misunderstood. So people think that when it comes to mergers, we still have this idea, which is anything goes. And that's simply not true. So I jumped into this innovation theory of harm out of my work as chief economist of the EU some years back. And when I started my job there was a big wave in the agrochemical industry. You may remember very large deals, Bayer, Monsanto, Dow DuPont, ChemChina, Syngenta. These were huge deals, and it was clear that competition was not just about prices of existing products or existing pipelines. It was about basic innovation as well in specific areas. So we started, pen and paper, doing models, because there was a gap in the literature. I thought anything goes. I thought this is inverted U. I thought that would be the starting point. So it depends on a case by case. And then I realized that was not true. And in particular, the innovation theory of harm, which has been, if I may, my intellectual contribution to antitrust, says quite clearly that under a set of limiting principles, so it's important to see things in the following way. You cannot isolate innovation from final products. You innovate because then you're going to end up with a product. So looking at innovation alone is important. It's a big ingredient, of course. It's a big element in the equation. But ultimately, you also need to see the impact on final products, which are made with those innovations. I will return to this point in a moment. So one thing, you should always consider this link between innovation and final product markets. In the absence, and this is a very important empirical point, of course, in the absence of efficiencies, in the absence of synergies, okay, this is something to be debated case by case empirically, but in the absence of those synergies, and in the absence of spillovers, and I want to express, to qualify what I mean by spillovers, there is the final impact of a merger on consumers. And I'm not saying on innovation, I'm saying on consumers, which is still our guiding principle, is bad. The final impact of a merger is bad under this condition. Absence of spillovers, absence of efficiencies. Once you look into innovation and final product market, then consumers are worse off under a merger. So there is, in fact, a sort of rebuttable because of efficiencies, but structural presumption that we do have in horizontal mergers when it comes to normal differentiated products. It is also there, and it is misunderstood, and sometimes lawyers or consultants don't want to hear that, but there is such a presumption even when it comes to mergers. So I want just to clarify one thing. Efficiencies are clear, so efficiencies may go, but I want to clarify, I think, 2 points. One is, let me repeat, it is possible that a merger increases innovation. It is possible. However, this is possible when future prices are going to be very high. This is the only way you can have more innovation. But then under exactly those circumstances, the consumer surplus generated by innovation is appropriated by the firm. So consumers are left with very little. That's why it's impossible to look at innovation in isolation. You need to see the linkage to final product. And the other clarification, and I'm happy to respond to questions if there is any, is on spillovers. What do I mean by spillovers? So spillovers means when I make a product, a very contentious case now in Europe is the telecoms market. Big telcos are calling for yet again further consolidation. So they say there are spillovers, but what do we mean by spillovers in order to have a positive impact finally on consumers? When I invest, when I make my better product, my faster network, my higher coverage, if I just steal away customers from my rivals, this is going to go in my direction of the innovation theory of harm. I make a faster network, and I get, my customers are happier, and I also drive away customers. So the spillover has to be a positive spillover. So by making a better product, I give an advantage to the demand of my rivals, which may happen maybe in some digital industry, I don't know. But I don't see this coming in telcos, for instance. I don't see this coming in pharmaceuticals where there is protection of the intellectual property. So this is really a strange idea that spillovers can go either way. They need to be particular spillovers to be analyzed case by case. So this is my first entry line, that we should, when it comes to mergers and innovation, reintroduce a presumption of harm, which is rebuttable if there are only two types of countervailing factors: real efficiencies on the investment side, or positive spillovers between products. Positive, which is a hard case to prove. Thank you.
Tommaso, we don't have any questions right now, but can I just ask one question, a clarification perhaps on your clarifications? Are you discussing only horizontal mergers in this analysis, or do vertical mergers play a role in it as well?
This is mostly about horizontal mergers. Of course. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We will come back to this, but for the moment, Florian.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, John, for the Association of Business Economists for organizing this panel. I'm, of course, a big fan of the title that I have not come up myself. That's all Jonathan's work. And anytime I get to discuss Schumpeter, who is in some way the patron saint of Austrian economists, I'm a big fan of participating in all those things. Let me start by actually going back a little bit more to the underpinning of this Arrow-Schumpeter debate. Of course, Tommaso already touched upon it, but I want to really clarify it and say and how it relates to what we see today in innovation policy. The Arrow-Schumpeter distinction is often presented as a debate between firm size, whether you have these large dominant firms, whether they are better engines of innovation, as Schumpeter basically argued, or whether competitive markets with many small firms are better for it. And I wouldn't even say that Arrow emphasized this, but Arrow emphasized, of course, that competition can have a very strong engine for growth. But really, at the deeper level, those two giants were making different points about incentives under different market structures. So the key insight from Schumpeter was that the firms with market power, they have strong incentives to innovate because the innovation allows them to protect and extend their rents. Now, that's great for those companies, not necessarily great for consumers. And that idea was then really beautifully formalized later by Gilbert and Newbery, calling this essentially an efficiency effect. But in that view, innovation is often defensive. It's that you're replacing one's own product before a rival does, and that allows you to preserve that dominant position. Arrow's insight, on the other hand, is really focused on the incremental return to innovation. So in a competitive market, a firm that is behind has much more to gain from a successful innovation than an incumbent monopolist. Why? Because of that cannibalization, and that's the Arrow cannibalization effect, where the challenger captures a large jump in profits, but the monopolist is not necessarily capturing such a large jump because it's cannibalizing some of its own existing rents. And so the incentive to innovate is lower under this replacement effect, and we're replacing some of these existing profits. So it's not really a tension between big versus small, but rather also a bit of a tension between defensive versus disruptive innovation, and how market structure changes and shapes which of these two can dominate. Now, what makes this especially relevant today is that these innovation incentives are now not just shaped by market structure, but as I, of course, very self-interestedly, I'm going to mention some of my own work here, it's also influenced by a complex interaction of the antitrust enforcement, the industrial policy and regulation. The governments, of course, have a really big say in all of this, in how they award patents, in how they protect intellectual property, in how they enforce antitrust rules, not just thinking about the ex post effects of mergers, but also thinking about ex ante effects on innovation that some of these mergers may have. So that changes this classic Arrow-Schumpeter calculus in quite important ways. And then one final layer that I think is also increasingly important is how this connects to ownership rules, which are not just outright ownership rules. The classic debate is always about firms are independent competitors, and that's also how we view most of it when we do industrial organization. It's really just separate firms. They are either together through a merger or they're completely separate competitors. But in many modern industries, ownership is highly diversified through retail investors, through large asset management companies, and often also very overlapping. So these large institutional investors, cross-holding, strategic minority stakes that we have seen also increasingly become very prevalent in some of these modern industries, mean that the firms actually may partially internalize some of their rivals' profits. And in terms of innovation, that matters, of course, in very specific ways. If I, as a firm, continue to invest heavily in R&D, but the firm that I'm competing against is going to be affected by that innovation, I may soften my really strong push towards disruptive innovation, because it's going to benefit my profits, but it may also harm the profits of my competitor, or maybe not a direct competitor, but that's also owned by the same set of investors who own me. So that's one aspect in how this common ownership, these ownership linkages affect this trade-off. The second one, and Tommaso has already hinted at that one as well, which is again going back to these questions about spillovers and externalities. If we really think that a lot of innovation is not captured privately by the firm but spills over in positive ways to other firms, maybe actually common ownership is a good way of boosting innovation, in that it can actually lead to more innovation, because we're not going to have this free riding effect where some of the innovation that spills over to other companies is now captured by the same investors that own my company also owning those other companies. Now, that positive channel, I think, is very heavily emphasized by the asset management companies and some people that are very in favor of these common ownership linkages, but exists and is empirically relevant, but it's certainly not as big as the incentive that weakens competition, particularly in innovation spaces, that's coming also from common ownership.
Can I ask a question, Florian? From a U.S. lawyer's perspective, I suspect if you asked lawyers in America what Supreme Court sentence best captures what they think Schumpeter said, they would say it's Justice Antonin Scalia's line in the Trinco decision that, monopolies are kind of good with these big profits attract challenges. And so that's good for competition, good for consumers. I spent a lot of time in the world of monopoly maintenance litigation. So the question of monopoly maintenance litigation tends to be, and I'm going to come back to this, has a firm erected artificially high barriers to entry, which would prevent this, let's say, Scalian dynamic from playing out? I'm just wondering, if one had Schumpeter in the room and said, Professor, were you thinking about barriers to entry? What did you think about them when you talked about monopolies having some advantage? What would his response be?
Well, this is the thing that I dread always the most, which is trying to interpret from old text what people actually meant. So, for those of you who are familiar with some of my, I'm going to call it work on social media, I'm somewhat infamous for being somewhat dismissive of Marx, not in that I don't like his ideas, but I think that we spend too much time trying to infer what he really meant. And I think similarly here with Schumpeter, I think we're trying sometimes to, or some people are trying to spend too much time to infer what he actually meant. And I think the key insight really is that we need scale, and that we need big companies to undertake sometimes big capital investments. I think that's absolutely true, and that's something that's key for innovation. And it is also true that the prospect of large profits in the future, which also Tommaso mentioned, is that's the whole thing why we do all these investments. And I think that's also quintessentially a Schumpeterian idea applied to innovation. But I think then what happens a lot, I think, in courtrooms, and I think also in like these interpretations of what people, is that people try to get into the writings of somebody like Schumpeter, who had brilliant ideas, but did not formalize them mathematically or empirically. Then it becomes very easy to just put in whatever you want it to mean into that existing framework. So I'm a big fan of formalizations, which is why I mentioned earlier, the Gilbert and Newbery effect. I think that one is really the cleanest early formalization of those Schumpeterian ideas. And I think that one, is irrefutable, and it's clear. See, what are certain circumstances this will hold and this will be relevant. But then there are other ones where I'm much less certain about it. And I think in some of my own work that I've done on killer acquisitions, I think we basically show, well, it's a little bit of Schumpeter and Arrow at the same time. You have absolutely that efficiency effect of Gilbert and Newbery, that the existing incumbents have very strong incentives to buy and potentially develop new ideas and new projects. But at the same time, they also face that error replacement effect, that they have much less an incentive to really bring this to fruition, because it will cannibalize some of their existing profits. And so I think both of these are important here, and it really depends on the context and the particular industry of which one is going to be more relevant.
Tommaso, I'm going to talk about the law for a second, but would you like to add anything before I do that?
Sure. A couple of reactions to what Florian said, and I'm using my different jargon. I think we have a little bit of an obsession with size. So especially when it comes to innovation, we need experimentation. We need parallel research projects. We need new research ideas. So definitely, especially if there is a business audience, we need to help small firms to scale up. That goes without question. So looking at the exit channels of the small firms, etc. This is very important. However, when it comes to the large dominant firms that you deal with, John, I mean, these guys have already benefited from size. We've already exhausted all the efficiencies. I mean, as a provocation, Florian mentioned Marx, but if size was leading to everything, then the Soviet Union would have won. They were concentrating all the production in one single firm. That's it. Of course, they had a lot of other problems, but size, at some stage, there's also these economies from large size, bureaucracies, etc. So you have to be very, very careful, I think, and there are limits, there. So this is one thing, and the other thing, it's more of a question for you, John. So Florian mentioned the common ownership, this very intricate, especially when it comes now to the new large language models. That it's very complicated. It's a sort of club. It's a sort of club which I call portfolio capitalism. It's a very tight corporate web, held together by shared financial interest. But look at this, thought example, John. So imagine that Apple, Samsung, and Huawei were coming to you to own stakes in each other in their smartphone division. So they are producing smartphones, and the three of them come together and they say, we want to create a common thing among the three. Would that be? I mean, they would never come to you because the enforcers would say, no way. So this is not going to happen. Instead, we tolerate it in an industry which will affect every single market downstream. So I don't see why we are not coming a bit harder there, because it's so central. And if you make my analogy, then obviously we're using different standards in different industries. Maybe it's too early to say. I mean, but I am a bit concerned that this portfolio capitalism has very bad consequences on innovation. Yeah.
It's true. Look, where I look at it, and I'm concerned, and I will go on and do my other piece in a minute, but where I'm concerned is where a company has simultaneous relationships with competitors. And one can imagine that the three of the companies could engage in efforts that, and I like the way Florian uses this term, soften competition, without direct communications even, much less a formal agreement between the rivals. And I think back, I mean, maybe one of the classics of this, it's Hub and Spoke, but as the Apple eBooks case, right? The publishers didn't have to talk to each other, but Apple talked to each publisher, and it turns out each publisher was doing the same thing. And so when we see direct rivals, and look, we're talking about semiconductors now, right? When we see here direct rivals that either have partial ownership by a common company or themselves own pieces of another company, it strikes me that antitrust officials ought to pay very close attention to the implications on competition. And one of the reasons Florian was nice enough to say I wrote the title. One of the reasons that I was very privileged to have you, Tommaso, on it and wanted Florian on is because I think the common ownership may contribute something that's larger even than the particular facts of some of Florian's scholarship by telling us to look, and I think this is true of information exchange, not just ownership, where conditions are that it's not that there's price fixing, but companies' incentive to compete against each other is diminished. And it seems to me in a dynamic and unfolding sector, that's something that deserves really serious scrutiny. I don't know if that seems right.
Yeah, I want to add here, I think the emphasis on sort of like softening competition is important. I think when we talk about common ownership, and I'm drifting away a little bit here from the innovation thing, is I think what gets a lot of public attention is often these, what I call large-scale anti-capitalist conspiracy theories that's saying, oh, all of these, large asset management companies, they're getting together and they're explicitly colluding to keep house prices high, or they're explicitly colluding to keep, egg prices high or something like that. And I don't think, of course, that's going on. I think if that were going on, we would be fantastically placed with our existing antitrust laws to exactly counteract these types of explicit collusion. But I think what is actually much more going on is that we have a certain lack of business dynamism, a certain lack of disruption, and a certain complacency when it comes to very effective competition between competitors that are often owned by the same set of investors. Now, sometimes that's very strongly counteracted by large stakes of individual owners. And I think some of these owners, like Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos, or I think increasingly less so Jeff Bezos, I think he's been a little bit more out from the day-to-day running, but they're often pushing very hard and getting very hard against their competition, pushing very strongly against competitors. But most of the other companies that we see in particularly publicly listed US companies is we don't have these very engaged, very strong single owners that are very strongly pushing towards innovation and particularly disruptive innovation.
So I'm going to take a minute to do just an update on law, if that's okay, on disruptive innovation, I think, because I think there's two developments that's worth, particularly for practitioners, to note. And they go to these questions. Can there be a properly defined innovation market that includes goods that are not being sold and might not even exist? And can conduct harm competition by excluding a company selling products that don't exist when the company might not exist? I think the answers to both of these are yes, and I think it's important. I'll do this briefly. There was a decision last week out of the federal court in the District of Columbia. The FTC action to get a preliminary injunction to block the acquisition by Edwards Life Sciences Corp. Of a company called Genervalve. The preliminary injunction was granted and the merger was abandoned. But what was critical was this had to do with particular methods, an innovative method of curing a particular form of heart disease. There were only two possibilities in clinical trials. Edwards acquired one, and this had to do with whether it could acquire the second. And the court recognized what he called a mixed market for the research, development, and commercialization of a product that is not yet commercially available. I think it's a very sound opinion. And the judge, I think, rightly rejected the notion of defendants that the market was too speculative to support antitrust enforcement. And this follows on a case a couple of years ago by the Fifth Circuit in the United States, Illumina versus Grail, which had a lot of review in the UK and Europe as well. I think became controversial in the UK in particular in retrospect, but it had to do with cancer detecting cases. That was an import foreclosure vertical merger challenge. But again, I thought it was interesting the court emphasized that what the FTC was doing was not focusing on an existing market for certain kinds of tests. This were cancer detecting tests, but based its market definition on what developers reasonably sought to achieve. Now, that's important because if we expect disruption to come, we expect it to come from sources that aren't necessarily in existence now. The second observation I'll make, and it's out of my experience in the Google search case, so I'll make it very quickly because I could talk about it for too long. Sometimes in monopoly maintenance cases, right, and I'm not saying just in this case or even in this case, defendants want to see quantification. They want to see quantification of the but forward. They want you to tell you who's going to innovate and develop what when. An impossible task. Lawyers can get wrapped up into the predictive power of the law, but as I've thought about it, you all may disagree, is in a monopoly maintenance case in particular, when we're talking about innovation harm, we're really talking about strengthening barriers to entry. Because it's the lowering of the barriers, the artificially enhanced barriers, that allows innovation to come and challenge monopoly profits And sure, we don't know what company, we don't have to predict which company or which product is going to come to market. We actually don't care which one comes to market, but we can know now that the barriers have been artificially enhanced, often in the kind of scale effects to which Tommaso earlier referenced. So I think as lawyers think about these issues of innovation, they ought to get less wrapped up in whether they can imagine the greatest new invention. If they could, they wouldn't be in the legal profession. And more, what is in the way of innovation coming to marketplace? So just thoughts there, if that's...
Yeah. If I may jump in first, yes. I think anything related to innovation when it comes to antitrust cases, I think is an order of magnitude harder than it is with existing markets. We have wonderful tools from industrial organization to analyze, what happens if two existing firms with an existing product portfolio merge, and what the anticipated price effects are going to be, and what sometimes the anticipated cost synergies are going to be. But when you merging companies with products that are in development, then all of the tools sort of don't work. It's much harder to then show, okay, well, here are the price. And that also allows tons and tons of argument and disagreement now about, is this going to really lead to a product, or is this gonna raise the likelihood of whether a product comes to market? I mean, I sometimes joke that people really don't really understand probabilities, and essentially innovation is essentially about probabilities. And the layperson's view of probability is something 0%, 1%, 50-50, 99%, 100%. And I think then really arguing around whether this makes it more likely that a product comes to market or less likely that a product comes to market is going to be extremely speculative, and I think it just allows a lot more sophistry in the court rather than good economically based reasoning or even economically based quantification. I think that's a real danger here, where defendants in some of these cases are also always going to say, well, our innovation, this will make it more likely that our merger is going to actually bring a product to market, and also if it is successful, it will create this new market that will then encourage tons and tons more entry that we don't yet see, but are sure to materialize once the market has been opened.
So I'm going to ask Tommaso a question, and then Florian, a question is coming in for you from the audience. So we'll start going to audience question. But I do want to ask Tommaso, having just tugged us in the direction of U.S. antitrust, which can be a fairly solipsistic pursuit, Europe is dealing in a very interesting ways with questions of innovation, both in terms of industrial policy and competition. And I just wondered your perspective in a world which sometimes seems to be dominated by U.S.-China debates, how you assess Europe's progress on this front.
US innovate, China imitate, Europe regulate. No, this is what everybody says. So I'm not going to say that just because first, let me go back to Florian. Yes, innovation is highly uncertain, but we do have maybe not the methods to quantify, but to understand the direction of innovation. For instance, in mergers, what we need to analyze are the incentives, before and after. So our typical thing is that if two firms have overlapping products, the prices post-merger will go up. We can predict that. By how much is a secondary question. We can predict that. If you understand the innovation and the chain between innovation and product, something which the lawyers struggled when we were doing Bayer and Monsanto, but now it's accepted, you may have a firm that currently has a product, and the other firm is innovating in that space. So it will have in the future a competing product. Clearly, if they merge, you are cutting off that incentive to innovate. So if you can do this link between investment now, pipelines, and products, and they may not be simultaneous, because what matters is over time, you can still look at overlaps between investment and actual products in ways we are more familiar with. Now, Europe is struggling. There was a big report last year from Mario Draghi, actually 2 years ago. It was in 2024, September 2024. That was a wake-up call for Europe. Europe has understood when it comes to innovation and competition that we failed with antitrust intervention. So behavioral stuff, they come too late, too little, so we don't do much. Europe then for many years tried to regulate, like the adagio goes, in ways which have not been very productive. Still remains to be seen. To me, interconnection, interoperability in digital are helpful. However, what's missing is investments happening in Europe that stays in Europe. So now there is a new movement which says, sure, let's keep doing a bit of regulation, let's keep doing a bit of antitrust, but let's concentrate on making stuff, produce things in Europe. And how do you do that? Which is tough, but not to replace American company, but to start having alternatives. So I do believe in competition. Competition means diversity. It means, as I said earlier, experimentation. We need that. And there is lots of talent. There is even capital in Europe. Venture capital, less, of course. But there is lots of things that work. But how do you make this European investment go? Not through subsidies, because money is, we don't have a lot from government side because they have budgetary problems. However, we started thinking of things that you do have in the US, like buy European. Public procurement is huge. Public procurement is 18% of European GDP. And we are finally discussing of putting restrictions. So public procurement is given to European firms. So this also in the digital space is managing to solve some coordination problems, because if you compete at the margin of a small contract, obviously you cannot go against the American giants. You just cannot. However, if there is a sizable portion of demand and you allow cooperation, integration among smaller European players, which is absolutely fine, we can start thinking of alternatives. And this is a movement. It's called the Eurostack, which is an interesting development in Europe, and I see some future there.
Thank you. We have an audience question for Florian. If we might, let me just read it. What are some of the key questions economists should be thinking about common ownership mechanisms? Is it just the board seats and management compensation packages?
A great question, and one that I love talking about. And since John, you already advertised that recent paper or book chapter contribution, and that one we actually go through all the various potential mechanisms. And I think it would be foolish to say that the one paper I have written on the mechanism, which focuses, as the question already highlights, on board compensation, it would be foolish to think that that's the only mechanism through which this works. I mean, I think it's one where the basic idea there in that paper is saying, look, if you are not directly intervening as an asset management company in the day-to-day operations of the company, you can, however, shape competition incentives of the company by setting compensation for the top management in ways that does not emphasize head-to-head competition with existing competitors. And that's basically this, since we're talking here about folks that have contributed to the study of economics in the 20th century. I mean, that's an idea that goes back to John Hicks, who basically said, look, what managers like is the quiet life, and what they don't like is a lot of competition. And when we want to not have all that competition, well, the best thing would be just to give managers that quiet life, which basically says, let's not encourage them to compete too much. And so that's one mechanism through which this works. There are, however, plenty of other mechanisms, which is one that is essentially owners being essentially absent owners, not playing a strong interventionist role, not setting anything on various policies, not setting anything on compensation, but essentially being absent. And I think that also can lead to complacency, leads to inefficiencies, of course, but also leads, and that's the positive aspect, positive in terms of the shareholders, of course, of not too strong competition with each other. There is, however, also additional work, some work that points towards much more activist interventions by common owners that really go and tell management, I'd like you not to go head to head here, or where asset managers directly encourage cooperation between companies. And sometimes that cooperation is beneficial. I think the one example of this that I really like and highlight often is when we had the COVID pandemic, BlackRock and its CEO particularly encouraged its portfolio companies in the pharmaceutical space to cooperate with each other to very quickly get a vaccine and a treatment for it. And I think, I'm not sure whether that had any effect. There was plenty of competition anyway, and I'm not sure that all the cooperation was needed. But that also points towards much more direct interventions by common owners in terms of guiding competition and also in this case guiding innovation. So I think it's a variety of mechanisms, not just direct ones, sometimes quite indirect ones. And I think not all of them are necessarily negative. I think some of them have absolutely positive impacts. The issue is just like it is always in antitrust. It depends on the context and it depends on the particular setting. But anytime we have competitors cooperating in some way, whether that's direct or facilitated by their owners, I think we should be somewhat skeptical.
Thank you. And we have an audience question for Tommaso that I believe is ripped from the headlines of The Guardian today, but doesn't have anything to do with Tory politicians defecting one place or another. It's this. It's this. Tommaso, how much do you expect the EU's trade deal with India to spur competition? I'll just note parenthetically, announcement of a free trade agreement between India and the EU that the Indian Prime Minister characterized as covering a third of world trade. The question is the key factor still going to be gas prices, or does the entrance into the massive market compensate for rising energy costs? Do you have views about this trade deal?
That's interesting. So the discussion, which is important, is that now there are these three-dimension competition policy, trade policy, and industrial policy, which are coming together. And instead, in the past, as you know, John, we were in our own silos. Yes. So I wouldn't deal in Brussels with trade policy because I was dealing with competition, and vice versa. So we were not interfering with each other. And now it's impossible not to talk to each other. So it's important that we do talk to each other. I think the deal that Europe just had with India, by the way, is a good one. However, we should not mix too much the tools we have. In what sense? In the sense that we cannot pretend to go to the competition regulator to help me block something if they think there is a political problem. Okay, because this pollutes everything. However, the way you want to intervene in markets, of course, depend on this. I'm going to give you some examples. I don't know how relevant they are in the US context, but let's take solar panels. Solar panels, Europe is bad. Okay, we lost that battle a long time ago. We are nowhere near the frontier. Okay, it's China. China has won it, but we do install a lot of solar panels on our roofs. So what do you want to? There you want to be orthodox. You don't want to have trade barriers on China because we lost it. You want to have a very vigorous competition. Fantastic. This is bringing down the cost of solar panels that you do want to install because of climate change, etc. Plus, these are things which are installed on our roofs in Europe, and it creates jobs. Okay? Now, different examples. So fine, this is standard things. No barriers, competition, and we still think like in the old days. Instead, there is in green tech. Europe is good. Europe is good. Some companies are very near the frontier. Okay? Electric vehicles, that's a bit shaky. However, we have a large car industry in Europe. It's very important. So what do you do there? So there you may want to have a trade policy, which is put tariffs on Tesla and beyond your dreams in China. Maybe you want to do subsidies, but they need to be coordinated among the 27 member states, because if you just give money to ever acquire, you undo they have a stuff, with this money you can buy a Tesla. And at the same time, in competition policy, you may accept a trade-off, consolidation, right? If this consolidation allows these firms to stay on the frontier or get closer and closer, it may bring prices higher now. However, dynamically, we are creating alternatives in Europe. So you see, I come up with different intervention tools according to where our industry currently are. I don't know if I responded exactly to the question, but it's very important that these three tools are, you cannot analyze them separately, but you have to do it in an analytical way.
So I'm going to say something, but then ask Florian to expound if he wishes more. But let me just say what I'm struggling with. First of all, I absolutely agree. Industrial policy, competition policy, we could add sectoral regulation and trade policy all coming, okay. And I get that at a broad level, trade-offs are legitimately made. But what I'm not getting, particularly when it's framed in terms of what a competition authority should do, is exactly, and one doesn't want to be naive, but what mechanism is one used to measure the trade-offs? So lots of people will come into U.S. antitrust enforcers and say, you don't understand, national security means you need to say this deal is good because we're competing with China. Well, how does one analyze that question? It's hard enough to analyze, to balance pro-competitive benefits against anti-competitive harm. That's a challenge. But now we're being asked to play three-dimensional chess with a concept that is sometimes, I would say, not pristinely defined, right? National security. And I think, I don't say this in any way to disagree with anything that you're saying, Tommaso, but to say it seems to me it's a challenge for people like you and Florian and practitioners like me to try to drive some analytical rigor into the nature of the decisions that you're describing. Is that fair? And Florian, do you want to go?
Florian, please.
So let me, and Tommaso should speak for himself, but I think I agree with a lot with what he said. My take on industrial policy has greatly changed over the last couple of years, and I was very dismissive of industrial policy. I'd say until 3 years ago. I mostly accepted and said that anytime we do industrial policy, it's often just a handout for protecting domestic industries and essentially playing to the lobbies of those industries. But I think what the recent work, and economists, I think, like Nathan Lane at Oxford and Panle Jarbarwick and Mirto Kalopsidi, they've all shown that, of course, it's not quite as clear-cut as I made it out to be, which is just industrial policy is always a handout. Sometimes it works, sometimes it has positive aspects, and sometimes it does really succeed in building industries that have a bright, innovative future. And sometimes it fails just in the way that I always thought it was going to fail. It makes me even look back sometimes, and I thought back then when China decided to basically erect a gigantic wall again to protect all of its digital industry, I thought back then, well, that's just nationalist principles, and it's the Chinese consumers are going to be harmed by not having access to Google, Facebook, or these are disrupted so that China can control the flow of information among its residents. But of course, if you do look back, it's maybe that did allow them to develop a very vibrant digital ecosystem that in Europe we somewhat lack. Now, on the other hand, European consumers also massively benefited from all the innovation that the big tech giants brought there, and simply shutting them out in the way that China and sometimes Russia have done would have deprived those European consumers from that. But I think there is very much a trade-off. How we quantify that trade-off is super difficult, because it's really thinking about, how much harm are we doing right now versus how much benefit are we going to get in 10, 15 years if indeed this really takes off.
So we have time, I think, for one more comment. Tommaso, would you like the last words?
the last words.
Yes.
No, that one comment is that sometimes actually there are no trade-offs in the sense that competition helps massively. I'm reasoning as a competition economist. So if I have to think of discussions which is coming from other fields about sovereignty, about resilience, well, if you're dealing with a single supplier, I mean, you are going to lose. This is a very risky business, a very risky situation. I mean, your resilience is at stake. So often, actually having a thriving competitive industry at home helps on both dimensions.
Yes.
And as businesses, because businesses are interested, if there is a genuine story that you need, for instance, a merger to fend off competition from China, you need to go in front of people like John and me and tell us what's the story behind the deal. Too often, I've seen companies represented by the lawyers, with all respect to the legal profession, coming to us and say, but we cannot tell you anything about the deal because it's covered by some secret, it's company secrets, and we cannot tell you what the deal is about. I mean, you need to tell a coherent story, and if you convince upfront the regulator that there is an efficiency reason, you have a good chance of trying to see those trade-offs, and you start thinking about it. But you have to think about mechanism, what's behind the deal. If you don't tell what the deal is about, the discussion is too abstract.
In that context, let me ask one provocative question since Tommaso is here. Do you think that in today's environment, the Siemens-Alstom merger goes through? So this is for our audience. This is a big rail merger or rail tech merger back in Europe, and which was basically said, well, we have to merge in order to be able to compete with China. And I very much agreed with the decision by the European Competition Commission saying that.
Disclaimer, I blocked it. I was there. So there was this claim of competition from China, what we did, because we're evidence-based, we analyzed every single procurement contract in Europe over the past 20 years, and these are multi-annual contracts. So when you see a contract which is, won now, this is going to determine the rolling stock and the high-speed trains in the next 10 years. So we analyzed lots of data, and China not only had never won a single contract, they had never pre-qualified. Okay, didn't have the so it was easy for us to say we had two European champions already. Why we wanted to get rid of one? But you ask, in the political climate of Europe now, well, Germany and France are the political leaders, and it would be approved. So my bet is that it would be approved. Unfortunately, it would not be a good decision for Europe, but it would be approved.
Well, listen, this has been a great conversation. Thank you very much. I've learned a lot. I'm sure everybody else has, and thank you, Tommaso and Florian, for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Well, I can't think of a better way to close out the conference, the summit. That was a very spicy, fun session to end with. So thanks to the three of you for joining. I'm going to welcome Mona Berjandi back in the room as well. And we'll just do a quick close here. But just a thank you to everybody, all the attendees, the speakers, the moderators for joining us virtually over the past couple days and sticking with us with the change in format. I just got a notification that my kid's school is closed tomorrow, so we're not going anywhere in DC. Anyway, I also want to just remind everybody, if you can, to please fill out the appraisal form. That is really going to help us as we learn what worked, what didn't work this time, and do it all over again next year in person. And I just want to remind everybody, if you're on this call or in this at the summit, you are now a NABE member. You either joined as a member or a member and joined the conference, or as a part of your registration, you became a NABE member. So we're very excited to welcome you to the NABE membership, and I hope you find lots of things and lots of services that we provide that you can use right away. We have a job board, we have frequent webinars, we've got education courses, we've got 6 other conferences that you could also geek out at. So it may not be as tailored to you as this one, but check it out, see what grabs you. I also wanted to note that there were 3 sessions that were part of the original program that we could not do given the format change to virtual. So we're going to be doing those as standalone webinars over the next 6 weeks. So keep an eye on those. We'll make sure we sort of tag them as Econ Law webinars. But great stuff that we think the conference will just keep going. Finally, just want to thank the founding partners again, the Analysis Group, Compass Lexicon, Cornerstone Research, Resolution Economics, and NERA. Your support made this all possible, and thanks to each of you for sticking with us with the virtual format. We're really happy with the results. Also, a thanks to Mike Luca and the Tech and Society Initiative at the Johns Hopkins Carey School of Business. They really wanted to host us in their amazing facility. It didn't happen this year. We will be back there next year with a little help from Mother Nature. Just also personally, a thank you to my team. We've got a big team here at NABE, but two people in particular that really helped us pull this off, Caitlin McLiberty and Gwen Davis. All the speakers are very familiar with Kate and Gwen. They've been getting emails. They've been seeing them in the pre-conference rooms as well. So if you liked this conference, if it was smooth, it's really Caitlin and Gwen that were the folks here at NABE that made the difference and made this happen. So finally, I do want to thank Mona Berjandi, our chair, for her leadership and vision, bringing this event together over the course of a full year. She came to the board of directors with this great idea. The board jumped right on it, and it really has been a tribute to her hard work, ingenuity, and just passion to get us where we are right now. So she's been a great partner through this whole process, and I want to turn the stage over to Mona for some last words. Mona.
Thank you so much, Tom. That really means a lot. I also want to be very clear, this was truly a team effort. I started with the idea, but the co-chairs, our speakers, moderators, the sponsors, and the NABE staff did the heavy lift here. So thank you so much. I would like to conclude by thanking you all for spending the past 2 days with us. I hope all of you found the conversations energizing, practical, and useful, and that even in a virtual format, you still felt the sense of community that we are trying to build here. Before we close, I want to share a quick look at where we see this going. As we mentioned on the first day, this conference is just the beginning, and it's not meant to be a one-off event. Our goal is to build an ongoing home for litigation and forensic economists within NABE, something that supports both experienced experts and also emerging professionals. And we hope to provide a platform that people can use to create real connections between economists, policymakers, and attorneys. One concrete step we are taking right away is to create a registry of economists working in this space. Based on all the feedback that we have received in the past few days, we think that this will be helpful for the community. So people can use this registry to easily search by law firms, by attorneys, organizations that are looking for expertise. If you are interested in being included, you can signal that on the appraisal form that Tom mentioned. This appraisal form really matters for us, so please take a few minutes to complete it. Your feedback is how we decide what to build next, whether it's providing a skills training, programming topics, formats that work best, or opportunities you want more of. Please make sure you mention that in the form. It's also the easiest way to raise your hand if you'd like to volunteer, whether that means helping shape programming, moderating, mentoring, contributing ideas. Please mention that on the form. Along those lines, if you haven't already, I also encourage you to join the NABE LinkedIn group for litigation economists. I think Caitlin or Gwen are going to put the link in the chat, so you'll have it. It's a simple way to stay connected, share opportunities, and keep the conversation going between events. So make sure you find us on LinkedIn. And finally, I want to pause and say a very special thank you to NABE's mighty team of superpowers. The pivot to virtual could have been very messy. To be honest, I was panicked when I heard of approaching snowstorm. But instead, this team made it very seamless and smooth for everyone. That doesn't happen by accident. It happens because you have an exceptional team, Tom, that is calm under pressure, incredibly responsive, and deeply committed to serving this community. It's been just so lucky to work with such a wonderful and thoughtful group and to help convene a community that is clearly ready to grow. So we are very grateful for having you. To everyone who spoke, moderated, sponsored, planned, attended, asked thoughtful questions, showed up with curiosity and generosity, thank you. This only works if the community builds it together, and you did that. Please stay in touch, keep the connections you made this week alive, reach out to each other, follow up, collaborate, let us know what you want to see next. With that, thank you again, and I hope you really enjoyed the conference. We're very excited about what comes next, and we hope you'll help shape it with us. I'll turn it back to Tom.
That's the last word. Thank you, Mona, and thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your week. And we will hope to see you soon at another NABE event or back at the Econ Law Summit next year. Take care, everybody.